Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see third part what if Harry Potter uncovered Hogwarts' darkest secrets in his 6th year. Here is short summary. As strange events plague Hogwarts, Harry uncovers a web of dark secrets, hidden threats, and a sinister plot that could change everything. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. What are you talking about, Potter? Harry smirked. As in, you can be as charming as you like, but Snape will kill you if you hit on his girlfriend. Draco gave him another shove in the side. Get out of it, I'm just being polite. Besides, you could at least thank me for saving your neck there. Do I have to remind you that you're not supposed to be out of your dormitory? I could cause a fuss right now and a teacher would come running. You'd be in detention faster than you knew what was happening. All right, said Harry. I was joking. He sat back down next to Draco on the step, pushing his glasses back up his nose. Have you ever seen her before? What, that woman? Of course I have. She visits Professor Snape about twice a week. Draco yawned, not really interested in their conversation much. She's attractive. Yes, but not exactly the sort of woman I would match with Professor Snape. Too tomboyish, too light-hearted. I'd say he'd go for a gothic goddess, really, long hair, black nails, elegant dresses. She did have long hair once, said Harry. Sort of feathered, and she is pretty elegant. She just looks a bit different with short hair. Don't be an idiot, Potter, Draco yawned. She's always had short hair, ever since the end of 5th year. Harry nodded vaguely. I wouldn't know, I haven't been ogling her, he said, grinning at Draco. Draco gave him another shove, but he was smirking too. Now I remember just why I despised you, Potter. Don't tempt me, or I'll still jinx you. That's just a bit unfair, said Harry. If you jinx me, fine, but if I jinx you back, you'll put me in detention. Draco sniggered. Precisely. As I said, don't tempt me. They were so caught up in their small talk that neither of them was alert enough to notice the smoky shadow creeping up behind them down the corridor, holding a magical megaphone. So what do you think Snape's girlfriend keeps coming here for? Asked Harry, stretching his legs out on the stairs below. Draco shrugged. Probably the same reason I caught a Ravenclaw 7th year sneaking to the Hufflepuff dormitories last night. Late night rendezvous. Catch my drift. Snape's not the type to sneak a girlfriend in though, is he? Harry mused. Me and Ron reckon it's something to do with Voldemort. Draco twitched and went quite still. Oh, sorry, said Harry. Forgot. Not that, Draco hissed. Be quiet. They both fell silent, listening hard. There was a ticking sort of noise behind them, somebody tapping a fingernail on plastic. Dreading what they would see, they glanced over their shoulders at the same moment. Peeves burst out onto them and roared, students out of bed on the main corridor. Into the microphone, magnified so many times that Harry was sure his eardrums had ruptured on the spot. Draco leapt a foot in the air, screamed and staggered backwards. Harry only just stopped him falling down the staircase, grabbed his arm and gave him a sharp tug in the direction of the nearest cupboard. Come on, he shouted over the racket the poltergeist was making. Get lost, Potter. You're the one in trouble here, not me. You knew I was up and awake and you didn't tell anybody. You're in for it too, get in the cupboard. Harry bellowed, slinging the door open and half flinging Draco inside. He jumped in, shut the door with a snap and let out a long breath. Shish, Draco hissed, listening hard at the door. They were two sets of footsteps approaching the corridor, one swift, the other with lighter feet but the unmistakable click of heels. Snape looked around the corridor, and cursed under his breath. That godforsaken poltergeist. False alarm, said the woman languishing near one of the stone pillars. Snape droned, annoyed. You didn't see any students here when you passed, by any chance? Yes, just one, a smart bee-owned boy, she said. With a badge on his chest, green and silver scarf. Malfoy, said Snape, vaguely. 1,000 fleas on that poltergeist's head, I'll never understand why Dumbledore lets him stay in this place. He's nothing but a nuisance. Even worse than Longbottom. She frowned. Neville Longbottom. Merlin. His uselessness is now famous. Yes, that would be Neville Longbottom. Most clumsy student I have ever had the unfortune of teaching. They moved away down the corridor, discussing Peeves, and Draco turned to face Harry in the cupboard, raising an eyebrow. Smart, he murmured. Harry chortled. Don't get at her, she saved our skin. Draco shrugged, adopting a casual expression, but then his face deepened into a frown. Can you smell something? Taking a few tentative sniffs, Harry nodded. There was a soft, lavender sort of aroma wafting from somewhere in the cupboard. It was a warm, very inviting scent that made Harry think of a soft, silk-sheeted bed in a nice room, somewhere he could just lie down and sleep. It was so late. He really should get to bed now, and just sleep for a few days, maybe a week. He could feel his eyes shutting slowly. This cupboard was quite nice though. Nice boxes to sit on. Warm, dark, comfortable. Just a quick nap, he thought, as he slumped to the floor, his head curling up on something else nearby, covered in soft bee-owned hair. Draco. He vaguely remembered. Draco probably wanted to sleep too. Oh well. The two boys drifted away into the land of Nod after just a few more seconds, the warm lavender smell still breezing past their noses, ensuring sweet dreams and a comfortable slumber. Under a blanket, in a box, under a shelf in the corner of the room were several beakers full of a lilac-colored solution, with white labels glued onto the glass. Written in scrawled black handwriting were the words, "Undiluted sleeping draught." Keep lids on. One of the glass lids had cracked from the way they were transported, and purple fumes were dancing out from under the blanket, still tickling the sleeping boys' noses. Meanwhile, sweet imaginings of Quidditch and Cho Chong were filling Harry's tranquil mind, and Draco was already receiving his Order of Merlin, first class, for being the undisputed best wizard in the entire history of the world, and all the people who had ever called him a snob at school were queuing up onto the platform to key his shoes. Dash. By 9 o'clock the next morning, the disappearance of Harry Potter was all over the school. Ron and Hermione had woken up, found him gone and run to McGonagall's office, then she'd seen the headmaster, who organized a castle-wide search for the missing boy. According to one of the odd little silver instruments in Dumbledore's office, he was somewhere in the school or grounds. Hagrid, Fang and Kibbles were sent into the Forbidden Forest just to check he hadn't gone sneaking out for some reason, and they returned with no news. Hagrid's little brother Grop hadn't seen them either, according to Hagrid, but nobody else could understand Grop, so this information wasn't much use. All of Harry's friends were in complete shock. At first break, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna and Ginny were to be found outside in their usual courtyard, though all in silence. They all felt as though there was nothing to say anymore. Hermione blamed herself for giving in and letting them sleep in the common room. Ron said it was his fault, because he hadn't seen Harry leave when he was sleeping right next to him. Luna only looked over the top of her quibbler to say something about Harry being a pilgrim sign and his need to roam was unfortunate but couldn't be helped, then she went back to her reading. It was only when Ron had turned around and said, "Malfoy, get your Transfiguration homework out, I haven't done mine," that they realized something rather important. Ron looked around. "Malfoy. Where is he?" said Hermione. "I dunno. Was he ever here?" said Ron, shrugging. "He wasn't in dark arts," said Neville. "Or at breakfast." Ron's eyes widened. "Malfoy's turned Harry over to you-know-who." Hermione scoffed. "Don't be silly, Ron. That's ridiculous." "It is not," said Ron, stubbornly. "Where is he then? Don't you think it's a bit suspicious that on the day Harry goes missing, Malfoy has, mysteriously, vanished as well? There's something going on. I know it. I can just sense it. Malfoy's turned Harry in. You were all stupid to trust him." "What about you?" said Hermione, frowning up at him over the top of her book. "Every time you copy his homework you, mysteriously, get a D, and you still pester him every break for it." "Teachers don't like me," Ron snapped. "That's not the point. Come on, we've got to go to Dumbledore and tell him that Malfoy's turned traitor. I bet it was all a scam. You know, Lucius Malfoy probably faked his own murder and then went to join you permanently, and now Draco's gone with him, and he's got Harry as a sacrificial offering to the Dark Lord." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Don't you think you're getting a tiny bit over the top?" Ron shook his head vehemently. What else do you think's happened to him? Only my theory makes sense. Hermione put down her book, held up her fingers and counted through them as she spoke. Firstly, Dumbledore has determined that Harry is still somewhere in the castle. Secondly, for Draco Malfoy to kidnap Harry, he would have had to either get the password to Gryffindor Tower or find another way of getting past the fat lady. Then, he would have had to subdue Harry, who wouldn't be likely to just lie still and let him catch him. Then, he'd have to drag Harry out of Gryffindor Tower and get him out of the castle. All without waking us up, despite the fact that you were lying right next to him. Also, Draco was given Veritaserum and there is no way that anybody can lie when under the influence of Veritaserum, so his father is most definitely dead. And finally, Draco just isn't like that. Yes he is, said Ron, angrily. I knew he'd betray us all along. He might have fooled you, but he didn't fool me. Hermione rolled her eyes, turning back to her book with a quiet mutter of, honestly. Once a scumbag, always a scumbag, said Ron. Look at Snape. Oh, how did I know that he'd turn up in this? Said Hermione, slamming her book down again. You just won't let anything drop, Ron, whether it's Draco or Snape or Victor Crumb. They're good people, no matter what you think. In memory of Harry, said Neville. I'm going to tell you both to stop fighting. So stop it. Harry wouldn't want you to argue all the time. Ron sighed. Fine, fine, you all stay here. I'm going to tell Dumbledore, and when I win 1,000 points for Gryffindor, you'll all see. And he stormed out of the courtyard, kicking a snowdrift as he walked past. Hermione tutted, opening her book again. Luna gazed after Ron with wide, slowly blinking eyes. How odd. A protester sign. I must write to Father about this. It was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, and Harry had been officially missing for about 4 hours now. The class had all filed in, sat down, got out their books and wands, and Professor McGonagall was just going through the schedule for the lesson. I expect you all to have recreated most if not all of the pattern by 12 o'clock, she said, crisply. Then work on extra details for the remainder of the lesson. Remember that bonus credit will be given for the decoration and effort gone into your vase. Yes, Longbottom. My vase still has fur, Professor, is that going to count against me? Yes, it is, she said. It is up to you to remove the fur, Longbottom, any way you see fit within reason. Do not forget what happened when you tried to trim the leaves of the rose which was once a pumpkin. The class all glanced at a huge sticky stain that was still splattered over the ceiling, and then their attention was caught by something else as the door banged open and Ron came in, looking flustered. Sorry I'm late, Professor, he said, vaguely. I was with the headmaster. He headed off towards his seat, and McGonagall said promptly, No, Weasley, stay where you are. Why were you with the headmaster? About Harry, Professor, said Ron, and he moved again. Weasley, I believe I said to stay where you are. Wouldn't it have been wiser to come and see me to alert me to the fact you would be late for my class? Well, I didn't think it would take that long. And it did. Ron paused for a moment, and then nodded. Yes. Very well, Weasley. Sit down, do not be late again. We are continuing work with our vases, and once the class is settled I shall come and see you about how to remove the ears from yours. Ron slumped into his seat, throwing his things out of his bag haphazardly. Hermione smiled pleasantly for a moment and then said, And what did the headmaster say? He scowled. He said I was being a bit far-fetched. Imagine that, said Hermione, sweetly. Honestly, Ron, there's no need to worry about him, he'll turn up. He might have gone to the bathroom and been swallowed by a staircase or something. Yeah, like that would happen. Or, of course, he might have been, now, what was it that you said? Used by Draco Malfoy as a sacrificial offering to the Dark Lord. She studied the perfect blue ivy pattern winding its way around her vase, adding a few leaves here and there absent-mindedly. Ron frowned. It might have happened. So there's other stuff that could have happened to him. What if Peeves has tied him up and stuffed him in a cupboard somewhere? And what about Malfoy? Maybe Peeves has stuffed them both in a cupboard. And they just fell asleep or something. Hermione snorted. I don't think there's any chance of that happening. Neither Harry nor Draco turned up for the rest of the day. Blaise Zabini was heard to be making loud, hopeful comments to his friends about both of them getting what was coming to them. Ron was eventually so worried about Harry that when Blaise mentioned something about fatherly protection whilst leaving the hall, Ron leapt at Blaise. He didn't manage to even touch a single hair on Blaise's head when Snape grasped him by the arm and hauled him away to the dungeons. Ron came back looking very white and said nothing more on the subject. The Gryffindors were rather subdued all that evening. A trading club for Quidditch cards had been set up, and a ceremony was held to wish Harry's safe return. They all gathered around the fireplace, with Harry's Quidditch card proudly floating above the flames, and Ron said a few words. Hermione sat on the other side of the common room, and phrases such as, "Oh, honestly," and "drama queens," were heard in a steady stream throughout the evening. The first class of Tuesday morning was potions. Ron normally gloated every potions lesson about not having to do the subject, but for once, he went off to magical creatures with his head bowed. Hermione usually waited for Harry to go to potions, and they met Draco in the entrance hall, but today, neither of them were there, so she walked down on her own. Snape was already chalking the ingredients of today's potion on the blackboard as the group walked in silence, sat down, got out their things and waited patiently for their professor to finish. Snape was looking rather stressed today. Unknown to the students, he had been scouring the castle all night with Lupin, searching everywhere for Harry and Draco. Being Harry's magical guardian, it was his duty to look for him, and he wouldn't have been able to sleep anyway because of the constant cold flushes. Malfoy was also his favorite student, and for both of them to go missing on the same day, at most probably the same time, struck Snape as being something highly suspicious. "Be quiet," Snape said, lazily, as one person dared to mutter something to their bench partner. "The potion we shall be attempting to brew today is a highly complex and dangerous one. If I have reason to doubt the reliability of any person in the class." Hermione's hand was in the air. "What is it, Granger?" he said, turning his cold black glare onto her. You've put that we need sleeping draught for the potion, Professor," she said. Snape glared at her. "Thank you for pointing that out to everybody, Miss Granger. I would ask you to have some faith in your fellow students though, give them the benefit of the doubt and presume that they can read." "No, Professor, but where do we get the sleeping draught from?" Snape's eyes flashed menacingly. "Seeing as you seem so eager to start, I shall skip the rest of the instructions for this potion and just leave you all to struggle on alone, most likely burn yourselves and end up in the hospital wing, thanks to Miss Granger. Begin. And, Miss Granger, you shall be fetching the sleeping draught pot by pot from the potions store cupboard on the 3rd floor. You have an hour to bring every single jar and still brew today's potion to my standard. I suggest you hurry up." Hermione got out of her seat calmly and headed to the door, her shoes clicking neatly on the floor. Hermione was perhaps the only person who no longer allowed Snape to intimidate her, and treated his vicious sarcasm and degrading comments with a very matter-of-fact way that everybody was rather proud of her for. She walked the way to the potions store cupboard in silence. She fully intended on getting enough sleeping draught for the whole class on one trip using levitation, and if Snape complained, then he was impractical and putting personal issues before the education of his students. She twisted the handle of the cupboard neatly, pushing at it, though to her surprise, it wouldn't move. She frowned, pushing once more, and she managed to ease it open perhaps half an inch before it snapped shut. How odd. There was no point in pursuing the matter further, when something was so clearly blocking the door. She made her way back down to the dungeons, opened the door of the potions classroom and stepped inside. Snape glared up at her from his desk. "Ah, Miss Granger, forgotten why you left the room. Dear me, I clearly overestimated you. One moment, I'll write you a note so that if you forget again, you can read it and remember." Hermione held her head high, brushing the sarcasm aside. "There's something blocking the door of the potion store, Professor," she said, prompt and polite as always. Snape sighed, as though she was doing this on purpose. "Then push on the door, and move it aside, Miss Granger. It's too heavy. I think something big must have fallen over in there." She put her hands neatly behind her back. "Sir." Snape got up from his desk with an exasperated sigh. All of you stay here and concentrate on your potions. When I return, if there is a single hint that you have not been working properly, you shall all be in detention with me after school." With that, he left the room swiftly, Hermione hurrying at his heels. When they reached the potions store cupboard, Snape, like Hermione, tested the handle and pushed. "For once, you may have been right, Granger," he said, his voice layered with icy sarcasm. He pressed his shoulder against the door, fingers curling the handle, pushing with all his weight. Hermione helped, pushing the door as hard as he could, feeling something inside being shunted along the floor, bottles clinking, something sliding down the door, and then it gave way, and somebody came flying out of the cupboard, colliding with Snape and knocking him to the ground. Snape hastily turned his rather girly scream into a shout of, Exactly what do you think you're doing, Mr. Malfoy?" Malfoy didn't say anything, still lying face down with his arms wrapped around Snape's neck. Snape pushed him off, getting up and dusting off his robes, scowling. He leant into the cupboard to take a tentative sniff, then recoiled backwards. Sleeping draft leak. Malfoy should be fine with bed rest and the antidote. Something else had just come flopping out of the cupboard like a skeleton jumping out on a cheesy ghost train, falling onto Snape with a loud snore. Snape jumped backwards, and Harry Potter sunk to the floor with a vague murmur of, "But Cho, I thought you wanted to dance," landing face down and starting to snore again. You had us all quite worried, Harry," Dumbledore said, a few hours later, when Harry had been revived, checked by Madame Pomfrey and sent to see the headmaster. Dumbledore was pouring out tea for both of them as he spoke. Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger in particular were rather alarmed you had disappeared quite suddenly. "Sorry, Professor," Harry said, quietly. Dumbledore chuckled. "That's quite all right. Mistakes do happen, and it was noble of you to stay with Draco Malfoy in his time of need. I have of course already spoken to him. He says that you have offered him a room in Grimmauld Place for the summer." Harry blushed a little, gratefully taking the cup that Dumbledore handed him. "Just until he can find somewhere else he's welcome. I must admit, Harry, I never quite imagined yourself and Mr. Malfoy as friends. And I am very glad to say that I was wrong." Dumbledore smiled, sitting down in the new bright purple chair behind his desk, sipping his tea for a moment, surveying Harry over the rim of his cup. "Overall, I am pleased you have been found alive and well. However, there are a few things we need to discuss." "Shortcake biscuit." He offered Harry the plate. Harry took a biscuit and nibbled at it with a murmur of, "Thank you," as Dumbledore continued again. "Harry, I need not tell you just how worried we all were. These are dark times, Harry. Lord Voldemort could possibly strike at any given time, and when any student of my school goes missing, let alone you." He sighed, setting down his cup. "Ronald Weasley came hurrying to my office very early yesterday morning, convinced that Draco Malfoy had handed you over as a sacrifice to Lord Voldemort." Harry stared at him. "Do not look so shocked," Dumbledore mused. Professor Snape was thinking more or less the same things, though he didn't word it that way. Harry's eyes widened even more. Snape was worried. "Are you serious?" Dumbledore chuckled. "Professor Snape, Harry." And yes, he was, though I doubt he would admit it. And quite a funny story he had to tell, when he summoned me from my office down to the hospital wing. He says that both you and Mr. Malfoy jumped out of a cupboard, hugged him, and then you said in a rather disappointed way that you thought he wanted to dance. Harry blushed. Hermione had, of course, told him the whole story when she had stopped laughing long enough to get the words out. "I was dreaming. I didn't actually want to dance with him." He grinned as Dumbledore chuckled even more. The headmaster sighed, wiping his eyes. Yes. Now, I believe we have to get the serious issues out of the way first before the frivolities may begin. Professor Snape was worried about you, Harry, as was Professor Lupin, Ronald Weasley, Hermione Granger, myself. I must stress this to you, and I beg you to heed my warning. You must exercise far greater caution. Lord Voldemort can never be at the height of his full power as long as you are alive in this world. The one thing stopping the destruction of life as we know it is your safety." Harry looked at his hands around his teacup, quietly, unsure what to say. Dumbledore patted him on the arm, just once, and then said, "Harry, there is something else. Something I have only found out today from one of my spies." Harry looked up at him in silence. Dumbledore looked back, and his light blue eyes twinkled sadly. "Lord Voldemort has been busy for the last few years. Of course, he has had time to make various attempts on your life, but his main concentration has been his current, rather gruesome hobbies. We believe he is getting nearer and nearer to a decision to take action and stop prolonging the conquer of the wizarding world. Though he needs you dead before he can be truly successful, and he is attending to this matter." Harry's eyes widened. "How? What's he doing?" "Lord Voldemort has been in contact with the heliopaths, Harry," said Dumbledore, quietly. "If my information is correct, there is a heliopath somewhere in the wizarding world with the sole purpose and mission of finding and killing you." Harry's blood ran cold. He felt as though every nerve in his body had suddenly frozen over, then melted in the same moment, sending cool and warm flushes up and down his spine. He's got a hired killer after me." Dumbledore nodded solemnly. Harry just didn't know what to say. Everybody was so scared of the heliopaths, and there was one out there on the mission of killing him. After a moment, Dumbledore handed him another biscuit. "You are safe as long as you are aware that you need to be, Harry. Every professor in this school is on the side of the Order of the Phoenix, and all of them will look out for you." "What about Professor Alry?" Harry fell silent again, and after a moment said, "He wasn't on the side of the Order, but he's not here anymore." He looked down at his empty cup. "I believe I owe you an explanation, Harry," said Dumbledore, quietly. "And I must apologize for accidentally forgetting something I should have given you. Alrister told me to give you these when he left, and in the light of some other things, they slipped my mind." Harry looked up as Dumbledore reached down under his desk, pulling out a black, suede leather suitcase. He placed it in front of Harry, flicked open the catches, and the case opened. Alrister's hawking gloves. They were in pristine condition as always, a gentle sandy color of gold, like the hair of a lion. Harry reached down tentatively, as if he touched them, they would vanish like their owner. He picked them up and studied them. He told me to look after Cupid," said Harry, quietly. "His little hawk." Dumbledore nodded. "Alrister was always fond of his birds of prey. I believe he has an eagle being looked after at his manor." Harry looked up, surprised. "His manor? Alrister is a rich man, Harry. After the death of his wife, he moved back to his family manor and lived alone for quite some years. The rest of his family live elsewhere, and the manor belongs wholly to him now." Harry frowned, thinking of something, and then saying, "Professor. Why do you call him Alrister? You talk to all the other professors with their first names." Dumbledore smiled slightly. "Alrister despises his first name, ever after the death of his wife. He says it brings back memories he would rather not have." Seeing the next question coming, Dumbledore replied, "Romeo. Romeo David Alrister. I've heard that name before," said Harry. He frowned, rubbing his forehead, trying to remember. Romeo. And then it hit him. His mouth fell open. But then, he turned the hawking gloves over to the family crest on the back of the palm, the one he'd only seen a fleeting glimpse of at the welcoming feast. Two ravens stood before a curling wall of ivy, their beaks tilting downwards to the ground, embroidered in the finest gold thread, and the word neatly written at the bottom was, "Rookwood." "He's Rookwood's cousin," said Harry, softly. "That's why he's run, isn't it?" Dumbledore nodded. "Alrister is loyally close to his cousin, even though he is far from a Death Eater, Harry. He believes that families are the strongest bond of all, more than anything, and he has always stood by his cousin. Now that Rookwood has been openly declared a Death Eater, he is wanted by the Ministry for questioning. Unfortunately, Cornelius Fudge and Alrister are not on good terms, due to events in Alrister's past. He decided that it would be wiser to flee. I must apologize for the night when I came into Alrister's office to speak to him and had to modify your memory, but at the time, I did not think it wise for you to know these things." "But, Ron saw me walk into Gryffindor Tower," said Harry, confused. "Yes," said Dumbledore, heavily. "I admit, I also modified the memory of Mr. Ronald Weasley. I thought that if you just thought you had been through a memory lapse it would be wise. I now see how cruel that was of me, Harry. You have my apologies. It's okay, said Harry. He took a bite of his shortcake biscuit, thinking. Professor. Yes, Harry, when will Professor Allister come back? I'm afraid I don't know, said Dumbledore. Allister assured me that he will return once the major fuss about his cousin has died down, but I can't promise you how long that will be. But he will come back someday. Dumbledore nodded. Yes, Harry, he will. Harry put down his cup gratefully, and stood up to go, holding the precious gloves in his hands. Thanks, Professor. TK. Cupid. Come on. Cupid looked up from Dumbledore's phoenix's perch, gave Fawkes a fond nudge goodbye and fluttered over, resting on his shoulder, jingling gently. As Harry descended out of sight on the moving staircase, he saw Dumbledore wave to him. He waved back, smiled, and then the doors swished into place and left Harry alone with his thoughts and his hawk. Oh, Cupid, stop it. For some reason, Cupid had been agitated all through dinner. He'd spilled a goblet of pumpkin juice in Neville's lap, eaten half of a bread roll, dropped the other half in the water jug, knocked several plates to the floor, and was now nipping at Harry's knife while he tried to eat. What is wrong with that bloody bird today? Said Ron, moving his dinner quickly out of the way as Cupid started looking around for a new target. He's probably bored, Hermione said, knowledgeably, from behind a thick book on advanced transfiguration theory. You should take him for a walk, Harry. I can't, said Harry. Not allowed to leave the castle. Ask somebody to go with you, she said, shrugging. Me and Ron would. Harry shook his head as Cupid said about Neville's dessert spoon with a loud squawk. No, Dumbledore doesn't want me to leave this castle alone. I already managed to get everybody worried by sleeping in a cupboard with Draco. It was kind of funny though, Ron remarked, smirking, his mouth full of potato and chicken. Yeah, for you maybe, said Harry, but he couldn't help smiling back. I still can't believe you hugged Professor Snape, said Ginny, shaking her head. Harry grinned. I didn't mean to. The whole story was now pretty much all around the school, how Snape had barged open the door, and Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter had leapt out, hugged him and made him squeal like a 6-year-old. As everybody chuckled, Harry glanced momentarily up at the staff table. Snape had been given mashed potato, a few carrots, and his chicken had been already cut up for him so he wouldn't have to touch any knives. Clearly Dumbledore was taking extra precautions after the tapestry incident. Harry couldn't help but notice that Snape was eating with a spoon and looked incredibly sour. He didn't think Snape would appreciate being asked to come hawking, even if he was the best person for it. Snape was his magical guardian. What harm could come to him while Snape was around? Of course, there was the second. Harry hadn't really thought about the other person somewhere in Hogwarts who was looking out for him, feeling the same cold flushes that Snape did whenever he was in danger. He had his suspicions. Occasionally, in boring lessons, he found himself watching the teacher and wondering whether it was them. His current main suspect was Professor Lupin. It just made sense. Why else would Dumbledore bring Lupin back when Voldemort was becoming active again? And Lupin had been appointed when Sirius was at large and still considered a dangerous murderer. It made sort of sense. Besides, Harry's father and Lupin had been great friends. And when he thought about it, during the summer, when Harry had been out for a day, it was Lupin and Snape who organized for him to speak to Sirius. It was all Lupin and Snape. Professor Lupin and Professor Snape had been out looking for him at night when he was holidaying in the land of Nod in a cupboard with Malfoy. It was obvious really. Once dinner was done, Harry had made his mind up, and the moment that Dumbledore announced they could go to their common rooms, he jumped up and hurried up to the staff table. Professor Lupin. Lupin turned to him. Yes, Harry. You know I'm not allowed out of school on my own. It's just that, my hawk's kind of getting sick of being inside. He glanced at the Gryffindor table. Cupid had stolen Neville's scarf and everybody was trying to get it back from the hawk. And I wanted to take him out for a walk, so he can fly and spread his wings, but I'm not allowed out alone. I was wondering if you'd come with me. Lupin smiled graciously. Of course I will, Harry. Oh, wait. His smile vanished. It's the full moon tonight. I can't. But, you take that potion, don't you? The one that keeps your mind normal. Couldn't couldn't you come out for a run?" Lupin chuckled softly, and thought for a while. After a moment or so, he said, "Yes, Harry. I will come out for a walk with you. Come to my office tonight, perhaps at about 9 o'clock, to make sure I'm properly transformed. I could do with a good run to stretch my legs." Harry felt himself being shunted away through the crowd, and he had a few seconds to call bye to Lupin, before he was pushed away down the river of people heading out in the entrance hall. It was a rather odd feeling, Harry thought, quite some hours later as he walked across the grounds of the school. It was 9:30. Sitting on one shoulder was a highly excitable hawk, on the other was his snowy owl, and trotting faithfully at his heels was Lupin. When he had arrived at Lupin's office at 9 o'clock, there was a note written by the professor on the desk, explaining that Hagrid, Kibbles and Fang would be coming along too for extra safety, so now they were heading down to Hagrid's hut to pick them up. Cupid shifted on his shoulder with an impatient trot, sort of a noise, and a jingle of the bell tied around his ankle. Harry raised one of his fists, enrobed proudly in Alrister's hawking gloves, and he knocked 3 times on the door of Hagrid's cabin. From inside came several loud, booming barks from Fang, and the sound of Kibbles's high-pitched keening. A few seconds later, the door came open, and Hagrid beamed down at him. "Harry, how are ye?" "Fine, thanks," he said. Kibbles poked his great scaly green head out of the door, sniffing curiously at Lupin. "Are you ready?" "Yeah, gimme a minute," said Hagrid. He had a thick leash in his hand. "Just purrin' Kibbles's leash on. Him, don't want. I am roamin' off across the moors." He knelt down, putting the collar carefully around the dragon's neck and fixing on his lead. "Good boy, Kibbles. Now, where's Fang?" Fang wormed out from under Kibbles's legs, hurrying over to Lupin, his tail wagging, circling him and sniffing eagerly at him. Lupin gave a disgruntled snort and sat down, tail tucked neatly between his legs. "Fang, no, don't sniff, Professor Lupin." Harry smiled. "It's odd that we're going out for a walk, and the leash isn't on Fang but the dragon that was once the size of a kitten." Hagrid chuckled richly, stepping out into the night air and shutting the door of his cabin. "Yeah, suppose it is. Come on then, Fang. Ger off, Professor Lupin, I'll told ye. Kibbles, where's Kibbles? There ye are. Good boy." He patted the dragon's emerald green head. Fang looked disgusted at this. The whole crowd set off across the grounds, heading for the main entrance and the moors beyond. Harry had never been this way before, and he was quite looking forward to it. His long walk with Alrister had given him a taste for roaming freely across the countryside with his entourage of odd creatures. He looked around, and realized that not one of the people accompanying was completely human. Obviously, Fang, Kibbles, Cupid and Hedwig were all animals. Lupin was a werewolf, and Hagrid, half-giant. Thinking more about that, he realized why Voldemort had wanted to recruit the giants. Not many people could control dragons like Hagrid could. They walked for hours and hours, right the way across all the moors and the hills. Cupid and Hedwig spread their wings and flew for miles into the sky, shrieking their joy to the heavens. Lupin and Fang both went chasing sticks that Harry threw for them, and Hagrid nearly collapsed in trances of delight when Kibbles set fire to a tree when he sneezed. By the time they got back, it was nearly midnight. Hagrid, Kibbles and Fang said goodnight at the castle steps, and when Harry had let Lupin into his office and left him to sleep under his desk, he made his way back to Gryffindor Tower. Ron and Hermione were lying on the sofas under blankets, already asleep. Not wanting to wake them, he got changed in the bathroom, stole one of Ron's sheets and curled up in an armchair, his dreams full of soaring free across the sky with no worries or troubles at all in the world. The Christmas break that year for Harry was a fairly quiet affair. Most of the school had gone home to be with their parents, in warmer places than the freezing cold of Scotland, but Hermione was staying. Ron and Ginny were home with the rest of the Weasleys, Neville had gone to stay with an aunt, Luna and her father were going to France. Harry quite hoped that Cho was staying, but she told him she was going to the Lake District with a friend. So Harry spent his Christmas break mostly outside in the snow with Hermione and Draco. As grateful as he was for Ron's friendship, it was nice to have no fighting for once, and it was also so much quieter than normal. Ron always wanted snowball fights or to go and play Quidditch, but Hermione was happy to sit and read a book, and Draco didn't mind either. On Christmas morning, when Harry woke up, he found a pile of presents on his lap on the sofa. Hermione was already awake, her nose stuck in a new book her parents had sent, and Crookshanks was rolling about in the wrapping paper all over the floor. Hermione had pulled her hair back into a half ponytail, secured with a glittery green and red bow to match the one around Crookshanks' neck. "Merry Christmas," she said, brightly, seeing him waking up. He rubbed his eyes. "Yeah, Merry Christmas." He took a great long yawn, and sat up, turning to his presents. "Hey, there's more than I normally get. You've got more friends though, haven't you?" she said, cheerfully. "That's mine on the top, and I think the one on the bottom's from Draco. His screech owl came in just now." "Oh, Cupid went out last night and he came back with a parcel for you, it's there." Harry picked up the present she had indicated. It was wrapped in festive copper, and there was a card in a clean cream envelope attached to the top. "You don't think it's from Alrister, do you?" he said. "Open it." She sat next to him on the sofa, as he eased the paper gently back, revealing a book entitled, "So You've Got Potential. Polish Your Pure Arts Powers," and a long, bronze whistle. He picked it up curiously, studying it. "What's this?" Hermione handed him the letter. He tore it open and read. "Dear Harry, Merry Christmas. How are you and Cupid? I hope everything's fine back at Hogwarts and that I'm missed. I thought it would be nice to send you a little something for looking after my hawk so well. I dare say that your substitute teachers for pure arts aren't exactly the most skilled people in the world, so the book is to make sure you don't lose your touch, Harry. I'm sure Hermione, Draco and Ron would like to look at it too when you're done. About the whistle, Cupid has been trained to come to it when he hears it. I figured that you'd need it more than me now. I'll be back as soon as I can. Harry, keep trying. Professor Alrister." Hermione gave a little intake of breath as she read it. Harry, you know you've got all those presents to open." Harry grinned and handed her the book. "Yes, you can read it." "Thank you." She took it off him eagerly, opening it up and scanning the contents page eagerly, settled down into the sofa, as content as Crookshanks with cream. Harry turned his attention to the rest of his presents. There was a jumper and a box of caramel cookies from Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. A t-shirt from Ron and Ginny that read, "Do not argue, I am the bosses." 5 new packs of Quidditch cards from Hermione. "Well, I know you wanted a Cho card, so I stocked up at the last match." A carved wooden dragon from Hagrid with a scorch mark on the bottom, that Hagrid had written was, "Kibbles sending his love." From Draco there was a rather sinister-looking silver ring that looked like a dragon curled asleep round the base of his finger. The Dursleys had sent him a match with the lightable end snipped off. A bag of magic tricks, to thrill and fascinate, from Fred and George, and even when Harry was done, there were still 3 presents left. "Who are these from? Who else would send me a present?" he thought aloud. "Open them and see," said Hermione, turning the page in his new book, gazing transfixed at the words before her. He picked up the first. It was rather plain, wrapped in simple brown paper and held shut with a very neatly placed single strip of spellotape. Wondering what on earth it was, he opened it up carefully and found, to his great surprise, a set of inks in all different colors. He checked the wrapping and the box carefully for any sign of who had sent it, but couldn't see any label or anything. Hermione glanced over from the book, and said, "Oh, wow. Who got you those?" "I don't know," he admitted. "There's no card." She checked the wrapping again curiously. "I can't see anything either. Weird. You've got a good friend, Harry. Inks like that are expensive." He nodded, putting the box gently aside and reaching for the next parcel. It was wrapped in green paper decorated with stars, and when he opened it, he found a picture frame. It was empty, and it was a fairly normal frame with no special decoration of anything, but when he turned it over, he found a note tucked into the back. "Happy Christmas, Harry. I wondered what I could get you that you would like, and I decided that the personal touch would be best. This frame is enchanted to show the viewer memory images of the people close to them. For example, in it, I see my parents, whilst you might see Ron and Hermione, or any of your other friends. Just touch the glass and it shows you the memory. Have a Merry Christmas, Remus. That was nice of him, said Hermione. Harry smiled. Yeah, really nice. He placed his fingers gently on the glass, watching, wondering how it would work. At first, he thought it was broken, until he started to see colors fading from nowhere and making a photograph inside the frame. Gradually, everything came together, and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley beamed out at him, just as they were when he was leaving Grimmauld Place for Hogwarts. He put the picture frame down by the inks and picked up the last parcel. It was fairly small, tightly wrapped in very brightly colored paper, and when Harry gently tugged the paper off, he found what looked like a dog chew toy, a ball, decorated like a clown's face. He frowned. What's this? Hermione looked up, and she frowned curiously as well, taking it off him. It's like a pet toy. Why has somebody sent you this? I don't know, said Harry. He checked the wrapping. There's no label on this one either. Weird, said Hermione. Maybe it's somebody playing a joke. He took it back, frowning still. Maybe. Do you think it's somebody like Zabini getting at me because I took Lupin out for a walk? Probably, she said. Just leave it, Harry, or go right up to Zabini today and tell him he can have his stupid chew toy back. He probably won't be able to sleep at night without it. Harry nodded vaguely as she returned to her book. He looked down into the clown's wide, grinning face and couldn't help but think how sinister it looked. It was a perfectly happy expression, and after all, it was just a dog toy, but there was something odd about it. Something about its eyes just wasn't right. He spent the rest of the day with Hermione and Draco, enjoying the warmth of the Great Hall and the festive spirits. Christmas dinner was a lot of fun. Because so few people remained at Hogwarts, 2 of the house tables had been pushed together. Staff, students and all the different houses sat together. Hermione, Ron and Draco had fun with the crackers and for once, everybody ate as much as they wanted. It was all delicious, and even though Harry felt a bit bloated afterwards, nobody was ill or sick. Even Snape was allowed to just eat what he wanted, with a knife and fork, and he looked very smug when he managed to pass Madame Hooch the gravy without dropping it or burning himself. It was only later, after a furious snowball fight all across the courtyard between Harry and Draco, when they had said goodnight for the day and Harry and Hermione headed back to Gryffindor Tower, that Harry got a good chance to properly examine his presents. Hermione was deeply engrossed in one of the books her parents had bought her for Christmas, curled up in the nest, absent-mindedly eating pinches of tiny black pepper imps out of a bowl. Harry had been amusing himself with Lupin's photo frame for a while, but was now getting a little bored with it. The mysteries of the inks and the dog toy were still fresh in his mind. He could see why somebody would send inks as a present. From the box, it looked like a nice set. But a dog toy. He wasn't sure why the clown made him feel so strange, but he had thrown it neatly up the stairs into the boy's bedroom, and was pretty intent on leaving it there. At first, he'd worried about it being an evil artifact sent by a dark wizard, and had shown it to Professor Lupin at dinner, but Lupin said there was nothing wrong with it at all. It was just your regular, run-of-the-mill Muggle dog toy. Having taken care of the evil clown, Harry was free to study his other presents in more detail, and the first thing was probably those inks. As he pulled the box over gently and eased open the packaging, he wondered whether the sender had left a note inside. And to his great surprise, they had. He pulled out a piece of parchment tied in a scroll with a green ribbon, and instead of inks, there was a black velvet pouch at the bottom of the box. Frowning in confusion, he pulled it out, looking inside, though he couldn't see anything within the darkness of the bag. He undid the ribbon around the parchment, unrolled it and read. Potter, do not open the contents of this box in front of every Gryffindor in the school. Nobody but you and I are to know about this anyway. The bag contains various supplies put together by your second magical guardian and I. These items are to be used in emergencies only. 4 of the objects in here are not legal in this country, and 2 of those are not legal anywhere in the world. I hope this stresses to you just how important it is that you keep this a secret. Try to keep it away from any flames. There are flammable potions in here which will make a nasty mess of you and anything within 50 feet of you if they reach a certain temperature. This is not an excuse for you to go looking for trouble. Come to my office tomorrow at 9:00 p.m. sharp to discuss the various items and for your regular extracurricular lesson. There was then a gap, Something was scribbled out, and added at the bottom in small handwriting, as though the writer was saying it quietly, Season's greetings. Your magical guardian. Season's greetings. Merlin. Don't choke on that, Snape. What's that? Said Hermione, looking round. Harry shook his head. Nothing. He tucked the letter firmly inside his robes, and dropped the velvet pouch into his bag. It had taken a while, but Harry had convinced Cupid to stay with Hermione for the evening. The little hawk was eating owl treats contentedly out of her hand as he left the common room that night with the velvet pouch concealed in the pocket of his robes and his wand up his sleeve. The corridors were cold, dark, and shadows danced all around him as he walked calmly from Gryffindor Tower to the entrance hall, and then down the corridor heading for the dungeons. Maybe Lupin would admit he was his magical guardian at last. Harry was also very curious as to what was in the velvet bag, especially the illegal items. Snape must know that something dangerous was coming, or he wouldn't be giving Harry things he could be sent to Azkaban for. When he knocked on the door of Snape's office, he expected the usual drawl from inside, but to his great surprise, his knuckles had barely touched the door when it flew open and he was dragged in with a yelp. Shish, Snape hissed. Have you got it? Yeah, said Harry, pulling away and brushing off his robes. What did you have to drag me in? Worried I was going to run off. Potter, you're carrying some of the most dangerous things known to wizard kind, and you expected me to just leave you loitering around outside my door. Need I remind you that this is the strictest confidence, even the headmaster does not. Harry's eyes widened. You haven't told Dumbledore that you've given me a bag full of illegal stuff. You could get fired for that. Snape glared at him as he crossed the room and sunk into an old armchair by the fire. Try not to sound too hopeful there, Potter, and yes, I could. Do you now understand just how serious this all is? Harry had to admit that it was all getting to him eventually. He felt as though he and Snape were traitors in the Goblin Uprising, trading illegal objects at midnight in some grotty little Muggle warehouse. Yeah, he took the bag carefully from the inner pocket of his robes, making sure he held it with both hands just in case it would blow up or catch fire if he held it with one. Snape took it off him, setting it on the floor between the two armchairs. Harry sat in the other tentatively, watching Snape undo the drawstring with his long pale fingers and ease it open. Now, you repeat none of what you see tonight to another soul in the world. Not a passing mention. You don't even think about it when there are people around you. Legilimency may only work with eye contact, but there are other forms of psychic power in this world that can read your mind like a book. Harry nodded seriously. Okay. Couldn't there just be somebody listening at the door? Snape scoffed, shaking his head, as though unable to believe Harry's lack of thought into the matter. My chambers are guarded by the most effective silencing and privacy charms known to wizard kind, controlled by my own hand. We are safe here, Potter. He reached into the bag absent-mindedly, and Harry watched in amazement as nearly his whole arm disappeared inside it as he searched around for something. When he found it, he removed his arm from the tiny little bag. Harry saw he held a huge metal tin. What's in? 4 of the most powerful and useful potions you will ever encounter, said Snape. He beckoned Harry closer. Harry sunk down onto his knees beside the bag, watching Snape give a sharp twist to the lid and ease it off slowly. Inside, the tin was split into 4 compartments, each packed with a sort of thick green jelly, and suspended in each compartment was a file. The stoppers were labeled L, H, V and W. Lauren, Hamadras, Vaxilis, Wernbrax, said Snape, coolly, gesturing to each in turn. Lauren is a mixture only recently discovered by the Dark Lord. Hamadras has been declared an illegal Class A non-tradable item in every single country on the planet. Vaxilis is illegal in 80% of the world. Wernbrax is illegal the world over. What do they do? Said Harry, his eyes wide. Lauren, commonly known as a light-as-air draft. Snape nipped the top of the file and slid it out, showing Harry a soft, swirly blue potion. It reduces the body's weight so dramatically that flight is almost possible. It slows descent from falls, most usefully, and also softens the impact of hitting the ground. Not to be taken in high winds or you will be blown away until something stops you. Harry winced. What else is there? Hamadras. The most powerful healing draft known to man. This one was a bright, rich green, and every few moments, Harry saw a spark of yellow glitter deep within the potion's depths. Class A. Non-tradable object. If you are caught carrying Hamadras, you will be treated with the greatest possible suspicion, no matter who you are or what you claim the purpose for it is. Just a few drops on any wound heals it completely, and faster than any spell or charm. Even severed limbs. When the death penalty was still in place, people sentenced to die would sometimes be used for experiments with this. The head would be removed, and a few drops of Hamadras administered before blood loss killed the victim. People who have had this procedure done to them have been known to live for about a week with no head. Seriously, Harry choked, going cold at the thought of living without a head. But they wouldn't be able to think or move. But they're still alive, said Snape, silkily. Electrical reactions with the body's chemicals and the Hamadras have been able to create some very uncontrolled reactions in test subjects. Most of them end up killing themselves by thrashing about so much the limbs break and the body exhausts itself. Though with no brain to tell the body to stop its actions, the subject just carries on and eventually tears themselves quite literally apart. I don't think I like that potion, said Harry, feeling his stomach churn. I want to keep my head, thanks. Snape smirked, toying lazily with the lethal phial of Hamadras. There are other uses though. It's a very powerful poison, noted as the one preferred by the notorious murderer Arsenius Malarice in the 1800s. He only ever killed Muggles, by giving them a lethal dose of Hamadras. It clogged their blood. The Muggle doctors said it was natural, and nobody could prove Malarice had killed them. So you've given me a potion that will kill me, said Harry. Not if you use it wisely, said Snape, simply. 5 drops maximum, depending on the severity of the wound. Think of it as 5 being for pain to rival Cruciatus, and 1 being a nosebleed. However, I do not want to see you using this without good reason to. It takes 5 years to make, and if one single part of the brewing goes wrong, it must be started completely again. Harry swallowed. Okay, I think I'll stick with paracetamol, and what's the one with the V on? Snape's lips curled into a sinister smile. Ah, Vaxilis, when you want to persuade somebody to do something that in usual circumstances they would not want to, Vaxilis is a highly useful potion to have. Snape replaced the Hamadras, and withdrew the Vaxilis tube from the container. It was a warm, passionate red, glittering slightly as it caught the light. Vaxilis is illegal in 8 out of 10 countries, not because of its effects, but because of the methods used in making it. Harry grimaced. And how is it made? Pheromones must be carefully extracted from the sweat glands and major organ of a vela, said Snape, lazily, giving the phial a little shake so that it shimmered within its tube. If not done properly, this causes immense pain for the vela and can possibly render them infertile. But if done properly, the pheromones are the most important element of the draft. Vaxilis effectively tricks human senses into believing the drinker is a vela. The drinker gives off the pheromones from the potion and heightens powers of persuasion. With a few sips of this draft, I could convince anybody in the world to do anything I like. Kill themselves, kill somebody else, give me all their gold, the possibilities are endless. And the last one, said Harry, as Snape slid the Vaxilis carefully back into place, withdrawing the last tube. It was a sinister shade of violet. Wernbrax, said Snape. He shook the bottle, and it flashed black for a moment, then settled back into violet. Being bitten by a werewolf is not the only way to turn another human being into a lycanthrope, Potter. Wernbrax is one of those ways, which makes it another class a non-tradable item. However, it has some uses as well. It has only been discovered in recent year. If a person has been bitten by a werewolf, drinking Wernbrax can actually prevent the drinker from being made a werewolf themselves. Though if a bite is not present on the body when taken, the victim will become a werewolf. Harry nodded, feeling rather green, but the contents of the bag didn't really get that much more lighthearted. Snape showed him all sorts of things cleverly concealing poisons, from inks to chocolates to packets of shampoo that looked as though they were from a Muggle hotel. There was a flask of polyjuice potion in the hairs of several of his classmates, something Snape called a doubling coin which conjured money, the most realistic fake blood Harry had ever seen in his life, something that he first thought was a Muggle ball-point pen until Snape opened it and produced a corkscrew blade, And last but certainly not least was a silver ring that the potion's master seemed exceptionally proud of. "This is possibly the most undetectable of them all, Potter," he said, with a quiet smile, holding the ring in his palm. "You see the emerald jewel in the center?" Harry peered closer. "Yeah. Don't tell me, it transforms into a particularly large Norwegian ridgeback that's got lasers for eyes." Snape snickered. "No, Potter, nothing quite so far-fetched. It's a poison, not an emerald." "Hamadras," said Harry. "No," said Snape, "something of my own invention, Molicella. It turns the blood itself to poison, which then boils inside the body. It is a fast death but painful." "What, so if being poisoned isn't bad enough, they boil alive as well?" said Harry. You're a sadist, an absolute sadist. Haven't you got anything that's quick and easy and doesn't hurt at all?" Snape smirked. "I'm a potions master, Potter, not a human rights campaigner. When there's a Death Eater strangling the life out of you, you'll be a whole lot more grateful." "Why do I get the feeling you know something I don't?" said Harry, suspiciously. Snape chuckled again, and dropped the ring back into the bag. "Before I forget, to actually release poison from the ring, you need to use a specific key phrase." "What's the phrase?" said Harry. "It was a pleasure knowing you," said Snape. Harry blinked. "Yeah, likewise, what's the phrase?" Snape smirked. "That was the phrase, Potter. Just never say it if the emerald isn't in contact with a part of another living creature's anatomy." Harry nodded, rubbing his head. This was possibly the most sinister Christmas present he'd ever had. "You're reminding me of Mad-Eye Moody, giving me all this stuff as though I'm about to be jumped on by a gang of dark wizards right outside." Snape redid the drawstring and handed it to Harry carefully. Harry put it firmly on the side where it couldn't kill him or worse. "Potter, we are at war. The Dark Lord cannot reach his full power or survive properly as long as you are alive in this world. Every wizard who knows of the prophecy would do anything to keep you alive. You're too young to remember the reign of terror inflicted by the Dark Lord the last time he was active, and if you die, then that time will come again and will be far greater than ever before." Snape got up, walking over to his desk, shifting through papers, his eyes averted. "And there is, of course, a personal need for myself to take interest in this matter. Your safety is my responsibility." "Can't it be mine?" said Harry. Snape shook his head. "No, Potter. As a Death Eater, I have advanced warning of when the time has come to worry for your health." Still not looking up, he said, "I dare say you will need some rest. Mr. Weasley returns tomorrow after all, and no doubt you'll be chasing each other around the grounds like toddlers on orange juice." Harry smiled ever so slightly. "Probably, yeah." He picked up the bag carefully, keeping it at arm's length, and heading for the door. Just as his fingers curled around the handle, Snape said from behind him, "And Potter?" "Yes, sir," Harry said, over his shoulder, expecting something about homework or occlumency practice. "Merry Christmas." Harry looked around, surprised, and for just one moment he caught the expression on Snape's face. It looked as though Snape had never wished anybody a Merry Christmas in his entire life, nor received the wish back, but then he looked down into his papers again, as though he hadn't said it. Harry smiled. "Merry Christmas, Professor," before he slipped out of the room silently and shut the door. December the 27th was a Sunday, and normally on a Sunday, Harry would spend the day doing homework. Because of the festivities of Christmas, he didn't feel like bullying his brain into doing work, and so he decided to leave it. Besides, everybody was returning to Hogwarts today. The train was expected at 10 o'clock, so Harry woke up late, had a leisurely breakfast and a game of chess with Hermione that he won rather spectacularly, and then together, they went out to wait on the front steps for the returning students. Hermione, hardly surprisingly, had her nose in a book. Harry was studying too, for some spells to teach in the next DA club. He had his wand out, his book of curses from Lupin open on his lap, and he was jinxing a series of little snowmen he'd built. Hermione watched over the top of her brook. "Caladium. Oh, come on, Caladium," Harry shouted, waving his wand vaguely. "Cal-A-D-um." Hermione tutted. "You'll never do any damage like that." "You do it then," he snapped. She drew her wand casually from her sleeve, gave it a little flick and said, Caladium, in a rather absent-minded way. The snowman melted instantly with a splatting noise, little more than a puddle on the ground. Harry frowned. He turned the page in his book, and muttered, "Well, it's a stupid spell anyway, I'll teach something else." She smiled sweetly, and then glanced up at the gates. "Hey, they're here. Ron's there." She jumped up, cramming her book into her bag, and then running across the grounds towards the advancing crowd of students. Harry hurried after her, grinning, but he stopped as he realized just what Ron had done to his hair. Ron beamed. "Do you like it?" Hermione eyed the white streak he had dyed right through the middle of his hair in a chunky stripe. "It's certainly interesting. Fred and George did it for me," said Ron, grinning. "It glows in the dark, wait until you see it. So, what have you been up to? Has anything interesting happened?" Harry shook his head. "No, not much. Somebody sent me a dog toy for Christmas." Ron stared at him. Seriously, he said, grinning at the look on Ron's face. "It's just like a squeaky rubber ball with a clown's face on it, I reckon that." Harry. He looked up as Cho came over, her hair up in two pretty bunches tied with silky blue ribbons. She looked rather nervous. "Can I talk to you for a second?" She glanced around all his friends gathering. "Somewhere private," she added. "Yeah," said Harry, wondering what was wrong with her. "I'll catch up with all of you, okay?" Ron cast a jealous look at Cho, but nodded anyway. He glanced around at the rest of their friends, and the whole group headed away up to the steps of the castle as Cho took Harry by the hand and led him away, out of sight behind a patch of trees. "What's wrong?" he said, worriedly. Cho looked very upset about something. She bit her lip, taking a few deep breaths, and then said in a rush, "I think we should see other people." "Sorry," said Harry, frowning. I don't think we should be together anymore, Harry." She turned her eyes onto him, and he saw they were full of tears. "I think we should see other people. It's not you, it's me." Harry looked back into those eyes, feeling something hot and heavy start to thrash around inside his stomach. You're breaking up with me." "I'm sorry, Harry," she said, tears trickling down her face. "There's somebody else, and I can't play Quidditch for you anymore." Harry's face fell. "But we've got a match coming up. You're our best chaser." She only cried harder at this. "I knew you'd say that. It's always about Quidditch, or your friends, or something else. You don't care about me, only how well I can catch." "I do care about you," he said, desperately. "Please don't cry. Why do we have to split up?" "Mark Aerith," she whispered. Harry felt the heat in his stomach starting to well up behind his eyes. He looked into her face, the tears running down her cheeks, and his voice seemed to choke up. He was too angry and too hurt to speak. All the time he'd wasted on her. "Fine," he said, "just fine. I don't need you." He turned to go, and she grabbed him by the arm. "Harry, I'm sorry." "No." He shook his head, pulling his arm free, and storming away towards the castle. When he had the courage and the strength to do so, he turned, and called, "No, you're not," back down at her. Then he turned, and pretty much ran the rest of the way towards the castle. Draco was languishing on the steps, arms folded over his chest. His pale eyes followed Harry as he ran towards the doors, then he spoke, calmly. "Granger told me to come and wait for you." "Yeah, well, I don't want you to wait for me," he said, vaguely, moving to push past Draco. Draco held out a hand, caught him by the shoulder and looked him in the eye. "Let's walk, Potter." Deep down, Harry didn't want to talk to Draco about Cho. He didn't want to talk to anybody about Cho, except maybe Hermione, but he agreed, reluctantly. Draco made him wait outside the Slytherin common room for a few minutes while he fetched his cloak, and then they both left the castle, heading out into the now deserted snowy grounds. Their shoes crunched on the powdery crystals underfoot, though for a few minutes, that was all that was heard while they walked. Draco spoke first, which was a relief to Harry. "So, tell me what happened." Vaguely, Harry recognized the sound of his own voice going over what Cho said to him. He couldn't really think properly. The shock of everything had sunk in now, and it was not a nice feeling. Most of him was confused, and he regretted not asking questions, not digging his heels in, demanding to know more. Now that he thought back, there were so many things he could have said to sound better. Now he just felt wretched, in a word. He told all of this to Draco, and when he was done, Draco merely nodded for a moment, staying quiet. You might not believe it, Potter, but I understand. Harry shook his head. No, you don't understand a word. Think about it, don't I? Draco raised one slim eyebrow, quite a sad, hollow expression on his face. Don't you see her every day, walking around on his arm? Harry looked up, and said, oh, Pansy, but, that was Pansy, she's not Cho. Pansy's horrible. Draco smiled ever so slightly, even though Harry could see he didn't feel quite so happy about that situation. Love is blind, Potter. I think she's beautiful, and I can't see how any man can say she isn't. Then again, I'd rather gouge out my own liver than look twice at Cho Chang. Harry frowned. Don't talk about her like that. Draco chuckled. Oh, so you can call the love I lost horrible, and yet I'm not allowed an opinion on the girl who just left you for another boy. Harry fell silent, remembering something from a while ago, in Snape's house. He could hear Snape's voice in his head. Oh, I see. Nobody can mention Perfect Potter's hurtful experiences at all. God forbid anybody should upset poor, traumatized little Potter, but it's perfectly all right for him to attack others in an attempt to get some attention. Well, that seems perfectly reasonable. He sighed, looking down at his feet. Sorry, Potter, you've said a great deal nastier things to me. I'm hardly offended. Draco looked up at something suddenly near the castle steps. Ah, here comes the cavalry. Ron, Hermione, Neville, Ginny, Luna, Kinda, and Ernie and all his friends were coming down the steps in a big group. Draco sighed. Well, Potter, you're hardly going to want relationship counseling with all your friends around. I'll just tell you that I understand and that I can be talked to, should you need it. Harry nodded. Thanks, Draco. Draco smiled ever so slightly. My pleasure, Harry. You called me Harry, he said, feeling a grin curl his features. Having somebody to talk to seemed to be numbing the pain of Cho. You've never called me Harry before. Not many people have ever called me Draco, said the Slytherin, smirking. And unless I'm very much mistaken, that point is about to be proved. Malfoy. Ron bellowed. What are you two doing out here? Draco smirked. Harry chuckled, and turned to his cousin, hurrying down the sloping snow towards him. Just talking. What did Cho want? She dumped me, said Harry, simply. He didn't feel like going into the matter much. Ron, however, did. Whoa, why? He said, with wide eyes. That's gonna be really bad for the Quidditch. Harry, you're staying friends, right? But seeing the look on Harry's face, his jaw fell. She quit the team, didn't she? Oh hell, and we've got a match against the Pride of Ravenclaw soon. Damn, what are we going to do? Have you got another chaser? We are so screwed. Draco rubbed his forehead. You just find it impossible to ask one question and then wait for an answer, don't you, Weasley? Ron glared at him. I wasn't talking to you, he sneered. Draco rolled his eyes and looked away. Ron opened his mouth to snap at him, but Hermione cut in angrily. Ron, stop it, just leave him alone, and Draco, you stop patronizing Ron. She turned to Harry, with a kinder expression on her face. What happened with Cho? There's somebody else, he muttered, vaguely. Mark, she said. She had another guy, said Ron, his eyes widening. Whoa, Harry, I'm sorry, I guess. Harry shook his head. Don't worry about it. And no, we don't have another chaser. Don't we have any reserves? Said Ernie, looking around at everybody nervously. No, said Harry. We'll have to find somebody quickly, or just play with me and Ginny as chasers, but I don't think I'm good enough. Ginny needs a really good chaser as her partner so that she can play well. But who could we ask? Said a small voice, from the edge of the group. Everybody turned around to look at the speaker. Neville gazed nervously at every face turned his way. I'll do it, I mean, if nobody better turns up. But, said Draco. Sure, said Harry. Draco bit his tongue, clearly deciding it was a better idea to save it for an "I told you so" later. "Can you fly?" Ernie asked Neville, eagerly. Neville nodded. "My auntie was teaching me how all summer. I'm a lot better than I was. I'd play for you. I'm just not very good." "Neville, you'll do," said Harry. Me and Ginny get on okay, right? We can work something out." "We'll be rooting for you," said Justin Finch-Fletchley. "Bright Sparks are easily the most popular team. You'll certainly have a lot of fans if you do well, Neville." Neville blushed, and was stammering his thanks, as Harry noticed Draco take a subtle but quick sidestep behind him. He frowned, turning around to Draco. "What's?" Draco nodded up at the steps. Blaise Zabini and his 24-hour parade came swanning out down the steps. Harry could see Pansy latched onto Blaise's arm as always. He nodded understandingly, and said to everybody, "Come on, let's go to our courtyard or somewhere else." "Zabini's looking for trouble." Kinda turned around and saw her little brother. She rolled her eyes. "You stupid little brat. We can stay here, Harry, he can't do anything with me around. You know at home, he won't sleep with the light of. He's terrified of monsters under the bed." Everybody laughed loudly. Harry saw Blaise turn to glare at the group, muttering something to his gang, and then Pansy's shrill, fake laugh was heard ringing out across the grounds, but they didn't come over. Kinda grinned, turned and yelled over the lake, "Hey, Blaise. Mum wrote this morning, she wants to make sure you're changing your pants regularly." Harry and his friends all howled with laughter as Blaise flushed an angry shade of red, flicking Pansy off his arm and beckoning his gang to follow him. Kinda watched with a smug smirk as they approached, with Blaise in the lead, looking even shorter than normal while surrounded by his huge friends. "The company you keep, sister," he said, coldly, glaring around at them all. "I didn't think that even you were capable of it. At least I don't crick my neck every time I look them in the eye," she said, grinning, which was greeted by more shouts of laughter. Blaise blushed angrily again. "Look at you, surrounded by this rabble of filth." His dark eyes washed over them all. "Potter and Malfoy, the fabulous fatherless freaks. Then there's Weasleys. Surely, when the parents had their first child, didn't they realize that they'd made a mistake? Look at that hair, it's vile. Dye only costs a few nuts, and if I had hair like that, I'd be happy to pay it. Of course, they probably don't have the money. Then there's Longbottom. Another fatherless one. Of course, he's alive though, isn't he? His mind's just a little absent without leave." Blaise smirked, and the knot of Slytherins behind him all laughed angrily. Neville blanched, shrinking away behind Hermione. Blaise stepped forward, his arms crossed, looking them all up and down as though they were the last calves in the marketplace. "And see, he hides behind a girl. Pathetic. At least hide behind a member of the better say Longbottom." "How childish," Hermione said, waspishly. "Having to resort to being say East." Blaise smirked, eyeing her up and down, his gaze lingering a little too long on Hermione's chest for Harry's liking. "Shame you've got a mouth," he drawled. "It spoils the illusion." Ron stepped from the group, in front of Hermione, and he was in the face from anger. "Leave her alone," he snarled. Blaise just smiled at him, smiling and smiling, in a way that reminded Harry of the clown's sinister grin. "How cute. What's that supposed to mean?" Ron growled. His fists were clenching and unclenching with every one of his furious breaths. "Ron, don't," Hermione whispered, moving forward and gripping his arm. "Don't, he's not worth it." "Listen to her, Weasley," said Blaise, his eyes flaring. "Don't mess with the boys until you can handle the girls." It happened in a whirl of fists. There was a cry from Zabini and a yell of anger from Ron, and next second, Blaise was down on the ground in the mud and Ron had him by the throat. Hermione screamed, "Ron," and ran forward to pull him off, but Blaise's friends were already there, grabbing at Ron. Harry and Draco leapt forward, trying to stop them killing Ron. Blaise was yelling, Pansy and Hermione started screaming at each other. Ron was shouting at Harry and Draco to get off him and soon everybody was fighting. Even Neville and Luna were in the fray, trying to stop Ginny killing one of the Slytherins who had Ron by the head. Kinda struggled through to Harry and Draco, who were taking care of Zabini and said, "No. Don't. Harry stared at her, and yelled, "Why?" She grabbed her brother of him and hit him hard around the face. "You're too weak, you're not hitting him hard enough. Let me do it." There was another smack as she gave him a backhanded slap with her hard leather Quidditch gloves. Ron yelped as one of the Slytherins dragged him backwards and set about him. Harry took a flying leap, latching himself around the Slytherin's back and thrashing around, yelling, "Get off him! Get off him!" Hermione and Pansy were still screaming blow for blow, and then it turned nasty, as Pansy scratched Hermione around the face. Ginny broke free of Luna and Neville, leapt at Pansy and slapped her back. Quite a catfight was starting, while all the boys were still brawling, yelling and beating anything they could reach. Ron gave Malfoy a dead leg before he realized that Malfoy was supposed to be on their side, hurrying away to help Harry take on one of the larger Slytherins before Draco could realize who it was that had belted him in the ankle and run off. Zabini grabbed Harry by the throat and he choked, thrashing around. Kinda came running and grabbed her little brother around the waist, dragging him off and carrying him away as he screamed, "No, get off me, put me down." There was a colossal splash as she flung him into the icy waters of the lake. He shrieked, flailing madly, and then he plunged down into the waters, showering everybody with the filth-ridden water. Next into the lake was Ron as two Slytherins hauled him in, but Ernie did a marvelous flying leap and elbowed both of them in as well, and soon, the fight was both in the water and on land as people were thrown in, climbed out and tried to drag somebody else in. Harry sacrificed his dryness to stop Zabini drowning Draco by holding his head under the water, and both of them plunged into the lake. He surfaced with a gulp, and then Zabini was onto him, grasping him by the hair and trying to force him under. Harry kicked and thrashed, digging his knee into Zabini's stomach. With a groan, Zabini let go, giving Harry time to splash to the bank and rush to help Neville, who was being attacked by no less than 3 Slytherins. He was so absorbed in trying to choke one of the bruisers with his own scarf that at first he didn't notice there were 5 figures rushing down the lawns towards the brawl, but he certainly did notice when a cold hand grasped him roughly by the back of the neck. He yelped, turning around, fully intending to beat the living daylights out of whoever it was, expecting to get thrown in the lake again, but when he saw who it was, his blood seemed to freeze in his veins. Snape glared at him and then hissed, "Potter, what are you doing?" Harry looked down at the scarf he had wrapped around the neck of one of Blaze's boys to throttle him, trying to ignore the blood streaming down his face from his nosebleed. I am strangling. What's your name, please?" "Mark," grunted the boy. Harry's eyes narrowed. "Mark what? And what house are you in?" "Mark Aerith," he panted. "I'm a Ravenclaw." Harry hesitated for a moment, then wriggled free of Snape and leapt on Mark again, landing another few good punches and yells of, "I'll teach you to steal my girlfriend," before Snape grabbed him and hauled him back again, pinning him firmly in place. Professor McGonagall was hauling Hermione out of the lake. Professor Lupin and Professor Sprout were restraining Ron, who was still trying to get at Zabini, despite his black eyes and a sprained ankle. Professor Flitwick was trying to resuscitate Neville. Everybody looked incredibly beaten and battered. Apparently, somebody had thought of using a wand, because Justin Finch Fletchley was covered in bright blue spots and was warbling merrily to himself, oblivious of the teachers. Draco and Blaze were the worst of, even though Harry knew he must look nearly as bad as them. Draco was covered in bruises, lying flat on the ground trying to regain his breath, his face blood and tear-stained, clutching his leg. Zabini was shivering with the cold of being dunked in the lake so many times. "Well," said Professor McGonagall, glaring around at them all. Her nostrils had gone white, which looked very odd indeed compared to the bright red of her angry face. "Who started it?" "Wethley," Blaze said, quickly, sounding very bunged up. He touched his nose tentatively. Professor Thab, I dink my dose is broken." "It was not me," Ron said, furiously. "You came over here, leering at Hermione's chest and insulting us all. You started it, Zabini." Lupin tightened his hold on Ron, muttering his ear, trying to calm him down. Ron's fingers were curled, as though in claws, and he was breathing so angrily that his chest heaved in and out with every breath. He turned to Professor McGonagall, swallowing, and then saying, "He's just a say east, resist." You didn't see how he was looking at her. It's not my fault you're protective of your cow of a Drilthriend, Blaze snarled. You see, Ron howled, jabbing a finger at Zabini. He's just an evil piece of Weasley, snapped McGonagall. Control yourself. I do not need to tell you all how disgusted I am at such a display. Never in all my times at Hogwarts have I heard of such blatant disregard for rules or others' safety. 200 points from every house present, no matter how many members of it are here, and the headmaster will be saying something about this at dinner tonight. I am disgusted, absolutely disgusted. Everybody who can walk get back up to school and report to the hospital wing. Anybody who needs help stay here. Now. Harry went to pull free of Snape, but he snarled, "Oh no, Potter, you're staying right here." "I can walk," said Harry, trying to wriggle free. "I'm aware of that," was the cold reply. "I think we need a little talk in my office. The headmaster might not be able to get through to you the severity of your actions, but believe you me, I can." Hermione and Ron were dithering, watching Harry, wondering what was going wrong. He shook his head at them, looking away, still caught in Snape's tight grip. They headed away up the steps, both supporting Ginny, who was limping slightly as she walked. Luna breezed after them, apparently oblivious to the fact that there was blood and dirt all over the front of her robes. Neville and Draco laid on the ground still. Neville's arm was twisted at a very painful-looking angle, and Draco's leg was most definitely broken, from what Harry could hear of the conversation between Lupin and Sprout. Professor Lupin conjured stretchers, and walked with both boys up to the castle, followed by Professors Sprout and Flitwick. McGonagall turned to Snape and Harry. "Severus, Mr. Potter will need medical attention that I can perform myself," Snape said, curtly. McGonagall nodded, and turned, walking away after Lupin and Sprout. When she was out of earshot, Snape said, simply, "Explain yourself, Potter." They were hurting Ron," said Harry, looking down at his feet. "I tried to stop them, and it all got out of hand," Snape finished, frowning. "Perhaps you should learn to control your temper, Potter. And perhaps it will have to be me who teaches you that lesson." With that, he grasped Harry by the shoulder and swept back up the sweeping lawns to the castle with him, in through the main doors, across the entrance hall and down the familiar corridor to the dungeons. It was dark and cold as always. Harry found himself limping on every other step as he walked, the pain in his nose and around his eyes starting to slowly increase as they walked. Snape seemed perfectly calm now. Perhaps, Harry thought, he's given up on trying to shout at me to make my learn. Maybe I've pushed him further than that. But Snape didn't seem that angry at all. He opened the door to his office, led Harry inside, instructed him, or rather, ordered him, to sit down in one of the armchairs, then performed a quick drying charm to remove most of the damp from Harry's robes. Harry sat, silently, trying to hold his robes out so as not to get blood all over the place as Snape removed his cloak, leaving him in a simple black shirt and trousers, heading through to his private rooms. When he came out, he had a medical kit with him, a few potions and a dog collar. Harry stared at the collar worriedly, but Snape didn't act as though it was out of the ordinary at all. He crouched down in front of Harry, opening up the medical kit calmly and taking Harry's wrist, holding his arm out, working his robes up past his elbows. "Any injuries anywhere else, Potter?" he said. "I don't know, my face hurts. This arm, my right leg, I'm cold, I think there's a bruise on my back." Snape droned, vaguely, taking his wand and performing a few precise cleaning charms to get all the dried-on dirt off Harry's skin. He then started on Harry's wounds in silence. There was a cut on his inner elbow, his right leg was quite badly bruised, though his face, neck and shoulders were the worst, according to the expression on Snape's face. "You've got some bad injures, Potter." Harry nodded vaguely. "Yeah, I know." His magical guardian sighed heavily, conjuring a bowl of warm water and a cloth. He dipped the cloth in the bowl, and then dabbed it carefully at Harry's jaw. Harry glanced down and saw blood coming off on the material in streams. "Sorry," he mumbled. Snape shook his head with a quiet frown on his face. "Potter, I can't say I'm angry. There is no real reason for me to be angry any longer. I've tried losing my cool with you, on countless occasions, and it hasn't made the slightest bit of difference to your attitude." Harry glanced up, surprised. Snape looked back into his eyes, reading his thoughts, and Harry found himself too tired and too weak to really care. He didn't even put up any sort of resistance, just let Snape get on with it. Snape wrung out the cloth absent-mindedly while still watching Harry. Harry looked back into those black eyes, too exhausted for speech, wanting to explain himself somehow and to tell Snape he didn't mean to get into trouble so much. He desperately wanted to think of some words to describe how he just wanted to protect Ron. He remembered with a dull flush of fear how the Slytherins had all jumped forward and grabbed his cousin, going to beat him up, and how he'd experienced that momentary rush of indecision. How he knew it was the wrong thing to do but how scared he was. And then he let his thoughts flitter off into a new path, quite by themselves, not even bothered that Snape could tell what he was thinking. He wondered why Snape wasn't angry. He wondered why Snape had brought him back to his chambers to heal him personally. He looked into those black eyes and found himself thinking that he was sorry, that he didn't mean to be so rebellious. Snape looked back, and after a few moments, he said, quietly, "I understand." Harry looked away, feeling heat in his eyes at his emotional and physical exhaustion. He felt so battered and weak. The first day of the year came to him in a flash, seeing Malfoy stroking the Thestral, and the tired, hollow look in his eyes. He could identify with that now. "And I brought you back here for several reasons," said Snape, quietly, lifting the cloth again and tracing it gently over a long cut on Harry's cheek. "For one, the hospital wing will be full. Madame Pomfrey will be too busy to administer to every single need of her patients. Your injuries are fairly serious, and as much as I don't doubt the matron is a skilled witch, sometimes her stress levels become a little too high for her to deal with. Secondly, once I'm done, we are going to talk and I need your full attention. I won't get that if Weasley is flitting about behind me asking if you're okay. Thirdly, I need to fit this on you," he said, gesturing vaguely to the collar. He wrung out the cloth again, murmured a charm to clean the water, and started to dab away the blood weeping from Harry's wounds once more. Fourthly, he fell quiet, shaking his head. Harry glanced at him. "What?" Snape looked back. It was the first time Harry had ever seen concern in Snape's eyes. He was surprised for a moment at the expression on his magical guardian's face. He suddenly looked about 10 years younger, all the lines ironed out in his pale skin, no hint of a sneer or a frown creasing his expression. Harry saw a flicker of something in his eyes that made him wonder, just for a moment as a passing thought, whether Snape was starting to care about him. Snape paused for a moment, then gave a simple, single nod, breaking the eye contact and starting to tend to Harry's wounds again. Harry watched him as he wiped away the blood and dried on mud from a slash on his neck, then crouched down to wring out his cloth again. He looked down at Snape, and just to entertain himself, he imagined that he wasn't looking down at the potions master who had tormented him for 6 years, but an uncle, perhaps. Maybe even a father. Snape looked up, glancing across Harry's face. "That's the best anybody could do. The black eyes are going to stay, I'm afraid." Harry nodded numbly, breaking the eye contact subtly. "I guess I'm in detention now." Snape raised an eyebrow. "If you were to have a detention, I'm sure that Professor McGonagall shall arrange that. Potter, it is none of my business what rebels from other houses do if it isn't in my classes." He cleaned his hands absent-mindedly, dried them on a towel he'd conjured, and then picked up the collar. "However, there are some things I have to take care of." Harry stared at him in amazement, wondering what on earth Snape was going to do with a dog collar. "You're going to put me on a leash? Isn't that just a little bit against my human rights? This isn't an ordinary collar. I've been working on it for some time." He put one hand on Harry's forehead to keep him still, and fitted the collar around his neck with the other. "If the buckle is done, it's invisible and shouldn't give you any discomfort you can't cope with. It's a fairly simple idea, really. I've charmed this mirror to show what the jewel on the front of the band can see. If I get cold flushes again, I simply find the mirror, check whether you really are in danger, and if you're not then I can tell you to stop whatever it is you may be doing." Harry glanced up at him at that, feeling very annoyed at being fitted with a collar, and no matter how comfortable Snape thought it was not fun to wear. "How are you going to get that message to me? What if I'm outside getting strangled again?" Snape smiled lazily. Jacardia. Harry jumped a foot in the air as the collar buzzed against his neck, making his skin crawl uncomfortably. A shiver shot down his spine, making him curl backwards. "Ah. So simple, yet so effective," said Snape. "I'm sure this is illegal," said Harry, shuddering again as an aftershock hit him. "You show me the law, Potter, you show me the law." Snape made him lean forward, checking the buckles on the back of the collar with his long fingers. "This is just a precaution, Potter. And surely you'd prefer a gentle warning from me than another 200 points from Gryffindor when you're caught brawling by Professor McGonagall." "A gentle warning," said Harry, amazed. "You call that gentle? I call this child abuse. I could run to Dumbledore right now and have you sent to Azkaban." Snape crouched down in front of Harry, looking rather paternally into his face. "I think we both know there's no chance of that happening, Harry. I dare say Mr. Weasley will be killing himself with worry about you now. Perhaps you should go and check on him." Harry nodded. "Okay. Thanks, Professor." He stood up, scratching at his neck, wishing the collar didn't feel so visible, and he left the room. He was halfway to the hospital wing, still tugging at his neck, when he realized something that in normal circumstances he would have noticed straight away. He stopped, staring straight forwards, and even though there was nobody around to hear it, he whispered, "He called me Harry." Looking around the hospital wing that day, any visitors would have thought there had been a war at the very least. Everybody in there had black eyes, busted noses, bruised lips, and sprained or broken limbs. The Potter-Malfoy-Weasley team had probably come off the worst in the equation. All the Slytherins were a bit bruised and battered, and Zabini still smelt like fish no matter how many times they gave him cleaning charms, but Harry's gang were pretty badly injured. Draco was restricted to bed, and to Ron's disgust, Madame Pomfrey made him fetch anything the Slytherin wanted. Harry was opposite from them with Hermione on one side and Kinda on the other. Madame Pomfrey thought it wise to have Kinda as far from Blaise as possible. He and Draco had severely annoyed the matron by throwing fruit from their bedside cabinets back and forth across the room to practice Quidditch, but apart from that, they were all incredibly bored. Gradually, the Slytherin side all were allowed to go, but even after a few days, Harry's gang were still bedridden. The end of the Christmas holidays were approaching, and Madame Pomfrey was full intent on getting them all back to school in time for their first lessons. She kept trying to give them odd potions that Harry found himself fairly suspicious of, as when Draco drank one, he suddenly started saying that he wanted to go out for a run, despite having a broken leg in plaster. It was about 6 o'clock, and the rest of the school were probably still finishing their evening meal. In the hospital wing, Harry, Ron, Draco and Hermione were all awake and talking, whilst the others slept. "Potter," Draco said, throwing a quick look down the ward. Harry said, "Yep, ready." Draco pitched an orange across the ward quickly before Madame Pomfrey could come out and catch them. Harry caught it in one hand and threw it back. Draco got it, and put it back in the fruit bowl quickly as Madame Pomfrey came out of her office. She shot a suspicious look at them. "What are you doing?" "Nothing," said Harry, innocently. She swept back into her office, shutting the door, and the orange made another 2 trips back and forth across the ward. "So you two are on form, huh?" said Ron. Draco nodded, leaning right to the side to grab the orange as Harry did a fast pitch to the left. He snatched it out of the air quickly, just in time to avoid it hitting the water jug. "We'll all be out of here by the time the Quidditch match comes, there's no worry about that. And the other team haven't got much of an advantage. 3 of their players were in the fight, including the captain. He's the one you tried to strangle, Potter." "Mark Aerith," Harry hissed, his face suddenly darkening into a frown that held a malicious glimmer not unlike the evil clown's. "We have to win this match. If it's the last thing I do. And Malfoy, if you don't catch that snitch." Okay, said Malfoy, pitching the orange back to Harry. "I get it, Potter. I'm not the secondary seeker, I'm just as good as you. I hope you can handle something bigger than a piece of fruit though. Quaffles are heavy." "I know," said Harry. He snatched the orange out of the air, and flung it back. "All the chasers on our team can handle a quaffle." Draco cast a worried look at the slumbering Neville, and was clearly still worried about their new chaser's skills. Ron frowned and opened his mouth to snap at Malfoy, but Harry cut in quickly with, "Ernie sent me an owl this morning, he's got you as a Quidditch card, Ron." Ron's face suddenly lifted in delight. "Honestly, what's my biggest skill? Did he tell you they gave me his ratings?" Harry shook his head. "No, but he should be coming to visit today, so." The doors opened, and to Harry's great surprise, Ernie came to visit quite sooner than he'd expected, but he didn't look happy at all. He and Hannah Abbott were supporting Justin Finch-Fletchley, and Professor Sprout was hurrying in front of them with a bucket. Justin's lunch was apparently eager to re-meet the world again. They were followed by a crowd of Hufflepuff first years, who didn't look very healthy either. Harry cast a look over their ale green and clammy faces, and he knew pretty much instantly that there looked to be a new form of risotto in school. "Chicken nuggets and chips," said Professor Sprout, as Madame Pomfrey came hurrying out of her office. "Albus is just trying to calm everybody down. Mr. Finch-Fletchley only ate about 3 and then he was affected. It looks serious, Poppy." Madame Pomfrey sighed. "Right, everybody who feels ill, please lie down in a bed and I'll be over in 2 ticks." She turned to the group at the end of the ward. "Potter, you look fine to me, go on. We need the beds. Weasley, Miss Granger, you all look in perfect health. Pack up your bags and you can return to your common rooms. Malfoy, oh, no, you have a broken leg, you'll have to stay. Wake up the others and if they feel all right, let's get them out of here. Any infected Hufflepuff students, get into beds. Come on, stop blocking the doors. Move along now." Harry, Ron and Hermione woke Neville, Ginny and Luna, and they all hurried out of the hospital wing with a hurried goodbye to Draco, as the Hufflepuffs continued to stream in. People were leaving the Great Hall talking worriedly, being led by the prefects and teachers back to their house common rooms. Ron and Hermione hurried off to shepherd the first years back to Gryffindor Tower, while Harry, Neville and Ginny started fighting through the crowds to catch up. With all the people in the corridor, it took about 20 minutes to get back to the common room. Twice, somebody stood on Neville's foot and Harry found himself terrified that they would have to carry him all the way back to the hospital wing through all the crowds, but he was okay, and although he limped the last corridor to the portrait hole, he managed it. Professor McGonagall stood in the middle of the common room, looking round at the assembled students with a very serious expression on her face. "Hurry up there, I need to speak to you all," she called. "Is everybody here? Good. Now, as you all know, the food poisoning epidemic in the school has just struck Hufflepuff House. This issue cannot be ignored any longer." She swept her hawk-like gaze over them all. "The headmaster and the rest of the staff are completely and utterly convinced that this is no accident. The house elves are not making a mistake and the food supplier for the school insists that his produce leaves his premises in perfect condition and none of his other customers have noticed any odd effects at all. This means that somebody within this school is purposely tampering with food." A shiver ran down the spines of everybody in the room. They'd all known it for so long, but to hear Professor McGonagall, strict, logical Professor McGonagall confirm it, it hit home to every heart that they were in danger. "I beg you all, that if anybody has any information," she continued, "to please come and see me in private. You will not be named and anything you tell me will be held in the closest confidence. I'm sure we would all like just to sit down and eat without worrying what our meal will do to us." She looked around at every face, her expression serious and yet concerned at the same time. "Please do not be scared of your food. You all need to eat, and it is highly unlikely that anybody will be foolish enough to eat a whole plate of something that contains poison. All the fatal poisons taste very strongly of unpleasant things. No doubt Professor Snape will be starting poisons will all of you because of this." Nobody looked very comforted by this news. "Good night. Sleep well," she said, opening the door of the common room and stepping out. Everybody immediately burst into conversations, all of them whispering and muttering. Harry picked his way through the crowd to Ron and Hermione. Ron raised his eyebrows. "Well, we're all going to be poisoned." "There's no proof of that, Ron," she said, hurriedly. "Don't go around telling the first years things like that. It might just be somebody playing a prank, they'll stop now." Harry paused, and then said, "Hermione, I don't think this is just a joke. whoever it was would have stopped about the Gryffindors. That wasn't fun to see at all. And it can't be a Slytherin, because they've had the Rosada, so it's not somebody with a grudge against Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs. Ron bit his lip, and then said, in a very dramatic way, then there's only one house left, it must be a Ravenclaw. I wouldn't have thought them capable of it. They're all serious and clever though, aren't they? They're not evil, it's the Slytherins who are evil. No, Ron, said Hermione, frowning. Hasn't being friends with Draco taught you anything? Ron snorted. Who said I was friends with Malfoy? Hermione acted as though she hadn't heard him. Slytherins aren't evil. If a person's evil, they aren't automatically put in Slytherin, and not all Slytherins are evil. Look at Kinda, she's lovely. It's ambition and cunning, not evil. I think it's evil, said Ron, sniffily. Hagrid told me when I was 11 that there wasn't a wizard who went bad that wasn't in Slytherin, said Harry, raising his eyebrows. Oh, what rubbish, Hermione scoffed. That was before we knew Sirius was a good man, and he wasn't in Slytherin. Ron shrugged. I don't know what I think. It's a Ravenclaw or a Slytherin doing it. Probably a Ravenclaw. Maybe it's that Mark Aerith, upset because Cho still loves Harry. She doesn't still love me, Harry said, darkly. She never did. But, Ron began. Don't, said Hermione. But. Just don't. Dash. The next morning, it wasn't surprising that nobody really had much of an appetite. The eggs and bacon looked delicious, but everybody didn't know just how safe they were. Nobody touched a morsel except Dumbledore, and even the bread rolls were treated with suspicion. The hall practically sat in silence, staring at their plates, everybody wishing it didn't look quite so good. Harry pushed his plate away vaguely after 10 minutes of sitting staring at it, feeling as though he was about to throw up. I can't even look at this anymore. Me neither, said Ron. He stabbed vaguely at a sausage with his knife, swirling his fork in his egg and blending it all together in a pale mess. I don't want Rosada again. Was it really that bad? Said Hermione, concerned. Ron nodded vaguely. I hate food. I hate food so much. I never ever want to eat anything again. You don't feel sick, do you? She said. No, said Ron. He sighed, tapping his fingers on the table absently. Just hungry and tired. We're supposed to keep ourselves well fed and fit and healthy for the match. We're going to be falling of our brooms half starved at this rate. He picked up the pumpkin jug, splashing some into his goblet and drinking deeply for a moment. I wonder how long the wizard body can survive without food. It varies on which human it is, said Hermione, promptly. Around 45 to 50 days for them to become ill. If they have plenty of body fat and are drinking plenty of water, they can live for far longer though. Ron groaned. 45 to 50 days. And I was eating a lot right up until people starting getting Rosada, so I've got some puppy fat. So I have about 60 days to live. Oh, Ron, don't be stupid, said Hermione. It won't take that long to catch the culprit, and we can start eating again. Ron stared mournfully into space. We need some backup plans. Firstly, I'll get Fred and George to send us more sweets, and send us food from home. Then, on every Hogsmeade trip, we buy as much fresh food as possible, and some preserving potions so it will last us longer. Lots of water for everybody. If the worst comes to the worst, we'll eat Errol and Pigwidgeon, then Malfoy's owl Silas, then Crookshanks, Cupid, Hedwig, then Neville. And what, said Hermione, sarcastically, are we going to do once we've all turned into cannibals and eaten Neville? Maybe Luna, said Ron, with a faraway look on his face. No, she's a bit thin and bony. Maybe we'll hunt down one of the Slytherins and eat them. No, they're more muscle than fat. He eyed the table vaguely. Is wood edible? No, said Hermione, sniffily. I suppose we'll find out soon, Ron said, vaguely, taking another swig from his goblet. What if somebody poisons the water supply? Then we'll be very ill in a week, said Hermione. Dead soon after. Oh good, said Ron, pleasantly. Harry, if somebody poisons the water supply, I think we should just kill each other and make it quick. Harry nodded. All right, I'm not drinking from toilets. I don't care how bad the water gets, no way am I drinking from toilets, or puddles, or the lake. I wonder what giant squid tastes like, Ron mused, smiling pleasantly, apparently caught up in his own little world. "Get a stick," said Harry. "Let's go find out." Hermione tutted. "Oh, honestly." Ron slumped forward onto his hands, content to just moan and mutter into his elbows for a while. "I hate whatever day it is now. And I hate food, and I hate Gryffindor risotto. And I hate house elves." Hermione slammed her book down angrily. "This has nothing to do with the house elves, Ron. They haven't done a thing. Apart from try to kill us all," Ron muttered. "I heard that. I don't care." Harry frowned, and said, "Stop fighting. Ron, it's not the house elves. Hermione, you're obsessed with the house elves. Both of you shut up. I'm hungry and annoyed enough as it is." They fell silent, just glaring at each other across the table. For a moment, everything was fairly quiet as the students murmured to each other, and the click of Dumbledore's knife and fork could be heard pleasantly clinking against his plate. And then there was a swishing noise, and a great white mass burst into the hall through one of the walls. Several people jumped and cried out in surprise as Peeves emerged through a tapestry, grinning wickedly. Harry rolled his eyes and looked away. Peeves wasn't technically allowed in the Great Hall, and Filch had done everything he could in his power to stop Peeves getting in, but apparently the poltergeist had found a gap in the security at last. "Out, Peeves," said Professor McGonagall's voice from the staff table. Peeves cackled, spinning round in a circle and then swooping over the heads of all the students. A group of Ravenclaw first years recoiled in fright as he bobbed down in front of them, grinning from ear to ear. "How's breakfast, ickle firsties? Are we all still alive?" "Peeves, out." Professor McGonagall stood up, angrily. "You know very well that you're not allowed in the Great Hall. The students are trying to eat." Peeves turned to her, beaming widely. "Oh-ahoahoaho, somebody got up on the wrong side of the bed today." "Out," she barked. "The Bloody Baron will be called, Peeves, if you don't." Peeves cackled again, swooping down to seize a plate of bacon and eggs from one of the first years. They all huddled together in fright as Peeves turned to McGonagall again. "Can't I stay? Just for a while? Everybody else is here. Why's Peevesy not allowed? Talking about Peevesy, are we?" Professor McGonagall eyed the plate of eggs in his hand suspiciously, her eyes flashing. Absolutely everybody was watching now. "Out, Peeves, or you shall be taken out forcefully." What Peeves did next made everybody gasp in horror, as he pulled back his arm and squashed the whole plate into Professor McGonagall's face. A hush went over the hall as the plate fell to the floor with a clatter, and a fried egg peeled slowly from McGonagall's face, hanging limply. Everybody just stared, absolutely amazed at what Peeves had done. Next second, Peeves had cackled, swooped up into the air and flailing his arms, he brought the Ravenclaw table up into the air, revolving over and over, so that the whole hall was showered in breakfast, plates, cutlery and juice jugs. All the students leapt out of their seats and screaming, running away to avoid the barrage from above, but Peeves wasn't done. The table dropped with a clatter, and he shot along it, seizing eggs and toast and bacon, chasing after a group of students trying to run. They were all pelted with eggs and food, and everybody screamed even more. It was pandemonium. The whole hall was up out of their seats and running to escape Peeves's rampage. The poltergeist grasped a third-year Hufflepuff by the back of the neck, pouring porridge down the back of his robes, and then he was zooming towards the Gryffindors, scooping up plates as he flew. They all screamed and ran the other way, he cut them off and they ran back. Harry turned around just for a split second to see whether Peeves was still chasing, and a fried egg hit him in the face with a splatter. Harry shook his head, pulling most of the slimy, cold egg off his face, feeling it dripping all down his cheeks. Peeves was harassing the front of the Gryffindors now, cackling wildly and showering them all in eggs and beans, but Harry noticed that across the hall, the Slytherin table were under attack as well. Eggs were zooming out of nowhere, splattering down the wood like bullets from a machine gun in an aeroplane, overturning plates and jugs, sending a stream of food all over. "How did he do that?" Harry shouted over the mayhem to Ron, still wiping remains of the cold egg off his face. "Do what?" yelled Ron. He made, but Harry was cut silent as another egg splattered all over his face and Peeves shot overhead, cackling delightedly. "Sun side up," he quipped, and no less than 4 first years were pelted with eggs in fast succession. Harry noticed through the confusion and chaos that the Slytherins were under attack from flying sausages now, but surely Peeves couldn't throw that far and that fast. One of the chandeliers gave way above the Hufflepuff table, and they all leapt up, running screaming for the door. Harry felt Peeves ripple past as the now invisible poltergeist shot after them to squash eggs in their hair. "Ron, help me," Hermione shouted, jumping up and drawing her wand to save the first years. Ron didn't hear her, too busy peeling the syrupy pancake off his face. Draco wasn't bothering with his wand either, and was just flinging eggs back at whatever it was bombarding him with plastic tubs of jam. Most of them were missing and hitting the Ravenclaws, who were retaliating by tossing whole plates of toast across the hall at Draco. A riot was going to break out soon. Professor McGonagall had joined the fray, yelling at the battling tables to stop pelting each other with their breakfast, but nobody heard a word of what she said. Peeves's work was being done for him as the whole school got into the fight. Even Ron seized the opportunity to pour a whole bowl of porridge down Zachariah Smith's back before rushing off to help Hermione, still tugging pancake out of his eyebrows. Only Luna Lovegood seemed unaffected by the war around her, immersed deeply in a copy of the Quibbler and eating toast with a very placid look on her face. Ginny ducked a low-flying plate of bacon and grabbed Harry's arm, yelling, "Let's get out of here." Harry had to admit it was the best course of action, and they both sprinted frantically for the door, hands over their head as the brunch continued to rain from above. "Wait," Harry yelled, suddenly remembering something. "You go ahead, go." Ginny didn't need telling twice. She ran for the door, leaving Harry to fight his way through the mass of people around the Slytherin table. Draco looked absolutely numb with shock, now painted with various toppings. Harry grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, bellowed, "You owe me," and dragged him from the hall, only stopping to skid on a pool of pumpkin juice and regain his balance. Once they got out into the corridor, Harry let Draco go and they fell against the wall, panting. Harry glanced across, and Draco looked back, and they both tried not to laugh as they caught sight of each other. Draco had a patchwork face of marmalade, jam, butter and chocolate spread, whilst Harry was wearing a rather fetching wig of rice pudding and a fried egg as an eye patch. "Join the circus," Harry suggested, grinning. "I'll see you there then," said Draco, coolly. Ginny appeared next to them, her nose wrinkled as she untangled a spoonful of nectarine jam from her bright red hair. "What happened to you?" she said, eyeing Draco. "Oh no, this wasn't the food fight," he said, wryly. "I actually decided to make myself look like this. I think it's going to be the next big trend to spread your face with what you normally leave to your toast." Ginny ignored the comment, turning to Harry. "Peeves is a good shot to hit the Slytherins at that range. Did you see? He was hitting like 8 people at once on different sides of the hall, at the same time." "I don't think it's just Peeves in there," said Harry. "Oh, how clever of you to notice," Draco mused. There was a faint whistling noise as the sarcasm flew over Harry's head. "So which of the ghosts has he roped in to help?" Ginny wondered aloud. "No idea," said Harry, shrugging. "Somehow I don't think it's the Bloody Baron. That fat monk," Draco suggested, innocently tapping a tentaculous jinx through the door at some of the Ravenclaws. "No, he's not the type," said Harry. "Maybe Peeves is just working really hard. Can poltergeists do 2 things at once?" "Who cares?" Draco scoffed. "As long as we're out of there, Peeves can do what he likes as far as I care." "Aren't you a prefect?" Ginny said, frowning. Draco chose to ignore this particular fact. Harry was about to suggest showers would be a good idea, when out of the corner of his eye he saw an egg heading rapidly in their direction and shouted, "Duck!" It soared over their heads, missing them by inches, and splattered on the back wall. "Close one," said Ginny. "Yeah," agreed Harry. There were 2 quick splats in succession, as the second egg and a pancake hit Draco in the back of the head. Dash. Apparently, it took more than half an hour to put an end to the mayhem, and even then, it wasn't because of teacher control. There was simply no more food left to throw. The Bloody Baron was called to reprimand Peeves, a few people were led away to the hospital wing with sausages bunged up their noses and everybody else was sent up to their common rooms to get changed. Ron fell into the common room, quite literally. He lay sprawled in a sticky, jam-covered heap on the floor by the portrait hole, staring upside down at Harry, who smiled pleasantly down from his armchair. "Hi," said Harry. "Lo," Ron managed, as a trickle of semolina dripped down his nose. "How did you manage to get out alive?" asked Harry. "You're not even that messy, and you were guarding the first years." Ron staggered wearily to his feet with a groan, looking as though he was about to collapse, grasped the bottom of his jumper and held it out. Several bowls worth of porridge hit the floor with a satisfying slap. "Not that messy," said Ron, incredulously, as a dollop of Marmite fell from his fingers into the porridge onto the floor. Harry chuckled. "You didn't see Draco's jammy face mask and pancake beret." Harry smiled as Ron staggered across the common room towards the bathroom, squelching pleasantly on every other step. "Don't use the first shower. The plug hole's still blocked with baked beans," Harry called after him. "Thanks for the advice, Harry." Squishing to the door, Ron pulled it open and sniffed tentatively. Ah, the sweet smell of steam and breakfast clogging up the plug holes. Just the thing you want. "Oh, by the way, I can't come to Quidditch tonight, and neither can the rest of the team." Harry's face fell in horror. "Why, we were trying to herd the first years out of the hall," said Ron, bitterly. "And Snape caught us. He accused us of running away when the staff still needed assistance to stop Peeves. And I got angry, and he gave me a detention, so I squashed a piece of toast in his horrible greasy face and he gave me, Hermione, Ernie, Neville, Ginny and Draco detention. You're on your own, mate. By the way, where did you scuttle off to? Draco says you suddenly started scratching your neck and gabbled that you had to use the bathroom." Harry frowned. "No reason, I did need the bathroom. Just because my neck got itchy, that doesn't mean anything. So no Quidditch practice." "No, go on your own," said Ron. "My detention might finish before dark anyway, there could still be time. Don't lose faith, mate." He smirked, stepping into the bathroom and shutting the door behind him, as Hermione clambered into the common room wearing a great deal of tomato sauce and a frown. "Absolutely disgusting," she said, ripping pancakes covered in jam off her robes. "I don't know why Dumbledore keeps Peeves in the school, he's just a complete nuisance. And I have a detention just because Ron slapped Professor Snape with a piece of toast. Has he come back yet?" "Yeah, he's just in the shower," said Harry, turning the page in his book. "I'm sure you can yell at him when he gets out. Hermione, did you notice anything weird about Peeves?" Her eyes narrowed, very reminiscent of Professor McGonagall. "You mean apart from the fact that he was being toughly cruel and foolish, and attacking first years?" "Yeah," said Harry. "When he was attacking us, the Slytherin table were getting hit too. But he can't throw that far and at the same time, can he? I don't know what the difference between poltergeists and ghosts is." "There isn't much really," she said, vaguely. "It's just pick of the draw. Most people pass away and don't return as ghosts or poltergeists, but people who do could be either. Poltergeists are a little rare though. Some people think that it's in the bloodlines whether people are going to be poltergeist or ghost. Generally, poltergeists exist to cause mayhem. They like bright colors that clash and chaos, lots of noise and fright. Ghosts are quieter, more somber." Harry shrugged. "Maybe Peeves can throw really well. I mean, he can levitate tables and move things without touching them, he can probably throw without really throwing too." He turned another page in his book, annoyed at having to go and practice Quidditch on his own. "I can't believe Snape gave you all detention. We've got to practice. I'm still worried about my throwing. I can't get it just right and it needs to be perfect." He sighed. "Draco said he'd practice with me with the quaffle." Hermione tutted loudly. "Honestly, I'm standing here dripping in ketchup and oatmeal, and all you can worry about is Quidditch." She turned to the door of the bathroom, hammering on it with her fist. "Ron, I'm coming in to get a shower, you'd better be in your own cubicle on the boys' side." There was a halt to the loud singing, rapid footsteps and the slam of a cubicle door. "Yeah, I am. What do you think I'm doing, running around the bathroom? There's food everywhere and I could slip and kill myself. I'm not completely stupid, you know." Hermione sighed, opening the door and strolling in. Harry listening to them arguing for a while, apparently over why Ron's clothes were spread all over the floor, not really interested, until Ron said something that made him stop. "Hey, Hermione, did you bring a squeaky toy in here?" "What?" she yelled back. "There's like a rubber ball just rolled into my cubicle, it's got a jester or whatever on it. Is it yours?" "Why would I have brought a squeaky toy in here? What do you think I am, 6?" Harry slammed his book down and rushed into the bathroom. There was a squeal from Ron as he shot back into his cubicle. "Most people knock, Harry." "Where's the clown?" said Harry, very pale in the face. Ron frowned, and handed him something over the top of his cubicle door. "There, is it yours?" "What have you got a clown toy for? What did you see it do?" said Harry, his eyes wide and fixed on Ron. "It just rolled into my cubicle and looked at me. Why? It's not a big deal." Ron smirked at the rubber ball still grinning at him. "Come on, it's like a dog ball or something. You're not attached to it or anything, are you?" Harry shook his head vaguely, and turned the ball over to look at it. It smiled wickedly up at him. There was something just so sinister and sickening in that smile. Its eyes seemed to be glimmering. Ron snorted. "What's the big deal? It's just some stupid toy." He snatched it off Harry. "Not bothered about it, are you? It's not precious or anything." Harry shook his head again. "Great," said Ron. He wrapped a towel firmly around his waist, strolling out of his cubicle to a window. He pulled back his arm and pitched the clown right out of it. Harry saw it sail away, arcing right over the grounds and disappearing somewhere into the forbidden forest far below. "There," said Ron. "No more clown. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a shower to attend to." Harry nodded, his eyes lingering on the spot where the clown vanished for just a moment more, before he turned and left. If he'd stayed just a couple more seconds, he would have seen a tiny puff of smoke come out of the trees, float up into the air, form the shape of a skull with a serpent twisting out of its mouth, and then vanish completely in the breeze. Ron and Hermione slumped off to their detention that night just after dinner, leaving a dejected and bored Harry to put on his Quidditch robes, get his gloves and broom, and make way down to the pitch in silence. It was a dark night, and the sky above looked just like an inky blue blanket, encrusted with tiny jeweled stars twinkling in the blackness above. There wasn't a breath of wind to speak of, and the ground was powdered, as always, with a light sheen of pearlescent white snow. It was a very beautiful night. Harry found himself wishing the rest of the team were here, or at least a little company. As breathtaking as it was to the eyes, it was bitterly cold, and Harry knew he'd have to do an awful lot of practicing to make up for this. Realizing he was out on his own in the dark of night, he paused, considering going back to the castle. He lifted a hand to his neck, making sure the collar was there, and just to test that Snape was watching, he wrapped his hands around his neck and pretended to throttle himself, choking, "Arg, I'm being strangled." Sure enough, next second, his collar buzzed angrily, making him jump, and a voice from nowhere said, "Potter, stop it. I'm only here to protect you from others, not yourself." "Just checking," said Harry, pleasantly, tucking his broom under his arm. "Professor Potter, I'm marking essays and extremely busy at." Yeah, said Harry, and his interruption probably made Snape take notice more than anything. "I'm out on the pitch on my own because you've got my team with you. Just so you know that I'm out here. I'd prefer you to get inside, Potter. If there's nobody out there looking out for your welfare, you're open to attack. At least go to Madame Hooch's office so she can watch you train." "It's all right, Professor," said a voice behind Harry. "I'm here with him." Harry looked around, surprised, and saw Kinda grinning at him, her broom neatly resting on one shoulder. Professor. Kinda Zabini is here with me," he said, aware he was talking seemingly to himself. "I'll be okay." "Very well, Potter. Do not interrupt my detentions again." The voice in his ear faded away. Harry grinned sheepishly. I won't ask what that was about," she said, smirking. "Good," said Harry, "because you probably won't believe me. What are you doing out here anyway? It's really dark and cold." "Don't be a prat, Harry," she said, grinning, getting onto her broom and sitting on it bench style, just floating pleasantly in front of him. "You're out here as well. We've got our second match tomorrow, and you're expecting me not to practice. Flint would have shot me if I wasn't out here. Harry chuckled, mounting his broom easily, kicking off into the air. Kinda flew up with him, and he had no idea how she could control her broom so well whilst sitting on it like that. She looked as calm as though it was just a stool. Harry would have been terrified of falling and cracking his head open on the ground. By the way, he said, as they glided through the gentle night air across the pitch. Did Blaze get that sausage out of his ear? No, I wedged it in good and proper, she replied. They both laughed, as Harry flew gently across to one of the stands and jumped nimbly off his broom, sitting down. Kinda remained in the air but changed her position to sit on the broom properly. So, you know how to conjure, right? Harry wondered whether this was a trick question for a minute. Yeah, why? Conjure some stuff to throw at me, she said, smirking. We're here to practice, after all, if you'd forgotten. She twirled her beater's bat lazily, looking down at him, hanging in the sky as though she was supported by invisible hands. Hey, Harry. What? He said, as he drew his wand from up his sleeve, and started to conjure apples while still listening. What are you going to do when you leave school? She asked, curiously, as she absent-mindedly rolled right the way around on her broom, hanging upside down so her hair stretched way out below her. He finished the last few apples on his pile, just checking them over to make sure they all were apples and not something else. I'm thinking on being an orer, like my dad. Mad-Eye Moody. Well, the guy who I thought was Mad-Eye Moody said that I had the right makings. He picked up the apple, and asked as he threw it hard towards her, what do you want to be? She belted the apple hard, shattering it into pieces that showered over everywhere, falling pleasant back to the ground far below. I dunno really. I was thinking about going into Quidditch, but there are very rarely any female beaters in professional stuff. Males are just physically stronger and they'll always get the position over a gal like me. I think you could do it, he said. He picked up another apple, pitching it towards her. There was a loud smack and it went zooming off behind her shoulder in pieces. Thanks, she said, grinning, steadying herself on her broom again. You'd make a good orer too. Shame you're not a prefect, that always adds good marks to your entrance form. Ron got the position, didn't he? Harry nodded. Yeah, Dumbledore said he didn't want to put any more pressure on me. He shrugged vaguely. You know, it's not like I wanted to do it. Ron and Hermione are always out patrolling and going to help teachers with everything. Are you a prefect? He asked, suddenly realizing he'd never asked before. Nah, she said, not me. No way. I'd love to be one of course, but I guessed I just missed out. He picked up some more apples, and started throwing them for her to hit. She didn't miss a single one, and Harry's mind ended up so absorbed in the throwing that he started to think about other things. Kinda finally got tired, and went for a quick fly around the stadium to wake herself up. He watched her as she flew, his thoughts wandering. Kinda was, well, she was great. She was friendly and cheery. She was laid back. She didn't giggle and gossip like all the other girls Harry knew, and her greatest love was playing Quidditch. Cho was a good player, there was no doubt about that, but she didn't seem to enjoy the game as much as Kinda did. Kinda lived and breathed Quidditch. He'd seen her around school, and she never ever took off her precious Quidditch gloves, even in lessons. It gave her a really cool, carefree sort of image. I can't wait to get out of here and go have fun, sort of thing. Harry didn't even realize he was watching her as intently as he was, as she looped around the goalposts a few times. He was too busy trying to subconsciously work out whether she was pretty or not. This had been baffling him for a while now. The thing was that there wasn't anything really wrong with her. She had no visible flaws, but she wasn't the sort of person who was known for being physically attractive. He watched her corkscrew carefully through one of the goal hoops, then curve right round and dart back along the pitch. She was pretty. Tomboy pretty. That was another thing that made him think about her. She just wasn't like other girls. She was the sort of person who would make the perfect cousin. Ron always complained about his cousin, saying they always had to go shopping when she came to visit, but Kinda was probably the sort of girl who only liked going into Zonko's, Honeydukes and quality Quidditch supplies. Harry, stop staring, you're putting me off. He grinned. Sorry, I'll just sit here and put my hands over my eyes, shall I? If you would, she called, grinning, corkscrewing down the pitch again, rolling over and over, somehow managing to keep her food down. Harry found this whole thing rather odd. Around Cho, he couldn't talk without blushing or losing his voice, or falling over, tripping up, making a complete fool of himself. His brain always turned to mush around Cho. But he felt easy with kinda. Are you actually going to do any flying today? She asked, smirking, cruising gently over his head. No, I think I'm going to just sit here, stare at you and put you off, he called back. She laughed, spiraling down around him, swapping position in midair to take the bench seat on her broom, watching him, smiling. Then I'll sit right here and stare back at you, shall I? If you want, Harry shrugged. Just don't take too long, we've got a Quidditch match tomorrow and I'd like to be able to play. She laughed, a proper laugh, not like Cho's insolent little giggle. She actually found him funny, instead of pandering to his ego and pretending to think he was. He realized now that Cho was completely fake. Had he actually taken her apology seriously? She flipped carefully backwards, easing herself slowly to hang completely upside down, with just her legs hooked over the broom. I should warn you, I'm the master of staring competitions. I spent 11 years staring at a dead spider on the ceiling of a cupboard under the stairs, said Harry, grinning. You might be handing that title over sometime soon. She chuckled, spreading her arms out and swishing gently at the surrounding air, almost as though swimming, managing to guide her broom forwards. I wouldn't sound so confident, if I were you, she teased. You see, I've got the beater's bat. So you won't dare win anyway or I'll give you such a beating you won't be able to walk properly again. Harry grinned, and went to jibe back, but the collar on his neck buzzed and he jumped, that familiar prickle shooting his spine, starting to scratch his neck. I must have a permanent itch or something, I always. Kinda reached out, her face creased in a curious frown, and Harry felt an even greater prickle go jittering down his spine as she touched his neck. She toyed absent-mindedly with the invisible collar. How interesting. Somebody's got you on a leash. Perhaps Cho's getting a teensy bit paranoid now. She smiled. He chuckled. No, it's something else. Kinda not allowed to talk about it. I get a shock every time I do something bad or I'm putting myself in danger. She raised an eyebrow, still watching him upside down, fiddling with his collar absent-mindedly. And the great master who has you attached to this thing seems to think that you're doing something dangerous now. Odd. He smiled, trying hard to ignore suddenly how close she was to him. Yeah, he's protective of me. The collar buzzed, kinda laughed and withdrew her hand quickly. I guess he doesn't like being talked about either, she said, smirking, and then to the delight of the butterflies in Harry's stomach, she reached out again, touching his neck gently. Her fingers played along the collar to the back of his neck, and with a thrill, Harry felt her undo the buckle and slip it off. It flickered into visibility, hanging in her hand. Oh, my Rottweiler has one like this. It's not got such a pretty jewel in it though. You'd better put it back on, he said, worriedly. I don't want to get a lecture from SN from him. She smiled. Fair enough. She leant forward, reaching around to the back of his neck, slipping it gently into place and fiddling with the buckle. Harry found his eyes fixed on her face, barely inches from his, and suddenly, he couldn't care less if a heliopath was about to burst out of the trees and cook him. Kinda's diligent fingers got the catch done, and the collar flickered into invisibility again. Harry got a reprimanding buzz from Snape, and somehow, he knew that he was in for a telling off when he got back to the castle. But that suddenly didn't matter. Kinda smiled at the enthralled look on his face, and idly let her eyes flicker away from him, roaming around the snowy treetops of the forest and the soft navy sky above. Beautiful, tonight. Yes, you are, he murmured, moving forward. It was an awkward angle, as she was still upside down, but Harry didn't care at all. He didn't care about anything. She smelt so sweet and she felt so soft. There was something lodged in Harry's throat, which considering the situation was most likely his heart. His eyes fluttered shut instinctively, and he realized with a thrill that he was keying kinda. Cho would hate him, Ron would envy him, Hermione would probably say something about it being too soon after Cho, Snape was going to massacre him for taking off the collar, and he didn't even want to think about what Blaise would do, but did it matter? After a few of the happiest moments of Harry's life, Kinda drew back, biting her lip and looking rather worried. Harry searched her eyes carefully. "What's wrong?" "We shouldn't have done that," she said. He raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you think?" "Harry, we're on a Quidditch team together," she said, sadly. "And, well, when I was with Marcus." "You think I'm like Marcus Flint," said Harry, feeling very hurt at this. She shook her head slowly. "No, not at all. I try not to link Quidditch and relationships. If I miss a bludger and it hurts one of your friends, you'll hate me." "I won't," he said. "I promise. It's not that simple." She averted her eyes. "Blaise doesn't. Blaise has no business in who I date," he said, simply. "And he doesn't have any with you either. Come on, Kinda." "And what about Cho?" she said, searching his face sadly, her hazel-colored eyes looking so soft and hopeful. "I don't care about Cho," he replied, stoutly. "Not at all. I care about you." She smiled softly, reaching out, playing with his collar again. "We can't, Harry. There's things about me you just don't know. All sorts of things. You're the boy who lived, you're famous, you're like the emblem of everything good and right. So, what difference does it make? You're a good person. I'm proud of you. You're the best beater I've ever seen. You're funny, you're friendly." Kinda shook her head sadly, looking away. My father is a Death Eater, Harry. The whole of the Zabini family are. Blaise wants to join up too. But you don't, do you?" said Harry, his eyes wide. "Of course I don't," she said, shocked at the thought. "I'd never do anything like that. It's just that people won't accept it. A Death Eater's daughter and the boy who lived. They'd twist your mind about me. You won't be able to trust me. How do you know I'm not working for Voldemort? How do you know that I'm not about to just pull out my wand and kill you?" "Because you wouldn't do something like that," he said, quietly. "You're better than that. Please, Kinda. You make me happy. I like you." She turned her eyes away for a second, and said, "I'm sorry, Harry. I wouldn't want to ruin you." She placed a last, gentle key on his lips, turned the right way up on her broom and murmured, "I'll see you tomorrow at the match." "I'm really sorry." He watched her fly away over the pitch, little more than a black outline against the moon bathing in the silky sky above the castle. He sat in silence for quite a long time after she disappeared in through a window of one of the towers, and then picking up his broom and the pieces of his broken heart, he walked out of the stands, across the grounds, and into the entrance hall with his eyes turned to the ground. "Well, said an icy voice from in front of him. "Finally, our hero decides to return back to the castle." He looked up and saw Snape watching him from the mouth of the dungeon corridor. He could see the black-haired, pale woman behind him in the darkness, just watching silently. "Sorry," he murmured, lost track of time. Snape crossed over to him, not looking pleased, studying his collar closely and hissing in his ear, "I didn't give you this so you could let other students remove it. Nobody is to know about this, Potter. Nobody at all." "Sorry," Harry said sadly again. "I won't let anybody near me again." Snape didn't catch the double meaning there. He continued to fiddle with the collar for a while, making sure it was on properly, and then he looking into Harry's eyes, frowning. Harry shut them fiercely. "You're not seeing it, Potter," Snape growled. "Severus." Harry opened his eyes, looking up at the soft voice. The woman was walking across the hall towards them, her hair short around her chin today, moving as though she was gliding rather than walking. She stood behind the potions master and put a hand on his shoulder. "He's safe. Let him go back to bed," she said, softly. Snape glanced up at her. "But," she laughed softly, a noise like wind chimes on a breezy day. "I know you enjoy punishment, Severus. Isn't he tired? And you are too. Just let him go, this once." Harry looked up at her, blinking in amazement. Snape thought for a moment, then his expression softened a little, turning back to Harry. "Very well. To bed, Potter. And do not do it again. 5 points from Gryffindor." Harry nodded. "All right, sorry again, Professor." The corner of Snape's mouth twitched as the woman gave his shoulder a gentle squeeze. Just this once, Potter. Harry shouldered his broom, and left the hall silently, his eyes turned towards the floor. As he disappeared up the marble staircase, he heard Snape say to the woman, "At times I wonder whether you have the imperious curse over me, you know." There was another soft, melodious laugh as they left, back down to the dungeons. "No, Severus, you just love me." Harry looked down at the floor again in silence, suddenly wishing he didn't have a heart. Harry woke very early the next morning, unable to sleep. He laid under the pile of duvets in the Gryffindor common room for quite some time, just staring at the ceiling, trying to sort out his thoughts, before he got up, dressed in his Quidditch robes, and sat on one of the sofas to wait. Ron and Hermione seemed perfectly content to keep sleeping. After half an hour of sitting and watching Ron blow bubbles, the clock on the mantelpiece read 6 o'clock, and so he left the common room, broom over his shoulder, heading down to the Great Hall for breakfast. Hardly surprisingly, he was the first one there, and he'd gone through 8 goblets of pumpkin juice and 2 bathroom trips before the doors opened again. Blaise Zabini and the rest of his Slytherin friends swept into the hall. Pansy was clinging to his arm. Harry had the sudden urge to kill something. "Oh, good morning, Potter," said Blaise, silkily. "Where are your little chums? Starting more fights?" "Yeah," said Harry, vaguely. Blaise snickered. "And my sister." Harry glared up at him, at that vile face. Did he know? Maybe kinda had told them all in the Slytherin common room. "How am I supposed to know? She's your sister." "Unfortunately," said Blaise, silkily, sinking into a seat at the Slytherin table. His friends sat around him, laughing, egging him on. "How was your late-night practice last night, Potter?" "Fine," Harry said, vaguely, finishing his 9th goblet. He didn't want to talk about it, least of all with Blaise. The rest of the bright sparks came down over the next half an hour, all patting Harry's shoulder, telling him to cheer up and that it will all be okay. They all seemed to think he was just worried about the match. Maybe it was better that way. When everybody had had enough with picking vaguely at their breakfast, it was time for everybody to go out onto the Quidditch pitch, and so the bright sparks trooped out across the grounds. "Hey, Harry," said Ron, hurrying to catch up with him. "You okay?" "Fine," said Harry, vaguely again. "Just a bit tired." "Was your practice okay last night?" asked Ron. Harry nodded numbly, feeling another twitch in his stomach at the thought of kinda hanging upside down in front of him, and her lips. Ron frowned. "Maybe you've got Gryffindor Rosada." "I hope so," said Harry, dully. As the others all got changed into their Quidditch robes, Harry sat and tried to cheer himself up by trading Quidditch cards with Neville, who was hopping around, trying to get his socks on. That usual pre-match nervousness was starting to affect him, and he had no more time to think about kinda. "Has anybody got any information on the Pride of Ravenclaw?" said Draco, absent-mindedly belting his boots against a wall to get the mud out of them. He was captain for this match, and had been running around like a headless chicken for half an hour, only half-dressed himself. "Mark Aerith's the captain," said Harry. "Not sure about anybody else, but they're probably Ravenclaw." "Clever of you to notice, Potter," said Draco, vaguely, heaving his boots on and doing up the straps with the air of somebody doing the locks on the cage of a tiger. "Shall we go spying?" said Ron. He was already changed, and the image of cool. "No, they might see you, Weasley." Draco went hurtling past, pulling his robes on over his head vaguely, looking for his gloves, but he skidded to a halt as he passed a mirror, wincing at his hair. "I need a haircut. Does anybody know any good severing charms?" "Yeah, I do," said Ron, eagerly, drawing out his wand. Draco eyed him suspiciously. "On second thoughts, I'll pass for the moment, Weasley." That moment, a voice boomed out over the stadium, "Good morning everybody. Are you ready for some Quidditch today?" Draco froze. "Oh Merlin's auntie, where are my bloody gloves?" Ron grabbed them and shoved them at him vaguely. Draco pulled them on, intoning, "Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no," over and over again. Today's Quidditch match is between the Bright Sparks, captained today by Draco Malfoy, and the Pride of Ravenclaw, captained by Mark Aerith. We've got news that both teams have new players with them today, so we're hoping to see some top-quality Quidditch today. Let's bring on the players. Bright Sparks, are you ready? No, Draco squeaked. Harry laughed, leaping onto his broom and speeding straight forward, taking flight into the crisp morning air instantly. The crowd roared with delight as he blossomed out into the air, whisking straight up into the air, letting the cool dew spatter his face, waking him up completely. The rest of the team came rocketing out of the tunnel mouth, and the crowd all cheered. "And new player today is Chaser Neville Longbottom," said Lee. "He's just there at the back trying to get on his broom." Ouch, that looked painful. All right, let's get on the Pride of Ravenclaw. The other half of the crowd jumped out of their seats, cheering and clapping, as 7 players in shimmering bronze robes whooshed out of their tunnel entrance. Harry wasn't overly interested in them, too busy glaring at Mark Aerith to notice something he should have done instantly. "All right, and here comes Madam Hooch to start the game. Places please." Harry flew forward to square up to Mark Aerith, his jaw set, glaring at him spitefully. Mark stared back at him with just as much loathing. "Ready," said Madam Hooch. 1, 2, 3. She flipped the box open, and Harry darted forward, seizing the quaffle and going rocketing off down the pitch, heading straight for goal. That vision of Mark Aerith lodged firmly in his brain. He was getting closer, about to enter the scoring area, when a player streaked past him in bronze robes that made him drop the quaffle instantly, just letting it fall. It was Cho. The blue lettering across her back read, "Seeker." Harry's blood seemed to boil instantly. The treacherous, how could she? She'd betrayed him so many times now. This was it. All his anger over Cho, Mark Aerith, and kinda just hit a peak, bursting out through a dam in his chest, as he roared with frustration, wheeling his broom around and going after Mark Aerith, who was clutching the quaffle and going for goal. And here's Harry Potter, streaking after Aerith. He's gaining on him. Look at him go. And Potter seizes the quaffle, Aerith snatches it back, and, Transylvanian tackle. A fake punch aimed at the nose by Potter, Aerith is knocked back, Potter with the quaffle, Potter going for goal. The keeper locked eyes with Harry for one moment, and Harry saw the fear in his eyes. Harry was one angry chaser, and a chaser on a mission. He flung back his arm, and threw the quaffle as hard as he could. It shot through one of the hoops under the keeper's arm, and the stadium exploded in cheers. It's 10-0 to the Bright Sparks. One hell of a goal by Potter there, and we're off to a great start already. 20-0, 30-0, third goal by Potter this match. He's really going for it today. 40-0, 50-0, 50-10. Ooh, disappointing leap by Weasley there. Never mind, resume play. 60-10, 70-10, 80-10. Where is Potter getting this from? Can somebody find out what that boy has been eating lately? 8 goals from Potter alone this match. Another thrown in from the Ravenclaw keeper, and this time Ginny got the quaffle. She sped for the unguarded goals, and then a bludger seemed to come from nowhere, swiftly followed by Kinda. She drew back her club and swung, missing Ginny by inches, belting the bludger with all the strength she had. It went rocketing away down the pitch after Draco. Kinda whistled after it, and as she passed, Harry felt an odd prickle in his stomach, but he didn't have long to dwell on it as Lee was happily shouting that it was 90-10 to the Bright Sparks. Another throw in, and Harry had it this time. The keeper groaned, rushing to protect the hoops, but Harry was too determined now. Quidditch adrenaline and anger had got the best of him. He darted forwards, but one of the Ravenclaw beaters jumped in his way, blocking him every way he tried to turn. "Get out of my way," he snarled, angrily. "Make me," the beater laughed. Harry was about to go for another Transylvanian tackle, but he heard somebody yelling at him from behind the beater. "Harry, Harry," he saw Neville gesturing wildly from behind the beater's arm. "Pass it, pass it." Harry flung the quaffle as hard as he could over the beater's shoulder, darting past him, and as though in slow motion, he saw it descend through the air. Neville was reaching up, bouncing on his broom, ready to catch it, looking absolutely ecstatic at being able to do something. There was a smack as it hit him in the face, and the crowd all oohed as one, but then a massive wave of laughing and clapping broke over as the quaffle, inexplicably, bounced off Neville's face and shot through one of the hoops. "Look at that," Lee yelled, laughing so hard he could hardly breathe. Longbottom scores from the face. And there he is, cheering through a nosebleed. What a goal. 10 points to the Bright Sparks from Neville Longbottom, and it's 100 points to 10. Almost all the players were doubled over laughing, even Neville and the Ravenclaw keeper, but then Cho streaked past on the hunt for the snitch, and Harry stopped laughing. There would be time for fun later. Now was the time to make prove he was the better, and what a mistake Cho had made. He suddenly thought that maybe, if he proved he was a marvelous chaser, kinda would be more impressed and might change her mind. And Potter, that's his 10th goal of the match. Incredible. Where does he find the inspiration? It's 120 to 10. Looks like we've got clear favorites for the Quidditch Cup this year. Wait a moment, is that the snitch? Harry whirled around, just in time to see Draco descend into a dive, streaming towards the ground like a bullet fired from a gun. Cho was after him, gaining on him, and Harry found himself screaming at Draco to hurry up, go faster. The two seekers were neck and neck, hurtling after a tiny sparkle of gold as it fluttered desperately, trying to escape, narrowly avoiding the ground and rocketing right along the grass. Harry could see Draco's expression of complete and utter panic as they rushed underneath him, both of them equal, scrabbling at each other's hands to get at it. But then, the goalpost pole seemingly came out of nowhere. Both of them collided with it head-on, and Harry could see the vibration spreading right up it, making the hoop shiver. Ooh, double collision with a goal post. And the snitch is gone, disappointing, but neither of them look hurt. Oh, by the way, Neville Longbottom had the quaffle and has scored twice if I was counting properly, so that's an amazing 3 goals for Longbottom and the score is now 140 to 10. Resume play. Draco looked very cross-eyed as he floated upwards, rubbing his forehead vaguely. You okay? Said Harry. Murph, was Draco's reply. There was no more time for worrying about Draco however, as the match stopped for nothing, and Mark Aerith had somehow got the quaffle. Harry streaked after him, and he saw Mark's angry face as he saw Harry flying along at his elbow. Leave me alone, he roared. No, Harry shouted, snatching at the quaffle. He saw Mark's elbow jerk backwards, and next second, there was a roar of fury from the Bright Sparks supporters, as Harry keeled over on his broom, clutching his stomach, completely winded. Lee Jordan bellowed, foul, foul, cobbing, excessive use of elbows. And yes, here comes Madam Hooch to sort out that filthy cheating scumbag Mark Aerith. Oh, sorry, Professor, sorry, anyway, Aerith being given a good shouting at, and it's a penalty for Potter. Potter making a funny gesturing, oh, he wants Weasley Jr. to take it. She's got the quaffle and flying forwards to take the shot. Harry groaned, rubbing his stomach, feeling his vision swimming. He felt as though he'd got a bludger in there battering his insides, listening to Madam Hooch lining Ginny up for the penalty vaguely, wishing the world would stop spinning. A hand appeared on his shoulder, and a kind voice said, Harry. You okay? Oh, yeah, I'm fine, he groaned, absent-mindedly, as his insides twisted and writhed. He looked up, about to tell whoever it was to get flying again, and saw kinda looking concernedly down at him. Oh, you. Me, she said, smiling. Concerned. You sure you're okay? He nodded. Yeah, alive, go on, get going, Malfoy'll shout at you. She smiled softly, and then said, look, Harry, I've thought about what you said, maybe, just take it easy, keep it a secret, you know. Harry looked up, as the whistle blew to signal Ginny had scored, though he didn't really care about that. You'll go out with me. She grinned. We'll say that if you can score again, yeah, okay. Barely 30 seconds passed between then and when Lee Jordan was yelling, Potter scores. Potter scores. 160 to 10 to the Bright Sparks. It's a goal. Harry turned around on his broom, grinning from ear to ear, the image of cool. Kinda laughed, shaking her head, shooting off after another bludger. Harry did a little dance in midair, then got going again, straight after the quaffle again. He seized it off one of the Ravenclaw chasers, thinking he might as well score twice just to make the job a good one, flying towards the hoops, and everybody in the stands suddenly started screaming. He frowned, wondering what all the noise was for. He'd scored plenty already. What was going on? He flew straight forward anyway, and flung the quaffle forwards. The keeper jumped for it but missed, and it shot straight over his arm through the hoop. The whole stadium simply erupted in cheers and screaming. Everybody was yelling, and Harry turned around, confused. Cho had the snitch. His face fell completely. But, if she'd caught the snitch first, it was 160 points all. And a snitch-catching team won in the event of a draw. But if he'd scored first, it would be 170 to 160. Silence fell across the stands as everybody realized this at once, and Lee Jordan choked. Well, we've got quite a problem here, folks. Harry Potter scores and Cho Chang catches the snitch in I'm pretty much sure the same instant. Did anybody see who it was first? I think we're going to need a replay on this. Yes, Madam Hooch is calling the teams together. Harry flew down to the ground before Madam Hooch, wishing the crowd would make some sort of noise, but everybody was just breathless with excitement. He landed and hurried over. Madam Hooch was white in the face. All right. Very good game. Very good. Most exciting game I've ever seen. Okay. She drew her wand shakily from up her sleeve, and announced, Simasifuga. 2 smoky images appeared in the air, one of Harry scoring, one of Cho snatching the snith out of the air, just repeating over and over. Madam Hooch paused them with a flick of her wand, rewinded the scene so that they were in their start positions, and levitated them up into the air. If Potter scored, she said, and she didn't need a magical megaphone or sonorous charm for the whole school to hear her, they were listening so intently. Then bright sparks won. If Chong caught the snitch, the match is a draw and so goes to the snitch-catching team, the pride of Ravenclaw. Ready then. She took a deep breath, and flicked her wand. Everybody watched the replays in absolute silence, all praying. Harry pulled back his arm. Cho flung hers forward, the quaffle was released, Cho scrabbled for the snitch. The quaffle sunk through the hoop barely fractions of a second before Cho's fingers closed around the snitch. Harry had scored first. There was total silence for a few more moments, and then with a roar so loud Harry felt crushed by all the screaming, the entire stadium started to shriek and yell, applauding and jumping up and down and hugging each other. Harry disappeared under a pile of hysterically sobbing Bright Sparks members, and Lee Jordan was yelling, Bright Sparks win. Over all the noise, Harry closed his eyes, grinning almost manically, and then more shouting, closer by, could be heard. Cho and Mark Aerith were nearby, and Harry could hear what they were saying. I'm sorry, said Cho. I'm really sorry, Mark. I really tried. I can do better. Honestly, I can. It's okay, said Mark. I'm sure our next seeker will catch the snitch. And next seeker, said Cho, her voice strangled. You mean, you're dropping me from the team? Mark laughed. I'm dropping you full stop. You're useless. I only ever went out with you to get you on my team, and you're rubbish at that anyway. It's over. He walked away across the grounds towards the changing rooms, his Quidditch robes swirling behind him. Cho choked. But, she burst into tears, and fled the pitch, fighting through the crowd. Harry watched her go, and wasn't sure whether he felt sorry for her or not. She'd betrayed him, so many times it was untrue. She left him for another boy, then ditched his team right before a match to swan off with her new boyfriend. He still had the feeling he should be sorry for her, but he wasn't. He had no duty to do that. He'd been hurt too much by her to let himself feel sorry anymore. Harry, said Ron, staring at him. What? Said Harry, looking back at him. Lost you for a second there, said Ron. No, just thinking, said Harry. He grinned. You know, I do believe we've got a good chance at this Quidditch League affair, dear cousin. Ron started to laugh, and Harry laughed with him, grinning so widely that it hurt. Somebody was thumping him on the back. Draco was still in tears from their win, and Harry could hear the crowd all chanting, Potter. Potter, Potter. I rule, he thought, glowing with pride. The weeks started to roll by again. Harry found himself whisked up in a whirlwind of Quidditch, homework, kinda and his friends. His days became so busy that all the events seemed to blur together, and he was never short of something to do. On Monday, he had dark arts and transfiguration amongst his subjects, and as they were the ones he needed to become an Auror, he concentrated in every single moment of those lessons, taking notes to help him get through the mountains of homework. The rest of his week was so busy that he was almost relieved that pure arts was all he did in the afternoon. Professor Alrister still wasn't back, but the substitute teachers in those lessons were so useless that Harry welcomed the lesson. He sat at the back of the class, hunched over Transfiguration essays or Quidditch strategy books. When he finished his lessons for the day, he always did some pure arts practice as Professor Alrister had told him to. He was getting better and better, bit by bit, learning from his book and practicing with Hermione sometimes. His important lessons on Tuesday were potions and charms. Snape kept subtly pushing him to try harder and harder. His potions were gradually improving in quality, and he was soon second to top of the class, just being Hermione. Every lesson, he would march up to Snape's desk, put down another nearly perfect potion, and Snape would give him one of those fleeting smiles. Charms was still going well, of course, and Professor Flitwick wasn't giving him nearly as much homework as the other students, which was a relief to Harry. On Tuesday night, he nearly always had occlumency, and things were going fine in those lessons as well. One lesson Snape, without thinking, murmured, "Impressive," after Harry completely blocked him from his mind. On Wednesday, the most significant lesson was magical creatures. Kibbles was growing slowly larger and larger, until the walls of his shed burst, which resulted in a 2-hour rampage for the excitable dragon across the grounds while Hagrid, Harry and Professor Lupin tried to catch him. After Wednesday, things calmed down somewhat, as Harry did a little more homework and then had the team out for practicing. Of course, there were 2 other practices. One was on a Saturday, which lasted most of the morning, but the other was on Thursday night between just Harry and Kinda. They played Quidditch, or climbed trees in the Forbidden Forest, feeding kibbles, and whenever Hagrid or Professor Lupin was free, they'd go hawking. These evenings were a welcome relief to the rest of Harry's exhausting Thursday: double magical creatures, transfiguration, and then double potions. Friday was getting just as daunting though. DA Club continued as always, even though it now took 8 people to hold Kibbles' leash without him getting free and destroying the Great Hall, and after DA Club was another exhausting occlumency session. All in all, Harry was pretty busy. There wasn't another hint of Gryffindor, Slytherin or Hufflepuff Rosada, and Harry couldn't help but think that maybe Professor McGonagall had managed to get to whoever it was. Maybe this time it was all over, properly. People were certainly settling down with the food again. Harry no longer got a sick feeling whenever he thought of eating, and luckily, it hadn't got to the stage of eating Neville yet. So with every going on around him, before Harry knew it, winter had melted into spring. The frosty shimmer across the grounds flittered away, bringing dewy grass, cold mornings, and the customary spring showers. It was a warm early April morning, a Tuesday, and Harry was just leaving potions with Draco and Hermione. They'd been making photograph processing potion, and Harry's fingers were still silvery and metallic at the end. Draco and Hermione had somehow remained spotless. "Where are we going for break today?" said Draco. Harry answered whilst picking vaguely at the ends of his fingers. "The next Quidditch match decides whether we get into the semifinals or not. We should go and get some practice done. When it's all cold and the grass is wet." Draco wrinkled his nose. "Anyway, we've got a proper practice tomorrow." "There is such a thing as overdoing it," said Hermione, promptly. "Well yeah," said Harry. "But it's my turn again at captaining the next one and I don't want to end our winning streak. We've beaten 4 teams now. That's 4 points. We must be first, or joint first in the league. And if we lose the next one then somebody could skip ahead of us. We know the Blazes team have won all their games, and I'm not going to lose to Zabini. So don't blow yourself out, Harry," said Draco, coolly. "You need to relax sometimes. The only time you're not working is when you go for a walk on Thursday, and I'm willing to bet you actually take your homework along." Harry snorted, as if. Hermione suddenly frowned, looking ahead up the dungeon corridor. "What's going on? There's an awful lot of people there." They hurried up the corridor, following the flow of people, finding themselves stuck on the edge of the crowd. "Can you see?" said Harry, standing on tiptoe, trying to look over the heads. Draco frowned. "There's something everybody's looking at. I can't see what it is. Excuse me, can we get through?" "Yes, prefect's coming through. What's going on here?" The crowd parted, and Draco and Hermione swept through, followed by a curious Harry. At first, Harry thought there wasn't anything there, until he realized with a thrill of horror that there was something there. He froze up. The clown ball just sat in the middle of all the people, grinning as always, its eyes looking very alive. "Oh dear, it's a dog toy," Draco drawled. "Well, I can certainly see what the excuse for a big hold-up is. Come on, stop blocking the corridors, just leave it." It moved," said a girl behind Draco. "Honestly, we were just standing here, and it came bouncing in through the doors on its own and just sat there." Draco scoffed. "So somebody threw it. It's just a toy. Everybody get going, stop blocking the staircase." The girl shook her head. She looked very white. "You didn't see it. There's something wrong with that toy." Harry was listening to this, standing very still, just staring back at the clown's horrible, grinning face. It was looking right at him. He'd never been so sure of anything. Its painted eyes weren't just looking in his vague direction, they were fixed on him, and if Harry wasn't mistaken, they could see him all too well. "I'm going to fetch a teacher," the girl behind Draco said. He frowned, and caught her arm to stop her leaving. "Don't be so stupid, we don't need a teacher. Somebody just kick it outside." Nobody seemed to want to go near it. Harry instinctively took a step closer to Draco. The clown's eyes followed him. Draco sighed. "Are you telling me that we've got a whole school full of people who are too scared of a squeaky dog toy to touch it?" He scoffed again, shook his head, and then said, "All right, I'll do it, and then you'll all see how stupid." But he stopped talking. The clown toy on the floor had turned on the spot before everybody's eyes to stare right at him. A few people muttered nervously and backed away. Draco rolled his eyes. How pathetic. He moved towards it, and bent down to pick it up, but instantly withdrew his hand with a cry of pain as there was an angry hissing noise. Draco staggered backwards, clutching his fingers. Hermione hurried to him, grabbed his hand and held it out. Everybody gasped as they saw horrible burns spreading right down Draco's fingers onto his palm. He bit his lip, seething. "Nobody touch it," he said. "Somebody go and get a teacher." Nobody moved. They were all staring at the clown toy avidly. It was changing color, from all the bright rainbow shades to an orangey color. Everybody drew back, worriedly, as it started to shake on the floor, at first just a tremble, but soon, it looked as though an invisible hand was trying to pull it apart. Smoke and steam was gushing from it and it was throbbing a horrible, pulsing crimson color. People started to turn and back off, a few people had broken into a run. Harry found he wanted to run. The ball was now thrashing around, bouncing and twisting, spinning, steam gushing from the cracks starting to tear in it, and then there was a terrified scream from everybody present as the ball just burst into 100 lumps of twisted plastic and something simply huge came spreading out of the remains. Harry felt the temperature go shrieking upwards, and next second, it looked as though the entire entrance hall had become hell on earth. Fire and flames rocketed from nowhere and there was a roar so loud Harry felt as though it was tremoring inside his very heart. His mouth opened in a stuck scream, and then Hermione grabbed his arm, pulling him away up the marble staircase. He didn't need telling twice. They sprinted away as the screams behind got louder and louder along with the roar, and the heat seemed to be chasing them down the corridor as they ran. Hermione and Draco were going faster, just ahead of him, and he opened his mouth to scream for them to stop, but something shot out of a tapestry to his right, grabbed him and hauled him behind it. He yelped, scrabbling away, trying to get out, but a cold hand clamped hard over his mouth and fingers curled around his wrist. He struggled against whoever it was that had gripped him, and managed to tear the hand off his face. "What's going on?" he demanded of the darkness before him. "What's happening?" A very cold finger pressed against his lips. "Shish," came the only reply. Harry fumbled backwards for the catch to open the tapestry, but a hand shot forward and curled round his wrist. "Don't. Just be still. Get off me," he snapped, pulling his hand away. "Tell me what's going on. Listen to me, Harry. This is life and death. I am begging you on bended knee to please be quiet and I'll explain everything the moment this is over." Harry just wished he could see who it was, because even though the voice was vaguely familiar, it didn't give him any clues. It was quite a well-spoken, though heavily characterful voice, to somebody who was evidently a late teenager. He closed his eyes, just falling silent. He could hear people screaming outside as they ran up and down the corridor. Professor Flitwick's voice was shouting, "Into my office, children, quickly," and all the while there was that loud, horrible roar from the entrance hall. And then, the siren's high, wailing scream pierced from nowhere, wavering high, sounding out danger. Harry felt himself going cold. He had to get to a teacher. He struggled again, but his captor said, "Harry, don't, just relax, we're safe here." He could feel tears of fear starting on his face and he had to grab his ears to stop the siren's screaming, turning him insane. Doors up and down the corridor were slamming, people were still shouting, but the footsteps were drying out. People were being taken to safe places. And he was behind a tapestry with somebody he didn't know. There was now a loud crackling noise that Harry recognized as fire. The siren died out, and the crackling grew louder. Harry could see amber lights fluttering around the edges of the tapestry. The material would catch fire. They'd be found or burnt alive. He struggled fretfully and whoever it was gathered him into their arms, rubbing his back in a brotherly way. "Come on, Harry, trust me." "Who are you?" he said, shaking. "It's odd," said the boy, quietly. "You see me every day of your life but you've never met me at all." Bang! The gates slid down, and Harry jumped, his nerves already stretched to breaking point. He felt movement behind her, and glanced around just in time to see thick metal doors grinding into place, covering up the tapestry, blocking the entrance completely. The moment they had clamped shut, the cold person holding him let him go, and started to move around in the darkness. "Oh, light, light, give me a light." There was something about the sing-song way that they uttered that last sentence which sent jolts of suspicion into Harry's chest, but he still couldn't fit a face to the voice at all. It even took him a few seconds when the match flared on for him to realize who it was. He stared back at a boy, about 17 or 18 years old, with dark eyes and hair of such a deep brown that it was practically black. He was wearing a Hogwarts uniform, but it certainly wasn't the uniform Harry wore, much older, as though it was from an era somewhere half a century ago. He frowned, trying to remember where he'd seen that face before, until he realized. "It's you," he whispered. "Shish," said the boy. "Look at me, Harry, please just shish." "But, what's happened to you?" he said, in such a low voice that the boy couldn't tell him to shish anymore. "Why are you?" "I've been out of the castle, doing something," came the reply. "Dumbledore knows of a spell to change a poltergeist to a ghost and remove the shimmer for a few hours. I'm less recognizable like this." It was Peeves, but at the same time, how could it be Peeves? He was wearing plain colors, he didn't have a ghostly white shimmer floating around him, and there wasn't that ludicrous propeller hat perched on top of his hair that was usually greased to one side. His dark locks were now left short and neatly combed. He looked so young, so incredibly real, just as he had been in his 7th year at Hogwarts. And his voice, he sounded completely different. It was no longer a cackle but just a regular, 17-year-old boy's voice. Harry found himself staring in absolute amazement at how much unlike Peeves suddenly was. Why are we here?" Harry asked, and he couldn't help but feel scared now. Peeves never acted like this. He was never even serious, let alone as anxious and nervous as he was now. "The heliopath," he said, quietly. "It got into the school, it must have been possessing my ball." "Your ball?" said Harry, his eyes widening in amazement. "What do you mean, your ball?" "Well, not technically mine. My little brother's, and I gave it to Dumbledore, but it was mine." "But, that ball was mine," said Harry. He stared at Peeves before him in the light of the match. "Somebody sent it to me as a Christmas present." Peeves blinked at him. "A Christmas present? Hang on, where did you first get it?" "On Christmas Day," said Harry. "Somebody sent it to me wrapped up. I thought it was somebody playing a joke." Peeves looked absolutely baffled. "But, I gave it to Dumbledore, so he could control my state." "What, Peeves, what's going on?" The boy before him smiled, almost sadly. "Not Peeves. I'm not Peeves when I'm like this. I died looking like this, Harry, and I died as Peter Peelish, call me Peter." "But, What's going on? What's with the ball? And why are you saving me? Harry stared at him, completely baffled by absolutely everything going on. And why are you being so normal? Another solemn smile, as Peter took a candle from the inside of his robes, lit it with the match and set it between them on the floor. I'm being normal because I'm not a poltergeist when I'm like this. When a person dies, various things decide whether they're poltergeist or ghost. Naturally, I'm a poltergeist. So all the malice and love for chaos and mischief I had was put into my new poltergeist personality. If I'd been a ghost, it would have been removed, leaving me like this. It's sort of like a split personality. And what's with the ball? Said Harry. Peter sighed. Long story, Harry. Very long story. Then again, I suppose we have time. The teachers should be going to tackle the heliopath now. Well, that clown belonged to my little brother. My family were rather poor, we didn't have any gold to spare at all. It was like the only toy he had. He looked sad for a moment, and then continued, looking even more grave. When he died, he gave it to me. He told me to keep it safe for him. So I did. I was holding it when I died myself. It passed on with me. So, said Harry, there's a charm which can turn a poltergeist to a ghost and back, said Peter quietly, absent-mindedly running his fingers through the flame. But after I died, I came to Hogwarts, and Dumbledore knew I'd have to have that charm performed on me on a regular basis. So he made the clown able to perform it. I could interchange between poltergeist or ghost at will. Whenever I didn't need it, I gave it to Dumbledore for safekeeping. He must have dropped it somewhere outside. Then I presume the heliopath got into it. Somebody else picked it up, brought it into the castle, perhaps sent it to you as a joke. He shrugged. And now the heliopath's out. What if it gets through those doors? Said Harry, worriedly glancing at the metal doors guarding the tapestry. It won't, said Peter. Trust me. Harry frowned, getting both scared and angry now. Why are you doing this? How did you know that the heliopath was coming now? Peter ran a hand through his dark hair. It's complex, Harry. Stuff I don't think you'll either believe or want to hear from me. Try me, why don't you? Said Harry. Peter fiddled with his fingers for a moment. I thought that Dumbledore would be here to explain it all better to you. But, well, in basic terms, there's something known as a guardian bond, Harry, and... Yeah, said Harry, vaguely. I know about that. Peter looked at him, surprised. You do? Yeah, said Harry. I learnt about that ages ago, Lupin and Snape. What about them? What's this got to do with them? Lupin, said Peter, frowning. I don't know. What has this got to do with him? He's my second, said Harry. Isn't he? Peter shook his head. But then who? Said Harry. Even though next second, he realized. His face fell into shock, and he just stared at the boy before him. Peter started back, with raised eyebrows. It's not you, said Harry. It can't be. You're Peeves the poltergeist. You're never anywhere near me. You only paid me any attention in my second year when you thought I was killing everybody. I'm always near you, said Peter, searching his face solemnly. I only leave you for about a week at a time every now and then. You never see me. Dumbledore thought it would be best if you had no idea about me. I'm invisible. He smiled sadly. I've seen the best and the worst times of your life. But, Harry just stared at him, too shocked to take it in. I'd have known if you near me. Peter shook his head. I'm careful that you don't. He smiled ever so slightly, fiddling with his fingers in almost a nervous way. Snape didn't mind intruding in your privacy all the time. If you were up to something, he wouldn't hesitate to get out of bed and go racing through the corridors, pretending to be on night duty. I didn't like to though. I remember what it was like to be a teenager. I'd have hated being watched all the time. I don't believe this, said Harry. He shook his head. You made my life hell during second year with that stupid song. Peter smiled sadly into his fingertips. I have to apologize for that. At least you didn't suspect me, It's been hard. You don't know how hard it was, that night when you had the nightmare. I just had to make myself known. And that was just how I died. What you said. You're a bit like one of my brothers. Robert. He was always curious, he loved his friends. He got into all sorts of bother but he managed to wriggle out of it. Harry watched him silently. Peter looked so sad and reminiscent that Harry was starting to feel sorry for him. "So, you and Snape have been looking after me all along?" Peter nodded. "I preferred to stay out of sight and distant, while Snape took the approach of hating you. I dare say he came as more of a shock than me." "Not really," Harry admitted. He watched Peter for a moment, and then said, "How did you know the heliopath was coming for me?" Peter looked very nervous at that. He started fiddling with his fingers even more. Well, that's not exactly something that, just a hunch, Harry." Harry's eyes narrowed. "What do you know? It wasn't just a hunch. You knew something was going to happen or you wouldn't have been here waiting for me." "It's a matter between Dumbledore and I," said Peter, quietly. "I have more uses than following you around and starting food fights." Harry frowned. What would those uses be? Peter shook his head, frightened. "Don't ask me, Harry. You don't want to know. Your view of me has probably already changed, seeing me in ghost form and then finding out that I'm your magical guardian." Harry was already putting two and two together in his mind. There were still gaps, but things were starting to slot into place. There was no other way that Peter could have known. And then something that Sirius's ghostly form had murmured to him from a cauldron many months ago, about Dumbledore having more spies, people that nobody would ever guess. "You're a spy in Voldemort's force, aren't you?" said Harry. Peter looked up at him, searching his face, considering him, and then after just a moment, he nodded, silently. Harry watched Peter closely. So the poltergeist he had known for 6 years as just an annoying, airborne menace was actually his magical guardian, a Death Eater, and a spy. Somehow, none of this made sense or fit at all, and after a minute, he realized what was wrong. "You're always at Hogwarts. You can't be out of the castle." Peter smiled. "Oh, you're wrong there." "How am I?" said Harry. "Every single day, you're smashing trophies or breaking cabinets, starting fights, flushing first year's heads down the toilets." No, said Peter. "Even I couldn't make that amount of mayhem on my own. And even though it is indeed mostly me, there are some times when it most certainly is not. I have to leave to talk to the Dark Lord sometimes." "So how come it still appears that you're here?" said Harry, frowning. Peter smiled rather sagely, watching the candle for a few moments. "I have my own rather reliable methods of making sure that nobody walks the corridors and feels completely safe." "And those are?" Harry prompted. "Oh, that would be telling," said Peter, and for a moment, Harry could see that a little of Peeves had been left in him, as a twinkle appeared in his eye and he smiled, just showing the tips of his teeth. "I can't trust you not to tell Ron, Hermione, Draco or kinda. And I know it will be hard for you to resist the temptation." "Please," said Harry, hopefully. "Honestly, loads of people trust me with loads of stuff. I'm considering renting myself out as a secret keeper." A pleasant, bright chuckle left Peter's lips, layered heavily with tinges from Peeves's own laugh, almost a diluted form of the poltergeist. "I know, but I also know things you would never dream of, Potter. I see pretty much everything that goes on in this castle. I know 90% of what goes on with the Dark Lord. I know almost every little detail of your life. Snape might be able to see your thoughts, but he sees hardly anything else, apart from your potions, perhaps. You might be the secret keeper, but I am the secrets, and I want to be kept." "Prove it," said Harry, sitting back, surveying Peter over the flicker of the candle. "Tell me something about myself that nobody else in the whole world knows." Peter smiled, tilting his head a little. "Every day, you go past Alrister's office just to see if he's come back yet. I also know where Alrister is, why he's gone, and when he plans to return. I know what's stopping him coming back. I know that when you had that nightmare, and Hermione heard what had happened to Alrister, she cried. I know that right now, some of the teachers are on the roof, and some are down in the dungeons with the children. I know that there's a mouse 2 floors below us eating one of the tapestries." "How?" said Harry, his face creasing in a frown. "How can you know so much?" Another sagacious smile flittered across Peter's lips. "There's another reason that Dumbledore keeps me here, apart from to protect you and to get information from the Dark Lord. Nobody else in the whole wide world apart from Dumbledore, and you know I'm a Death Eater, and only you, Snape, and Dumbledore know that I guard you. But only Dumbledore and I know why I stay here, in Hogwarts, and don't come with you during the summer. Tell me, said Harry, moving forward, grasping Peter by his icily cold arm. I deserve to know, don't I? You're my guardian, I'm supposed to trust you. Tell me, please. Ask me some direct questions, said Peter, tilting his head to the side. I was never good with explaining everything. How can you leave to see Voldemort and yet still be here? Said Harry. Peter smiled. I'll show you once this is all over. How come you knew about the mouse? I know every little detail within this castle. How? Another of those tiny, glimmering smiles. I'm the guardian of Hogwarts. I protect everything here, and so I know everything here. Filch always thought he looked after this castle, so why did Dumbledore get rid of him? Because I'm far more effective. He looked thoughtful for a moment, gazing up above Harry's head, as though seeing something Harry couldn't. Hermione is worried about where you are. Flitwick is trying to calm her. Harry was starting to accept all this, bit by bit, still watching Peter's face closely. So, you know everything about everyone. Oh no, said Peter, shaking his head. I know everything about the castle. I can see what it sees. In a way, I'm the translator between Castle and Dumbledore. That's how I tested all the defenses. Of course, I let the poltergeist in me out sometimes for some random destruction. But then I just thought, and found the gaps. I assure you that I cannot get into people's thoughts. If the castle knows you're there, then I do. You always turned up at the worst times, said Harry, remembering his past years at the school. Always. You used to just know wherever I was. And that night, when I was talking to Draco, you got me locked in a cupboard for 2 days. Peter chuckled. Well, that was quite funny, you have to admit. And you were in no immediate danger. I never tried to physically hurt you. You threw walking sticks at me in my first year, said Harry, with a pained expression. Just my way of saying hello, said Peter, turning his glittery eyes onto Harry and smiling like the older brother he'd never had. I was particularly excitable that summer. Imagine meeting a brother your parents gave up for adoption long ago, or getting a new pet. You think of me as a pet, said Harry, staring at him. Somewhat, said Peter. Pet and a younger brother. I always loved children. My family was huge. It was natural that I come to live here when I died, and Dumbledore needed a spirit guardian for the castle. I jumped at the chance. By the way, his lips curled into another of his glimmering smiles. Kinda has a photo of you under her pillow. Harry's stomach gave a little twist. Oh, from when you're playing Quidditch. I can't sense what's going on in the grounds, so I have to actually glide out after you to watch. You're a good player. I could never handle a broomstick properly, far too uncomfortable. Then again, I lived in the 50s, when the fashion was to have the tiniest little broom imaginable, but very thick, with a racing stripe down the side. Like a plank of wood. So you know all about kinda, said Harry. Peter smiled. It's our secret, Harry. He surveyed Harry with interest, as though he'd never really looked at him properly before. I've wanted to talk to you about all this for a long time. I very nearly did on that night with the dreams you had, but McGonagall shooed me away. You don't like Professor McGonagall, do you? Harry said, grinning, remembering the whole food fight. You squashed a plate of eggs in her face though, that was a little unkind. And you put a fried egg in my face as well. Well, Peter chuckled. You're incredibly funny to antagonize. I love the way you have to keep telling Ron and Hermione off for fighting. You could be in your own soap opera, you know. Sometimes it feels like I already am, Harry said, rubbing his forehead with a weak smile. The hours flittered past, as the candle burned lower, spreading dancing shadows higher and higher up the walls of the enclosed spaces behind the tapestry. Harry found himself sharing memories with Peter, and Peter with him, as though they'd been best friends for all their lives. Harry forgot that deep within Peter was a poltergeist that couldn't wait to get out and cause havoc again, and he knew it was probably the first time in many years that Peter had spoken to anybody and received a serious, sincere, polite answer. Harry didn't know exactly how much time had gone past, but he felt himself getting gradually sleepier and sleepier. Peter noticed his eyelids drooping, told him to curl up and get some rest, that he would wake Harry if anything important happened. Harry nodded and gratefully laid down. The last thing he felt before he slipped into waves and waves of welcome sleep was a rather cold piece of material being laid over the top of him, and Peter saying, "Sleep well," in his ear. He was woken sometime later by a loud grating noise, and sunlight flooding in, glaring in his eyes. He shifted and gave a short snort of protest at all the light and sound. "Shish, he's asleep," said Peter's voice. "You useless poltergeist," Snape hissed. "You've had him here all along. I told you to bring him to my office, not hide him behind a tapestry." "The heliopath was right behind them," said Peter, calmly. "He wouldn't have made it. Phileas was just half a corridor away. He could have used flow powder to get from there to my office. Or he could have been caught and killed, releasing the Dark Lord on the world once more. I know which option I'm glad I took. And please keep your voice down, Professor." He took in a lot of information. "He doesn't need you yelling in his ears. I don't know whether I despise you more as that bratish poltergeist or when you're playing Old Man of the Woods ghost." Harry felt Snape's hand gripping his shoulder, giving a little shake. "Potter, wake up." He curled up, his face creasing in annoyance. "Men." "Oh, leave him," said Peter, irritated, swatting out at Snape. "You don't always have to be so cruel to him. He's just a kid." Snape ignored Peter, and muttered again, "Potter, up." Harry opened his eyes blearily, glaring up at Snape, only half awake. Everything behind the potions master's silhouette was dark, lit only by the glow of the candle in Snape's hand. "What?" said Harry, sleepily. "The heliopath has been removed from the premises," said Snape. "You're free to go back to your common room. Food is going to be served in half an hour in the Great Hall." "Did you kill it?" said Harry, hopefully, sitting up so Peter's school robes slid off him. "Yes, Potter," said Snape. "We did. No thanks to some people." He swept an icy look at Peter, who glared right back, pulling his robes on. "Don't thank me too much," he said, bitterly. "I have no intentions of doing so," said Snape. He gripped Harry's elbow, and Harry managed to get groggily to his feet, wobbling a little. Peter slipped out of the alcove too. He glanced nervously up and down the corridor, making sure there was nobody around. "Oh, Harry, I promised to show you." "Well, I promised to show you." "Show him what?" said Snape, surveying Peter with narrowed eyes. Peter smiled pleasantly up at his fellow magical guardian. "Show him something. You're welcome to come as well, but there's a danger it might be fun and I wouldn't want to make you uncomfortable." Snape glared at him. Peter just smiled. It was amazing how even as mild-mannered Peeves could irritate Snape to within an inch of his life. "I'm going to take Harry to see something," said Peter, smugly. "And I'll have him back in time to eat whatever poisoned muck the house elves are going to give them today." Snape simply stepped back as Peter glided away down the corridor, and Harry hurried after him eagerly. They heard Snape's footsteps leaving the corridor in the direction of the dungeons, and then Harry asked, "Where are we going?" Peter smiled secretively. "My nest." "Your what?" "My nest." Peter chuckled, turning left to pull back a tapestry pretending to be a door, simply peeling it off the wall and stepping through. They appeared in a dark, very cold tunnel, and Harry shivered. Peter was pointing vaguely down various passages. "There's a room full of portkeys to Hogsmeade there. ... I'm not sure what's down there. Something tried to eat me the last time I checked. Down that corridor is the back entrance to Dumbledore's office. That door doesn't open unless you ask really nicely, and that appears to be a dog door. I can't fit in there. Oh, there's a big coffin in that room which I think has Helga Hufflepuff in it. The room's full of stuffed badgers. Salazar Slytherin's private chambers were apparently in there." Harry nearly tripped over something that went scuttling past his feet. He jumped, and Peter said, coolly, "Oh, watch out for the rats, they're everywhere in this corridor." "How come this passage didn't turn up on the Marauder's map?" asked Harry, intrigued, hurrying after the silvery silhouette of Peter up ahead. "Because they never found it," came the reply, echoing through the gloom. "Oh, they came close. It was Lupin who nearly discovered it. They were late for class and he wondered whether there was a shortcut through here, but he didn't get far." One of the rats got him, and the dark and the cold just got to him. He doesn't actually like being alone in the dark, did you know that? Harry shook his head. No, I thought he just didn't like the moon. Ah, that as well. There are some incredibly brave people in the castle. Lupin, cursed by lycanthropy, and yet he endures it month after month. Snape, a Death Eater. And you wouldn't be that surprised at the number of children who have lost family members and keep a picture in their trunk or next to their bed. Draco is a fantastic artist, really marvelous, but he's worried that the only part of his drawings that people will see is the signature, Malfoy, at the bottom. Harry was about to ask how Peter knew this, when something large and heavy came out of nowhere and he ran into it. He fell over with a cry, and something that felt like a huge vase landed in his arms. Peter turned around. Ah, yeah, watch out for the vase. I think this place was used as a storeroom until the cold made it impossible to light torches. Even the castle doesn't know why it suddenly got cold in here. I think it's something to do with whatever it is down that passage back there, but it only comes out at night. It is night, said Harry, worriedly, as Peter hauled him to his feet. So it is, said Peter, in a pleasant voice, leading him on through the darkness. Now, there's a rather marvelous painting on this wall here. In the days when the school was just made, all the founders had a particular favorite student. It was sort of like a head student of each house. Eventually, that turned into prefects with an overall head boy and girl chosen by the headmaster or headmistress. But you'll never guess what the last name of the boy Slytherin chose was. What? Said Harry, interestedly. Malfoy, said Peeves. It looks like Slytherin. Malfoy and Snape were always a little trio together. Of course, the Slytherin lines only got the Dark Lord left, and Draco's the last Malfoy. It looks as though Severus is going to be the last Snape. But, his girlfriend, said Harry. Aren't they going to have children? Peter sighed sadly. It's complicated, Harry, too complicated for me to explain. Snape's secretive as well, nearly as much as me. If there's anything important going on, he does it out of the castle. Then why does she always visit him? Harry asked. It's very confusing, even to me. It's clear that she's a metamorphagus of sorts. She probably learnt the technique rather than inherited it. She can vary the length of her hair. She comes every other night now, and it's a random time. They talk mostly about the Dark Lord, the Ministry, family. You've come up in the conversation once or twice. What does Snape say about me? Harry asked, eagerly, hurrying to keep up. Peter had stopped and was fiddling with a lock, according to the various clicking noises. Oh, all sorts, said Peter, and he left it at that, as he opened up the door and light flooded the pitch-black corridor. He slipped inside the room beyond, and Harry followed him with a single glance back at the cold corridor. Harry's first thought was of a smuggler's cavern. Every single available surface was covered in something, be it material or jewelry. Sheets and sheets of paper were scattered vaguely over everything, and nearly everything was broken or burnt in some way. There was what appeared to a dummy hanging in one corner, suspended by a cord from the ceiling, and stuffing was pouring out of every slash in its fabric. The far corner was just a huge mountain of pillows, mostly torn or ripped in some way, and all over the walls was childish scribbling in various colors. It all looked like the den of somebody who had an awful lot of anger to express. Why is everything, Harry begun, though he didn't know quite how to finish it. Peter guessed his question. Broken. We're poltergeists, Harry. Poltergeists have a physical need to express frustration. Sometimes, just a little anger needs to be expressed. He gestured at the scribbles decorating the walls, and then glanced at what looked like a mattress that had been torn apart and nailed to the ceiling. Of course, sometimes a more drastic result is desired. What do you mean, we're poltergeists? Said Harry, frowning. I mean that myself and one or more other people are poltergeists, said Peter, coolly. He strolled idly over to an upturned dresser, which was bitten and splintered in more than one place, and started pulling out the drawers, discarded the ones he had looked in onto the floor. Oh come on. Don't tell me I'm out. He jerked open another drawer, and sighed, scooping out an ordinary packet of cigarettes. Thank God. You know that's dangerous to your health, said Harry, raising an eyebrow, as Peter shook one out of the packet, searching in the drawer for a lighter. Firstly, I'm already dead, said Peter. And secondly, I know, but think about it, Potter. I died inhaling more smoke than most people have ever inhaled in their lives. I can't control myself as a poltergeist without it. He lit the cigarette vaguely, and tossed the lighter into a pile of old clothes nearby. Sit down. Harry looked around, wondering exactly where Peter expected him to sit down. Eventually, he sunk down onto the pile of cushions in the corner. Peter was rattling around in another drawer, and when he straightened up, he threw a carton of ordinary muggle juice to Harry. Harry caught it gratefully, with a murmur of, thanks. Peter blew out vaguely, unleashing a stream of smoke into the air. You might as well have it. I stole it off some muggle picnickers a while ago, and always welcome. Harry watched the cloud of smoke rise up into the air, and frowned. Wait, how can you do that? Why doesn't the smoke just go straight through you? Peter smiled. Always so curious. I thought I explained this. Oh well. Dumbledore puts 2 charms on me, one to make me a ghost, another to remove the ghost attributes and make me appear human. My body can do things that make me look human. So it expels the smoke in a human way. I just feel a little cold to the touch. Harry nodded, thinking about this, and then asking, so, what are you going to show me? Curiously, popping a hole in the top of his carton with the straw. You said you would. You'll find out in a few minutes. Peter gazed mournfully at the cigarette held expertly between his fingers, and Harry saw that he was starting to turn a little grayer, a little smokier at the edges. Seeing the expression on Harry's face, Peter elaborated. The charm to remove the spectral shimmer wears off after a day or so. Only Dumbledore can turn me back into a poltergeist though, thankfully. Peeves has no need to smoke though, so I suppose there are some benefits. Why don't you just quit? Harry asked, sipping innocently on his juice. Uncle Vernon used to have the most horrible cigars, but he gave those up after Aunt Petunia said he was going to kill all Dudley's brain cells. He paused. I think she probably mentioned that too late though. Peter chuckled softly, flicking the end of his cigarette vaguely so ash just fell vaguely onto the carpet. It keeps me calm when I'm a poltergeist. He thought for a moment, studying the plumes of smoke wisping gently in the air. It's the oddest thing to be a poltergeist. When I think that I'm like that sometimes, it's horrible. When I'm like this, I hate the idea of destroying things purposely. Being a poltergeist gives a person a hell of a lot of unused frustration that just has to go somewhere. But, it's odd. When I am Peeves, I don't care about how I look. It's like being free. Imagine it being almost like a drug that I have to take, even though I don't really want to at all. Why don't you just stay like you are? Harry suggested, chewing idly at his straw. To him, Peter seemed to be the perfect older brother, though there was something rather forlorn about his posture as he languished vaguely against a desk that was shattered by his own alter ego. Peter smiled slightly. I can't resist the freedom and the power as Peeves. Think about it. Who do you fear most? Who has the most control over you? Peeves, or nearly headless Nick? Peeves or moaning Myrtle? Peeves, Harry admitted. Precisely, said Peter. He took a long drag on his cigarette, screwing up his face as though in pain from its effects, blowing an acrid cloud of smoke from between his lips. I was a Slytherin, Harry. I wanted power, but not power as in complete control and fear. I wanted the power to make people remember me. That could well be why I stayed on in this life as well. And every now and then you need to remind people that you're still around, said Harry, quietly, sipping still on his juice. Peter nodded solemnly, and then smiled, as he crushed the vile cigarette in a stone ashtray on the sill of a grubby, smashed window. That's just it. But there's also something incredibly fun about being able to be whatever I wish. I squashed an egg in McGonagall's face. Nobody else in the entire world could ever claim that apart from me. Harry chuckled, and he opened his mouth to ask something else, when the door opened. He looked around as a girl of about 16 floated in, ripping a silvery jester's hat off her head and muttering, God, you wouldn't believe the day I have had. She had spotted Harry, and frozen on the spot, staring at him in total horror. A student, she choked. Peter, what have you brought? It's okay, said Peter, shaking another cigarette free from the packet. He knows. The girl stared from Harry to Peter, her eyes still wide. She was very short, with the same rich, dark brown shade of hair as Peter. Even past the ghostly shimmer, Harry could see she was pale, and when he looked close enough, he realized that her left eye was a vivid, bright petrol blue, whilst the left was luminous green. But, she gabbled, he knows. You told him. Why, what have you told him, exactly? Everything, Peter said, coolly. The Death Eater, the Guardian thing, both of them. Harry, this is my little sister. Jinx, this is Harry. The one I told you about. Jinx, said Harry, raising his eyebrows. Hey, wait, you're Jilly. Peter smiled. How do you know about her? She was in my dream, said Harry, smiling, turning to Peter again. And I found your family TR. Oh, you've been dreaming about me, she said, horrified. I see. I get home, and you're there and I've told you not to smoke, Peter, put it out. And then there's a student here, it's the student you're not supposed to be nice to, and he's been dreaming about me. You know what, I'm going to go out of the room and come back in, and we'll just start this all again. She stepped out of the door, closing it behind her. There was a few seconds of silence, and then she came in again, looking a great deal calmer. Oh, hello Peter. Put that out, please. Hello Potter. Why are you here? He wanted to meet you, said Peter, coolly, heaving himself up on top of a scorched dresser, blowing the occasional cloud of smoke from his cigarette. He learnt about me being a Death Eater, and obviously, wanted to know how it appeared I'm always in the castle. There are 2 poltergeists, said Harry, with wide eyes. Both of you. Oh, is that what was going on at the food fight? He started to work more and more out, and then said, you were throwing plastic pots of jam at Draco. Jinx blinked at him, and to his great surprise, her eyes swapped sides. The left glowed green, and the right was suddenly bright blue. Oh, in the hall, I threw a lot of stuff at a lot of people. Peter smiled. Wow, so civil to the visitor, Jinx. We don't have visitors, said Jinx, staring at him. Nobody's supposed to know about me. Dumbledore's going to be so mad at you. And put out that vile thing. Peter ignored her, flicking some ash in a bin that looked as though something with huge jaws had bitten it. He turned to Harry. Jinx does my dirty work when I'm out doing the Dark Lords. Got you well trained, haven't I? Jinx frowned, stooping to pick her hat up off the floor and jam it on top of her hair. I train myself. You assist. Isn't she just precious, Harry? Said Peter, smiling. Jinx scowled at her older brother. I'm not precious. Harry couldn't help but smile. So some of the time, when we think it's Peeves, it's you. He asked Jinx. Yep, she said, getting more and more frequent now. For various reasons. He knows, Jinx, said Peter, coolly, stubbing out his cigarette at last. You don't have to play all secretive. Jinx smirked. You do. That's different, said Peter, returning the smirk. Well, Harry, we should be getting you down to the feast. Hermione and Ron are worried about you. He stood up, glancing longingly at the packet of cigarettes for a moment but leaving them, heading for the door. Jinx watched Harry go with a rather shrewd look in her mismatching eyes. See you again, I guess, she said. You too, he replied, with a polite smile. She looked at him as though he'd bidden her. Peter led him out of the room, shutting the door behind them, plunging them back into the freezing cold and pitch darkness. Don't mind Jinx, she doesn't like people. I figured, said Harry. Peter, yeah. Am I going to see you again like this? Like, as my guardian. Not as a poltergeist. Peter smiled. I guess you will, but don't expect me to start walking around school like this. If Snape ever has to talk to you about the guardian thing, I'll be there though. Thanks, said Harry, smiling, even though Peter probably couldn't see it in the darkness. They continued in silence down the icy cold passage for a few minutes, and when they reached the end door, Peter stopped, and through the tiny slices of light peeping through the cracks around the door, Harry could see him turn to face him. Look after yourself, Harry, he said, seriously. If you need me, just tell one of the walls, they'll get the message to me. Harry chuckled. Okay, I will, and of course, Snape will always be around for a friendly chat, said Peter, his tone very amused. I'm sure he'll just love you hammering on his door in the middle of the night. Yeah, I'm sure he would, Harry grinned. He felt a sudden increase in coldness around him, as something only half solid hugged him. He smiled, unsure whether to hug back or not, but Peter drew back pretty soon afterwards. Get going then, his guardian's voice said, playfully. And don't get into mischief. I'll be watching. Harry smiled, and with a last, bye, he peeled back the wall and stepped through. It flapped shut behind him, and he took a moment to remember where it was, just in case, then he headed towards the Great Hall. He felt quite hungry after the excitement of the day, and also wanted to make sure Ron and the rest of his friends were all okay. He made his way quietly along the dark corridors, and then down the marble staircase into the entrance hall. The doors were shut. The feast must have already started. He pushed the doors hard, easing them open, and slipping in. Everybody in the hall turned to look at him, and there were a few murmurs of, Harry. He looked up, and saw Hermione and Ron waving frantically at him from the Gryffindor table. He glanced at the staff table, and feeling as though he ought to apologize for the interruption, he said, Sorry, Professor Dumbledore. That's quite all right, Harry, said the headmaster. At least you're here. Aware that everybody was looking at him, speculating over where he had been all this time, he hurried over to sit between Ron and Hermione. Hermione said, We were so worried about you, as the school started to talk again. Sorry, he said, really, I didn't know I'd be dragged off. Where did you go? Asked Ron. Harry said, hey, what sort of soup is this? Looks delicious. Ron shrugged. I don't know, it looks a bit weird to me. It's got all skin forming on the top. Eat it if you want. Don't come crying to me when it congeals in your stomach. Harry didn't really care about this, and ladled some into his bowl. Everybody else seemed to be eating bread rolls, still scared of the risotto striking again. Harry was too hungry to be overly worried. Hermione was talking very quickly next to him, and he only managed to pick up what she was saying once he'd got used to the pace. And then you were just gone, and of course we didn't notice until we were in Flitwick's office, and it was Draco who realized you were gone first and he told me, and I thought it had caught you and I know we should have gone looking for you but. Give him a break, Hermione, he's probably been hidden away in some secret place to be guarded against the heliopath, said Ron, grinning. Harry smiled slightly, dipping his bread into the soup and going to take a chunk out of it. He paused, frowning, and sniffed at the soup tentatively. Does this smell weird to you? He said to Hermione. She frowned too, and smelled it carefully, wrinkling her nose. Yes, she took another sniff and recoiled away. Harry, that's horrible, don't eat it. Harry had no intentions of doing that. He looked around at the other Gryffindors, and said, Don't eat the soup, then picked up his own bowl full of the stuff, got up, and headed for the staff table. For a moment, he wondered who to take it to, and then decided on Dumbledore. Maybe he wasn't just being paranoid. Dumbledore looked up from his conversation with Professor Sprout, and smiled. Ah, Harry, what can I do for you? I think there's something wrong with the Gryffindor's soup, Professor, he said, quietly. He placed the bowl down in front of Dumbledore. It smells odd. Dumbledore smiled, his eyes twinkling. Dear me, let's see then. He lifted the bowl carefully, and had a few tentative sniffs. He looked thoughtful for a moment, as he pondered the smell. Every single eye in the hall was now on him. Dumbledore put the soup down, frowning in a pensive sort of way. He glanced behind him, and pulled something up to the table. Harry saw that it was a large pot plant, with very bright, shiny green leaves. Dumbledore ladled some of the soup onto one of the dessert spoons, and poured it gently into the soil of the plant. Everybody watched on tenterhooks. The plant seemed fine, just as glossy and green, perfectly healthy. Harry was starting to think that maybe he had been paranoid, when there was a loud, horrible hissing sound. The plant seemed to cave in on itself, wilting instantly, its leaves shriveling up to be blackened and crinkled, its tall, proud stem bending down in a crooked arch. Dumbledore said, Thank you, Harry. I'll ask everybody to please not eat the soup, and to please return to their common rooms calmly. Anybody who has eaten the soup, please come here. The other professors and I will come round with food supplies within the hour." He looked very seriously around at them all. "If anybody knows who or what is responsible for this, please come and see me. If not, it may be something far more important than a plant which dies next." After that, Ron boycotted absolutely every scrap of food that had so much as been looked at by the house elves. He was convinced, to Hermione's annoyance, that one of them was trying to kill all the students. Every day, one of Fred and George's, Weasley Wizard Wheezes, owls would arrive with a bagful of food and sweets. Ron hadn't yet turned against the water supply, but performed a boiling charm on any water he was planning to drink, and the pumpkin juice was treated with greatest suspicion. Harry wasn't really surprised that a lot of the school had the same idea as well. Food was becoming nearly as prized as the Quidditch cards, and it wasn't rare to see fights breaking out over food that had been stolen from dormitories. Harry found it strangely like the students were part of an underground group, setting up a black market of food. The people who were being sent the most from home were happy to sell it to others, and for once, sweets weren't the most expensive things. Anybody who had gold was buying things that would last, rather than things that tasted nice. Luckily, Mrs. Weasley came to the rescue, and sent Ron, Harry and Ginny packed lunches. Hermione's parents, Luna's father, and Neville's grandmother were also sending them food. Draco, however, had nobody. His weight fell drastically, and once again, he descended into the state he was in at the start of the year. Ron didn't like giving Draco food, muttering that his mother had made it for him and nobody else, but Harry and Hermione did their best to make Draco eat. He was reluctant at first, and mentioned charity, but eventually, they forced him into it. One of the things that was worrying Harry about the lack of food was that their Quidditch skills were going to plummet. They needed their strength to fly and play well, especially Draco, who was the seeker every other match. The team practically force-fed him in the few days up to each match, and 2 matches after the plant had been killed by the soup, they were on top of the league. Second was a team called the Dragons. Nobody was in any doubt who that was. Blaise Zabini was getting worse and worse every day that went past. Every single week, at least 3 people reported that him and his gang had stolen food from them or beaten them up, but nobody could prove a thing. Zabini was untouchable. Kinda, however, was quickly becoming the third most important thing in Harry's life, after Quidditch and his friends. He found himself just watching her during Quidditch practices, under the pretense of making sure her muscles weren't suffering from the lack of food, but he was only fooling himself. Ron kept making loud hints about people in the team growing closer, and Draco smirked every time Kinda addressed Harry as boss or master. Time started to fast forward again, and soon, the middle of April had come, and the springtime showers were in full effect. Harry woke up on the morning of one such Wednesday, to the sound of rain hitting heavily against the windows. Ron was doing up the buttons of his school shirt, coming out of the bathrooms, grumbling loudly about having to do magical creatures in the rain. "Morning," Harry said, rubbing his eyes, sitting up. "Morning," Ron said, distractedly, and then he went back to his dark mutterings. "Stupid rain. Stupid timetable. Have to chase that bloody dragon around the grounds again. In the rain. Can't find my socks. Where are my socks?" "On your feet," said Harry, grinning. Ron glanced down, and started muttering again, "On my feet, they're on my bloody feet. I'm going blind." "You're also acting like creature," said Harry, smiling, pulling his clothes over so he could get changed under the duvet. They were still sleeping in the common room, even though Hermione had moved back upstairs, and so it was just Ron, Harry, a pile of pillows and a duvet. "I am not," Ron snapped. "Don't you dare suggest I'm like a house elf. They're all evil, every last one of them." "What about Dobby?" "Maybe there are 1 or 2 exceptions," said Ron, vaguely. He opened up his bag, sorting through it, pulling out a few digestive biscuits and munching through them absent-mindedly as he started cramming books and parchment inside. "Can't believe, magical creatures, in the rain, all muddy, going to get wet." "Good morning," said Hermione, pleasantly, coming down the girls' staircase. "Did you sleep well?" "It's raining," Ron announced, turning to look at her, as though it was her fault. She smiled. "So it is. I bet you wish you'd taken astronomy with Draco now, Ron paused, just watching her, and then said, actually, magical creatures in the rain might be fun, you know. Has anybody seen my socks? Magical creatures wasn't actually as bad as they all thought it would be. Kibbles' shed, by now far too small for the rampant dragon, had been turned into a house for their latest project. Come on, squash in at the back there. Are ye all here? Good. Can ye shut the door to keep out the cold? They don. Like it, ye see. Thank ye. The class spread out in a circle around what looked like a miniature stable that had been placed in the middle of the room. It even had a tiny little garden, planted with neat flowers, with a very well-made pond and some handcrafted garden furniture made out of twigs. Got a real treat for ye today, said Hagrid, beaming around at them all. Ani found these recently in the forest. Shy little things, they are. But ever friendly. There ye are. There's one now. The class all murmured interestedly as a tiny little head peeped out of one of the windows of the stable. A huge pair of innocent, curious green eyes blinked at them all, and a shy, happy little smile curled its mouth. What is it? Asked Hermione, crouching down to get a better look at the little creature. Opsitops, said Hagrid, proudly. They're Ani found in the Forbidden Forest. Yay one. Find 'em nowhere else in the whole world. The Opsitop clambered tentatively out through the window, and crouched down, peering at Hermione in the exact same way she was looking at it. Even Harry had to admit it was incredibly cute. It was very small, only coming up to the student's ankles, and was a muddy sort of brown color, with big green eyes. It was wearing a neat little hat that seemed to be made from the cup of a very large acorn. Now, that one's a boy, said Hagrid. Ye can tell, because the boys have the little waistcoats, ye see there. Made out of leaves, and the girls have got little dresses. They all wear those funny hats. We tried to get 'em off 'em but they wouldn't let us. The Opsitop crept closer to Hermione, blinking its huge green eyes at her. She smiled, and it mimicked her smile perfectly. Now, here's somet special about 'em. They mimic anything they see or hear. Naturally, they make a sort of cooing noise. There ye go. The Opsitop had made a soft, bubbly purr at Hermione, bobbing up and down a bit. I think that means he wants ye to make a noise he can copy, said Hagrid, smiling. So like a game to them. Ye have to try and make a sound he can copy, and he'll do the same for you. Hermione smiled shyly. Should I? Hagrid nodded. Yeah, go on. She turned back to the Opsitop, and smiled, thinking, then whistled the tune of Jingle Bells gently. The Opsitop watched her, spellbound, as though it had never heard such a beautiful sound before, and when she was finished, it took a minute to process what it had heard. Then, with a look on its face that suggested it was enjoying itself so much it could burst, it whistled back, perfectly in tune, a little slow at first but when it got going it was nearly exactly like Hermione had done it. Everybody clapped, and the Opsitop smiled shyly, a light green blush appearing on its brown cheeks. It turned to Hermione, and after a moment, puffed out its cheeks and made a shrill, tinny whistling noise, like a kettle boiling. She smiled. Oh, I don't think I can do that. The Opsitop giggled, and so she smiled, puffing out her cheeks, and whistling back. The Opsitop chuckled, smiling and showing its tiny teeth happily. As more of the Opsitops came sneaking out to see what all the whistling was about, the class all pressed forward to start making noises the Opsitops couldn't. Harry was about to go and join in, but Hagrid caught him by the arm and said, Harry, just want a word with ye, over here. What's wrong? Harry asked, worriedly, as Hagrid led him out of the crowd over into a corner. "'S'about Kibbles," said Hagrid. He looked around nervously, and then continued. "Got a letter from the ministry this mornin'. They're sendin' an inspector to check Kibbles is bein' looked after properly." "But he is," said Harry. "Isn't he?" "Well, yeah, but he's not been lookin' too good lately." "Yea no, he's a normal dragon, he's gettin' growin' pains, bless, I am, like a dragon teenager. And I ain't sayin' nothin' about teenagers. Suggesses that dragons get a little cranky." "Well, the inspector will know that, won't he?" said Harry. "Yeah, but Kibbles ain't too friendly at the moment. He smelt the oxytops in his shed this morning, even though he don't use it anymore. Took me ages to calm him down. I don't think he likes 'em. When's the inspector coming? Tomorrow, said Hagrid, at about 6 o'clock, in the evening. Listen, Harry, you're not busy, are ye? I could really use a hand. Sure, I'll come and help, said Harry, smiling. He's my dragon as well. Hagrid beamed at him. Thanks, Harry, I'll send ye a letter if he arrives early. Harry smiled, and went over to join Ron, who was trying to make one of the oxytops sing the Chudley Cannon's theme, hoping that they got a nice inspector and Kibbles wouldn't have one of his adolescent moods again. Potter, what are you doing? Harry jerked out of his half-doze at the back of his Transfiguration class, looking right up into the accusing eyes of Professor McGonagall. She reached down, snatching the piece of parchment out from underneath his hands and studying it with a raised eyebrow. Potter, Quidditch strategies may be important, but not in my class, Potter. Get on with transfiguring your gerbils. I've done them, said Harry, gesturing to the cage at the front of the room on McGonagall's desk, which now held 2 magical black rats, plaiting their tails together. McGonagall almost looked surprised for a moment, before she regained her half-frown. Well, very good, Potter. You should have told me that you were done, so I could set you more work, instead of leaving you to plan your next conquest. Harry grinned sheepishly, and she rolled up his parchment, handing it back to him. Put it away in your bag, Potter. I don't want to see it again until you're in the air on a broomstick and yelling at your friends to put it into practice. Yes, Professor, he said, stuffing it into his bag. Sorry. Quite all right, Potter, she said, walking away to go and examine his magical black rats, readjusting her hat. Ron leant over to Harry. How did you do that? Do what? First of all, you got your work done before Hermione, and then you didn't get in trouble for messing around in class, said Ron, amazed. Harry grinned. It must just be my day. I wish it was my day, said Ron, staring glumly at his half-gerbil half-rats, that were trying to eat each other's tails and dig through the bars. After dinner was pure arts, for Ron, Hermione, Draco and Harry. Everybody still hated pure arts. It was quickly becoming the most boring lesson on the timetable, and even Hermione thought it was getting a little tedious. Every time they had the lesson, everybody arrived with extra supplies of parchment for paper aeroplanes and sending notes back and forth from table to table. Ron was becoming quite the trade merchant, and the pure arts classroom was becoming his main headquarters. Fred and George sent him sweets and Quidditch cards as treats, and so Ron was in great demand. Wonder if I'll get any interesting deals today, Ron mused, rifling through his card collection. I still need quite a few. Harry Potter, for one, but hardly anybody has a Harry Potter card. They're really rare. The Bright Sparks cards are all rare now though. Fred and George say the chance of getting a Bright Sparks card in any pack is 20 to 1. Harry smiled. Not bad, really. What's the chance of getting me? It's got to be in the hundreds, said Ron. There's only about 3 people in the school that have one, and the packs have got anti-scanning charms on them, so you can't tell what's inside. He absent-mindedly slipped a fizzing Whizbee into his mouth, and then said, in a knowledgeable way, only 5 people have got a Draco though. Draco smirked. Before you even ask, Weasley, no, I don't want to trade. Oh, come on, said Ron. Please, I've nearly got the full team, I just need you and Harry. Come on, I'll give you all my food for a week. Not good enough, said Draco, still smirking. I know you'd starve yourself for that card. All right, give me the card, and I promise, I will starve myself. Hermione frowned. Don't you think this is an awful lot for just a card? Just a card, said Ron, in disbelief. Hermione, those cards make a man who he is. They decide who is respected and who is not in modern society. Hermione rolled her eyes, as they reached the pure arts classroom and all lined up outside. Thinking that a change of subject was in order, Harry said, I wonder who'll be teaching us today. It had better not be that grubbly plank woman again, said Ron, frowning. She was terrible last lesson. If I was Alrister, I'd take it as an insult that they'd chosen somebody that boring to cover my lesson. If it's her again, I swear, I'm going to just get up and walk out. I'll join you, said Harry. He glanced at Hermione and Draco. You two didn't have pure arts on Monday, you don't know how boring it was. It was nearly as bad as Umbridge. I wouldn't go quite that far, said Ron, grinning. Yeah, on second thoughts, Grubbly Plank wasn't that bad, said Harry, with a small laugh. That moment, the door opened slowly. Mentally resigning himself to another 2 hours of sitting and doing nothing, Harry followed the rest of the class in, but for some reason, they'd all stopped in the door. He frowned and stretched up to see what it was that had made them stop, and his heart leapt. Professor Alrister was at the front of the room, flicking hurriedly through an armful of papers, not noticing that the whole class was staring at him open-mouthed from the back of the class. Right, everybody, come in, wands and books and so forth away, we've got quite a bit to catch up on today. Window. He snapped his fingers, and the windows flew shut with loud bangs, the curtains streaming open to fill the room with light. With another click of his fingers, the chalk started to write today's lesson on the board. Alrister looked up, and saw them all staring at him in disbelieving hope. He smiled bemusedly. I haven't got my lunch down my front, have I? He said, checking. You're back, said one of the Ravenclaw girls, in a voice that suggested all her dreams had come true at once. He smirked. How clever of you to notice. I presume by the horrified looks on your faces that this is not a good thing. The substitute teachers have been easy with you, Or has my lesson become chatting time? Either way, you've all got a lot to catch up on and I have no intentions of letting you stand around dawdling. Come on, chop chop. They all filed in, sitting down at their old tables and talking eagerly, so a buzz of excitement filled the classroom. Alrister called. Now, we can debate how wonderful it is to have me back later. We're doing something which could be a lot of fun, or could be very dangerous and risky today, so I expect you all on best behavior. No gloves either, and for the second hour we're going down to the Great Hall to practice some of this vigorously, but until then, I'm afraid we're stuck in here. He stripped off his black gloves, and said, Oh, register. Could anybody who is not here please raise their hand? He glanced around the class. Good, then we're all here. Harry grinned. It was good to have Alrister back. Now, today, I am going to launch you all off something high to see if you can fly, said Alrister, in a tone that suggested this was regular practice. Everybody stared at him, horror-struck, and he chuckled. After practice, of course. We're doing just basic levitation today, maybe a little gliding, and there will be lots of running around and jumping, so I hope you're all in a destructive mood. Ron's eyes lit up, as though somebody inside had flicked a lamp on. Everybody stand up, we need some floor space. By the way, how's the Quidditch League going? Asked Alrister, absent-mindedly, as everybody got up and hurried out of the way. We're winning, said Harry, grinning. Oh, are you? Said Alrister, with a smile. Marvelous, marvelous. Who's in second place? My team, said a cold voice from the other side of the room. Blaise stood with his arms crossed, glaring at Alrister, not looking pleased at his return. Ah, so we have some good healthy Riverly, Alrister smiled, as he flicked his arms and the tables all scraped themselves across the room to make a nice amount of space. Yep, said Ron, grinning. Blaise said nothing, just staring at Alrister's turned back in hatred. This was the only lesson on his timetable where he didn't have Pansy with him, and apparently, he got very bored because of this. His sharp hazel-colored eyes flickered to Harry's for a moment, and they both just glared at each other across the room, then looked away. Alrister didn't notice any of this, too busy conjuring a huge, fluffy white blanket that he spread out across the floor with a sweep of his arms. Perfect. To everybody's surprise, he turned his back to it, and just let himself fall backwards. Hermione made a squeaking noise, but Alrister bounced right back off it onto his feet. And all my bones are intact. Marvelous. Now, this is here so that you don't kill yourselves. It is not a trampoline, if any senior members of staff come in. Until then, you're all allowed to do whatever you want on it. As long as it's legal and I won't end up before the Wizengamot for letting you do it. Everybody grinned at each other. Alrister clapped his hands together. So, how to levitate? Quidditch players are going to find this easier than others, because we can only start to levitate when we know what we're aiming for. We are aiming to fly, just soar straight up into the air, spread our wings and escape to somewhere warm where there is no such thing as compulsory education. Flying also puts us in a good, calm, floaty sort of mood. You need to be one of two things to levitate: very skilled, or very calm. For example, I'm not particularly calm now, but levitation isn't hard for me. If I wanted to, I could. Show us. A few people chimed. Yeah, please, Professor. We want to see. Alrister smiled. A demonstration? You're actually giving me the chance to show off. Yeah, they all said. He chuckled, and took a few steps forward, just walking across the material carefully as he continued to talk. Now, I expect none of you to get anywhere near this level, he said, idly, and everybody gasped as he just took a step upwards, onto nothing, just standing in midair, continuing to climb upwards until he had his head tilted to one side, almost pressed against the ceiling. Levitation takes concentration and skills. Firstly, you have to realize that air is not nothing. Air is actually full of what Muggles call particles. They're just very far apart, which is why we can move. To levitate, you have to force those particles together using raw magic, so you can walk on air. This is how broomsticks and the Wingardium Leviosa spell works. It just looks better when I do it. He smiled coolly. Can you fly like that? Said Harry, with wide eyes. Alrister shook his head, as he gradually tilted his hips forward and laid back, floating on air, stretched out as though on a lilo. Well, technically not, though really, levitation can very easily be mistaken for flying. It depends what you count flying as. Levitation cannot get as high as a broomstick, and can't build up anything like the speeds that a broomstick can. But, could you float out of the window and stay up? And glide around? Asked Hannah Abbott. I could, said Alrister, smiling still. Though none of you will be leaping out of windows just yet, thank you very much. This is pure arts, not how to kill yourself and get Professor Alrister fired in one fell swoop. Everybody chuckled, as Alrister snapped his fingers, conjuring a glass of aid next to him in the air, which he drank with a casual look on his face. Right then, he said, putting down the glass on thin air. I need somebody to be brave. Quidditch player would be good. Can anybody who plays Quidditch put their hand up? A few hands went up. Alrister scanned the room vaguely, and then said, Ah, Mr. Weasley, you'll do. Climb up on that table there, please. In a good mood today, Ron. Ron grinned, as he clambered up onto one of the desks. Yep, he said, stoutly. Good, said Alrister. He floated easily out of the way, looking very much as though he was on a lilo in a swimming pool. All right, think of something emotional, you know the routine, and try to add the floating, free feeling that Quidditch gives you. Keep your thoughts nice and buoyant. Ron got a very thoughtful look on his face, and a small smile, as he found a good memory. Harry noticed him stand a little on tiptoes presumably. His thoughts became so buoyant the rest of him wanted to as well. Right then, said Alrister. I want you to think about soaring easily through the air, staying on top of it, as though it's water, and I want you to just jump to that table there. Ron stared in horror at the table. It's on the other side of the room. I'll fall. Now, that's exactly what I don't want you to think, said Alrister. It might be on the other side of the room, but you will not fall. Imagine a path over to it, and think about flying that path. Don't ever let the idea of falling enter your head, because you will. Remember, air is not nothing. It's just a bit sparse. Ron still looked a bit worried about this, but he readied himself to jump anyway. Harry could see the fear of falling being pushed aside in his mind. Ron took a few steps back, bent his legs, and ran forwards, leaping as he reached the edge of the table. Everybody gasped as he soared straight through the air, far further than any person could normally jump, looking as though he was falling sideways instead of down. He landed with a hard thump on the other side of the classroom, crumpled, and stood up as everybody started cheering. Ron grinned, his ears going pink. Alrister chuckled, clapping too. Very good. He descended gently from his lying position to stand on solid ground again, the aid still in his hand. Marvelous work, Mr. Weasley. First time as well. 10 points for Gryffindor. Now, anybody else? It was easily the most fun in a lesson that Harry had had for a long time. Professor Allister was handing out house points like sweets at a birthday party, and by the end of the lesson, nearly everybody had made it from one table to another. Allister was particularly pleased with Harry, who somehow managed to somersault on the way there, even though he couldn't remember wanting to do it. When the first hour bell went, they all trooped down to the entrance hall and practiced across wider spaces. Professor Allister amazed them all by leaping the entire length of one house table and landing perfectly. Ron tried the same feat, but ended up falling halfway along, rolling the rest of the way and then tumbling off the end in a heap. When the final bell went, everybody gave a groan of disappointment, picking up their bags and looking upset. Nearly everybody was expressing the desire that the lesson could have gone on longer. Some people even asked if they could just stay and practice a bit longer. Allister chuckled at this. No, I'm afraid not. Come now, our next lesson isn't long from now, is it? And I'm still going to be here. No more running off and leaving you to face the horrors of Professor Grubbly Plank. Everybody laughed, heading out of the hall, talking excitedly. Harry grabbed his bag and hurried after Ron, Hermione and Draco, but Allister called him back. Oh, Harry, a word, please. He doubled back, and crossed over to Allister, who was moving the tables back into place. Yes, sir. I want to thank you for looking after Cupid, said Allister, smiling. He came down to my office just a few minutes after I got back, and he looks to be in marvelous health. You've really taken good care of him. Harry smiled. It's okay, Professor, he's been really good with me too. I also wanted to apologize for the whole incident just before I left, said Allister. He looked a little worried. I truly didn't expect to leave you in such a very brief way. Something came up, you see. Professor Dumbledore told me about it, said Harry, quietly. And he gave me your hawking gloves. Yes, I asked him to, said Allister, smiling, setting the Hufflepuff table down in place. I'm glad of that. I never knew that Rookwood was your cousin, said Harry. I mean, it's not a bad thing. I just didn't know. It was kind of a shock. He paused for a moment, and then asked, Professor, why did Fudge think you were in with the Death Eaters? The bond of family is the strongest of all, Harry, said Allister. At least, it is to me. I'm very close to Augustus and my other cousins, and no matter what they've done, I always will be. They might relate with people I want nothing to do with, but when they're with me, we are a family, Harry. Unfortunately, Fudge knows how close I am to Augustus. He has never trusted me, so when the whole of the Rookwood family was declared loyal to he who must not be named, it gave him an excuse to probe about in my life. Why doesn't he trust you? Asked Harry. I mean, if you don't mind me being nosy. Allister chuckled. It's okay, Harry, it's not a story many people know or ask, really. I haven't talked about it in years. He smiled slightly, looking at Harry with a very paternal look in his eyes. I think I know you better than most of the other students here, Harry. Enough to probably consider you as a friend. I certainly trust you. Harry smiled. You're not like other teachers. You're fun. Allister laughed at that, leaning against a table, grinning. I'm flattered, Harry. So, my story, are you sure you want to hear it? It's rather long and would make a wonderful drama piece for Muggle television, I'm sure. No, I want to hear it, said Harry, sitting down on one of the benches. Can you tell me? Allister nodded, looking thoughtful, as he started to speak. It starts right from the moment I was born, I suppose. I had a normal mother, a normal father, normal family. Nobody's really sure why this happened, but I was born with an extraordinarily high level of raw magic inside me. I was a danger to myself and people close to me. As a baby, fires started around me, things exploded if left near me when I cried. My mother was terrified of me. Things just got worse. As a toddler, my family would never leave me on my own or terrible things would happen. I wasn't allowed near anything heavy or sharp. If I got upset or angry, my family would normally just run because of what I was capable of, even then. Of course, I became isolated. Everybody was frightened of me. That anger just made me even more dangerous. Something truly horrible was just going to happen. It was inevitable. I was 5 when things hit a peak. What happened? Harry asked, in hushed tones. We had a dog, said Allister, frowning slightly at a spot on the floor, as though he'd rather not remember some things. A King Charles Spaniel. Beautiful creature, truly beautiful. I think it was called Timmy. I don't remember it much. Well, in basic terms, I killed it by accident. I had no intentions of doing so. The dog just happened to be near me when I blew. What happened to it? Said Harry. I don't like to talk about that with anybody, said Allister, heavily. I don't like thinking about it at all. It wasn't pretty. I'll just leave it at that. So, what happened? Did you manage to control your powers? Asked Harry. I wish it was that easy, said Allister. When I was 11, I was due to attend Hogwarts, but my parents knew with so much magic I could never have a normal magical education. I couldn't touch a wand without setting fire to it. They heard about the pure arts, and that it could help focus raw magic. My father knew a man who was very skilled in the pure arts, a friend of Cornelius Fudge, and they sent me to live with him and be taught how to control my magic. I was 7 or 8 when I went to live with him. He had a daughter of my age, by his wife, who was Avila. She was called Sarah. You saw her in the painting in my office. We grew up together, and at first, she wasn't allowed near me because people were frightened of what I might do to her by accident. But eventually, I learned to control my raw magic. It was gradual at first, and I was still learning when I was 20, but I had things to help me survive. Sarah and I fell in love when I was still a young teenager. Suddenly, I had something to aim for. I wanted to become safe, so that I could marry Sarah and be a father. Did you? Harry began. Allister bit his lip. I did become safe, and I did marry Sarah, when I was 19. I could completely control myself. I was just as safe as the average wizard, though far more powerful. Sarah and I got married, and then when we were both 20, we found out she was pregnant. It was all I really wanted, a family, a home. But things started to go wrong. 2 Death Eaters tracked me down through my cousin. They had heard I was a powerful pure arts master, and wanted my services. Harry was completely enthralled by this point, listening with wide eyes, too interested to speak or spoil Allister's concentration. Obviously, I told them no. But they were rather persistent. They kept visiting me, telling me to reconsider. They said that the Dark Lord would rise again someday and reward me greatly. But I made it clear to them I didn't want anything to do with them. They promised me that I'd regret it, and they didn't bother me for quite some months. I thought they were gone. But then, I got home from work one day. Sarah was about 8 months pregnant by then. There was no emotion except hollow, deep longing and wishing in Allister's face. I found her dead in the lounge, and my baby too. He looked down at his feet, a single lock of sleek brown hair falling in front of his eyes and left there. Her father was distraught, but he believed my story. He didn't think I'd done it. Fudge wasn't so believing though. He was certain that I'd kill her in another of my little mishaps, as he put it, and to cover up what I'd done, invented some story about Death Eaters. I hate Fudge, Harry snarled. He's just pompous and arrogant. He sees things the way he wants to, not the way he should. Allister nodded. He couldn't prove it though. Nobody could prove I was right or wrong. It just went unsolved. Sarah and my unborn child were never given any justice. For the last 10 years I've been living in the Rookwood family home alone with my birds of prey. Then Dumbledore contacted me and offered the job. He said the time of need was approaching and the children needed to be protected. He smiled sadly, a hint of a tear in his dark eyes. The rest is history. Harry paused for a moment, trying to think of something else to say, and after a few seconds, he said the only thing he was thinking. You're very brave, Professor. Allister smiled sadly again. Maybe, Harry. I'm not the only victim though. Yourself, the Diggories, Mr. Malfoy. I must admit, I have had some long, very vicious fights with my cousin over that. Normally I never let his activities with he who must not be named intrude in our family, but, well. Harry nodded. I understand. I think I'd probably stay loyal to Ron no matter what he did. I mean, he argues with Hermione and Draco a lot, but I'll forgive him for that. Allister chuckled softly. You're a rare breed, Harry. I dare say you'll become a very powerful wizard when you're older. Thanks, sir, said Harry, smiling. Always welcome, said Allister. He smiled fatherly. Go on now. Your friends won't want me hogging you. Harry picked up his bag again, and was about to leave, when he thought of something and hesitated for a moment. Professor, he said, from the door. Allister looked up. Harry, it's good to have you back, sir. Allister smiled. It's good to be back, he said, as Harry slipped out of the door. The next day was a Thursday, and the day of Kibbles' inspection. Harry, Ron and Hermione had agreed they would go down to help Hagrid and get Kibbles ready at about 5:30, so at 5 o'clock, they went down to dinner, with half an hour to go. I wonder what we'll not be eating tonight, said Ron, pleasantly. I hope it's something nasty, said Harry. It's always harder when it looks good. They passed the entrance to the dungeons at the same time as a large group of Slytherins were coming up for dinner. Harry saw Kinda at the back, remembered that they were supposed to be practicing Quidditch tonight, and that he wouldn't be there because of the inspection. He said, 1 second, to Ron and Hermione, and hurried through the crowd of Slytherins. Kinda gave him her typical in-public smile. Boss, she said, her eyes sparking. Practice tonight, he said, trying hard not to smile. I'm not going to be there, unfortunately. Kibbles has got an inspection and I'm helping Hagrid. So if you were planning to spontaneously go on any long walks, perhaps, I can't come. Her lips curled into a smile and she stepped out of the crowd. He followed her, and she lounged against a pillar to talk. You're completely not subtle, you know. He chuckled. I tried. Sorry about that. Hagrid really needs me. Kibbles is a bit of a handful and they'll take him away if he doesn't pass the inspection. It's okay, she said. How about tomorrow? I can't, he said, apologetically. I've got DA club and then my Occlu remedial potions. She laughed. Remedial potions. Yes, Harry, remedial potions. I fully believe that, as if Professor Snape would give up his time to teach you extra potions. He grinned. It's a secret, and it's going to stay that way, said a cold, quiet voice just behind him. He glanced around, just in time to see Snape disappear into the hall, his long black cloak sweeping along the floor. Kinda chuckled. Hey, don't worry, I don't want to poke and pry about. It's your business. So how about Saturday? Hey, it's the Hogsmeade weekend. I forgot about that. I was planning to go up to the Shrieking Shack, if you're interested. Everybody else can come too, if you like. Sure, he said. Sounds great. By the way, any news on the Quidditch final? She asked. Are we in? We flattened Hogwarts United in the quarterfinals. We'll be fighting for first place in the league, right? Probably, he said. I hope we are anyway. Blaise has been going around saying that he's sure his team are in the finals, so you'll have to go against your little brother. Hope you don't mind. She chuckled. Sounds fine to me. I still haven't been able to find out what position he's playing though. Some people say Seeker, but I don't know. He might take Chaser for an important match. It all depends, I guess. Harry nodded, and said, we'd better go in. Don't want to miss out on sitting and staring at a plateful of poison. She laughed, and they both headed into the hall. Kinda peeled off to sit with Draco at the Slytherin table, and Harry made his way to slide in beside Ron. When he did, Ron chuckled. She's after you, you know. Oh, said Harry, feigning disinterest. I hadn't noticed. Pass the bread rolls. What were you talking about? Asked Ron, grinning, handing him the basket. The Shrieking Shack. She's going there on Saturday and wants to know if you all want to come and explore. Wouldn't you prefer some private time with dear Kinda? Said Ron. He grinned. Harry shrugged. Not really. Perhaps luckily, Ron was distracted next second by the arrival of the evening meal. Hermione moaned sadly. Oh, it's lasagna. I love lasagna. Oh, stop whining, said Ron. Have some bread and imagine it's lasagna. Hermione took one of the rolls and sighed. I think that's going to be rather hard, considering that they're practically opposites. I'm really sick of all this nonsense. How are we ever going to know if the food's okay if nobody eats it? Ron leaned forward, shoveling up a spoonful of the lasagna, and holding it in her face. Go on then. If you die, maybe that'll prove to you that the food most certainly is not okay. She gave him a very disdainful look over the top of the lasagna. I don't need to be hand-fed, Ron, I'm not an infant. She jerked the spoon out of his hand, and was about to put it down, when she paused, frowning, sniffing at it. Does something smell odd to you? Harry took the spoon and tentatively smelled it. I don't know. He took the lasagna away, and sniffed the air. Yeah, but it's not the food. It smells a bit like fire. They all swapped worried looks. More people in the hall were starting to look up, asking their neighbors what the smell of smoke was, and a few people looked a little scared. Lupin had smelled it too. He leant over to Dumbledore and muttered something. Dumbledore listened, nodding, and then took a few tentative sniffs himself. He looked puzzled for a moment. The rest of the staff had noticed it too. Look, one of the second years suddenly shouted, pointing out through one of the windows, looking horrified. Everybody jumped up, trying to see, and Harry realized with a surge of sick fear that there were plumes of thick black smoke billowing up from Hagrid's cabin. It's Hagrid, he said, and before anybody could stop him, he had bolted for the door. Ron and Hermione both clattered up, rushing after him. The rest of the students were hurrying towards the entrance hall to see what was happening, and soon the doorway was completely blocked. The voices of Snape, Lupin and Allister, all shouting at Harry to get back inside, were drowned in the noise from the students. Harry didn't hear a word of it, clattering through the entrance doors out into the grounds. Snape snarled furiously, and started muttering constantly under his breath as he fought through the crowd, Jacardia. Jacardia, Potter, Jacardia, you insufferable, arrogant little hero. Harry twitched with every buzz from his collar, eventually skidding to a halt halfway across the grounds to reach up, fumbling for the collar. Ron and Hermione appeared next to him, panting. Ron took a great gulp of air, and gasped, "What are you doing? Come on, we've got to get a teacher." Harry tore the collar roughly from his neck. Ron's eyes widened as Harry plunged it angrily into his pocket. "What's nothing?" Harry snapped. "Come on, we've got to." Hermione suddenly let out a shrill, high-pitched cry. Look at the smoke." Harry looked up above the smoke pouring from behind the greenhouses, where Hagrid's cabin was, and his heart froze in his chest. It looked as though it was forming into a great skull, the dark mark. It couldn't be. Ron choked. Harry's legs kicked into action before his head had been given time to think. He was off running again, sprinting towards Hagrid's cabin, his heart thudding painfully hard in his chest. He didn't want to think of what he'd see when he rounded the greenhouses. The smoke was still furling above where he knew Hagrid's house was. What if there were Death Eaters? Heliopaths? Voldemort? He sprinted around the side of the greenhouses, ignoring Hermione and Ron's shouts at him to stop. But what he saw was certainly not what he expected. Hagrid was running back and forth, from his water barrel to the Opsitop's shed, which was on fire, belching black smoke into the air, and Hagrid was holding a teacup in one hand, and a Wellington boot in the other, trying to scoop more water up to put out the flames. Harry stood frozen for a while, amazed at suddenly how funny this seemed, watching Hagrid rushing back across the grass and trying to douse the flames with a teacup full of water. "Help!" he shouted at Harry, Ron and Hermione, gesturing wildly with the Wellington boot and splashing water everywhere. "Get something, take carry water." "Hagrid, it's only the shed," said Hermione. "Kibbles doesn't use it anymore. The Opsitops are in there," Hagrid yelled, trying to pick up the whole water barrel. Harry, Ron and Hermione stared at each other, and then became aware of the sound of the little Opsitops inside the shed, all making a noise like a fire alarm. They bolted into action, and rushed forward. Hermione ripped out her wand and started sweeping water charms over the shed, as Ron hurried to struggle with the water barrel with Hagrid. Charlie Weasley and Harry rushed forward, drawing their wands, and both cried, "Wingardium Leviosa." It lifted high up into the air, gliding forwards, and with a noise like an ocean being emptied, they flung the barrelful of water all over the shed. The smoke rushed up into the air and there was a hiss of steam, a loud creak, and the shed promptly collapsed in a heap of charred wood. Hermione squealed, "The Opsitops," but they were all staggering out in a huddle. All of them were coughing, except for one, who was sneezing. Apparently he hadn't learnt the noise of coughing yet. Hermione rushed forward and dropped to her knees, checking they were all okay, as Hagrid, Charlie, Ron and Harry all sighed. "Thank ya," said Hagrid, wiping his brow. "I were washin' Kibbles and he got a bit upset. He doesn't like gettin' washed, and he knew his inspection were comin' up. Then he smelt the Opsitops in his shed. Started roarin' flames all over the place." "At least, they're okay," said Charlie, nodding. Everybody else seemed oblivious to the fact that he was there. "Yeah," said Ron. "Phew, that barrel's heavy. Hagrid, why don't you get a hose or a fountain or something?" "Didn't think Kibblest ever do something so bad," said Hagrid. "He's in fair such a yellin' when he gets back. He's grounded fair a month fair one thing. And just before his inspection and all. Bloody glad the inspector's late, fair once. We got time to find Kibbles now." "The inspector's not late," said Charlie, frowning. "What?" Hagrid looked around wildly. "Why, where is he?" "Hagrid, it's me," said Charlie, starting to laugh. They all jumped, just noticing that he was there. Ron stared up at his older brother. "What are you doing here?" Charlie grinned and ruffled his hair. "I've come for the inspection. Good thing I arrived in time, huh?" Hagrid went behind his beard. "Oh, you haven't, have ye? I dunno where Kibbles is. He's not normally like this, Hunsley. He's a lovely dragon. You've just caught him on a bad day." Charlie laughed at that. "It's okay, Hagrid, I know what dragons are like. Are your Opsitops all right?" "They're fine," said Hermione, smiling, tickling them all under their little chins and making them giggle. One of them was still sneezing. "I think this one could do with some hay fever tablets," she said, watching it sneeze so hard it tumbled backwards, then sat up, looking stunned at the force of what it had just done. "Yeah, he's been sneezin' fair quite a while now," said Hagrid. "Probably got the flu or summit." They were all suddenly distracted, as two shapes came swiftly towards them. Once was Kibbles, who was roaring at the sight of the Opsitops, looking so angry he could burst, charging across the grounds like a huge green rhino. The other was Snape, who was shouting, "Potter," looking so angry he could burst, gliding across the grounds like a huge black bat. Harry felt his stomach lurch, not sure which he was more afraid of. Hagrid ran in front of the dragon, yelling, "No, Kibbles, no. Stop it, ye naughty dragon, you're a very very bad dragon. If ye dare run Mummy down." Kibbles roared frustratedly, stamping his feet on the ground, tossing his head and flailing his great tail around. Everybody winced as the spiked end rushed into a tree and sent it toppling to the ground with an almighty crash. Hagrid and Charlie both ran forward to try and calm the dragon, and Harry was planning to as well, but Snape was sweeping down on him. The potion's master grabbed his arm and pulled him away from the crowd. His eyes were nearly bulging with fury. Harry choked. "Sorry, I'm fine. Look, I'm not in danger." "Be quiet," Snape hissed, shooting a dark glance at Ron, who was watching suspiciously out of the corner of his eye. "Potter, put the collar back on this instant. I have a good mind to charm it on permanently. Do you have any idea what would have happened if this had been a Death Eater attack? You would have been torn to pieces, you foolish brat. But Hagrid might have." "No, Potter," Snape snarled. "Listen to me, you are not the almighty hero. You are a 16-year-old boy, you do not have any incredible magical powers of survival, and there are millions of wizards in this world far more capable of fighting the Dark Lord than you. You will be killed. I'm not going to just let my friends be in danger," said Harry, quite angrily. Snape's eyes narrowed. "Does anything penetrate your skull, Potter? If you have cause for concern, find an adult wizard you can alert to the trouble. Do not run mindlessly into the middle of danger. There is a fine line between bravery and foolishness, a fine line, which I hasten to add, you just crossed. If you had just been killed, you would have not been remembered as a hero but a complete moron who didn't stop to think once. Am I clear, Potter?" Harry muttered a vague, "Yes," but Snape's grip tightened on his shoulder, and he said, firmly, "Look at me and tell me if I am clear, Potter? Harry looked up, directly into his cold black eyes, and said, yes. You are clear. I won't run into danger anymore. Snape scanned his face for a moment, making sure he wasn't lying, and Harry looked right back, almost defiantly. After a few seconds, Snape said, very well, Potter. And the collar? Harry sighed quietly, taking the vile collar out of his pocket and handing it to Snape. Snape shot another dark glare at Ron, and moved his position to block his view, as he took the collar and fitted it carefully around Harry's neck. Harry just stared straight ahead as Snape buckled it into place. Please, Potter, said Snape, in a very weary tone. Do not take it off again. It's for your own good. It's also uncomfortable, said Harry, bitterly. In what way? What? Said Harry, who had expected Snape to tell him to live with it. Snape sighed. In which way is it uncomfortable? It's too tight, said Harry. And the buckle rubs. Snape's cold fingers undid the buckle, opening in a few more notches and redoing it, tucking the metal under a slip of fabric. Better. Harry nodded. Yeah, thanks. After a moment, he said, I won't take it off again. Sorry. So you should be, said Snape, simply. Leave him alone, said a sharp, rather high voice from somewhere at Harry's elbow. Wasn't a Death Eater attack, was it? Don't take it out on him, just because you've got a cucumber lodged up your peeves, said Harry, staring around. The one and only, said the voice. Don't spread it around, Potty. You've got an audience. And Snape, don't be so harsh to him, for the love of dungbombs. With him all the time, I am. We know you soil yourself over him on regular occasions, but not in public, please. Snape's face worked in fury. You brattish, insufferable. Yeah, heard it all before. Think of something else, and don't hog my Potter. For a moment, just over Snape's shoulder, Harry saw Peeves's wide, grinning face formed from the last wisps of smoke in the air, then it was gone. He grinned back. What are you smirking at? Snape said, glancing over his shoulder. Kibbles, said Harry. Kibbles was indeed giving a good reason for smirking, sitting on his haunches next to Hagrid's hut, his arms folded, eyes rolled up into his head, as Hagrid tried to wash his tail, which was swishing back and forth vaguely, purposely evading Hagrid's sponge. No, Kibbles, keep ye tail still, or I'm never gonna jar it clean. Come on, be a good boy, fair mummy. Kibbles' long, scaly tail swished the other way, knocking over a stray ops it top who fell forward with a noise like a squeaker being bounced against a wall. Snape droned, unconvinced. Keep your eyes and your brain open in future, please, Potter. Remember just where following your heart has gotten you. Harry looked away. Yeah, I do. I don't need you to remind me. Remedial potions, Potter, tomorrow, said Snape, standing up. Do not be late. He swished away across the grounds, heading back towards the school. A soft cackle sounded somewhere near Harry's elbows. Grouchy today, isn't he? Harry laughed, as Ron came over, frowning, studying Harry closely. What was all that about? He asked. Nothing, said Harry, vaguely. He moved to go round Ron and join Hermione with the Opsitops, but Ron put out a hand and caught him in the chest. Harry, he said. He looked very suspicious. Why has Snape given you a collar? And what was with all the muttering? Tell me what's going on. It's not a time-turner, is it? Because that got very tedious, you know, and if it is, just tell me now and I promise I won't beat you up. No, it's not, said Harry. It's a secret. Ron looked hurt at this. I'm your cousin, you can tell me, can't you? No, said Harry. Sorry, Ron, it's a really big thing and, He clapped a hand to his neck as the collar buzzed. Seeing Ron's suspicious frown, he said, Wasp. Ron gave a hollow laugh. Yeah, right. Come on, Harry, what is it? You can trust me, can't you? Come on. I bet you've told Hermione and Precious Draco. I haven't told anybody, said Harry, honestly. But if I could, I promise, you'd be the first person I'd tell. Seriously, Ron. Ron looked a little happier at this news, though still a little hurt and suspicious. He said, You will tell me someday, right? Of course I will, said Harry. Just not now. And it might not be for a while. All right, said Ron, sighing. I wish you'd tell me things. You told Draco what you got in your potions exam before you told me. And you told Hermione all that stuff about Karkaroff in 4th year. Yeah, because we hated each other then, said Harry. Don't let it worry you, Ron, it's not important. He surveyed the still hurt expression on his cousin's face for a moment, then said, what if I tell you something that nobody else knows except me and one other person? Ron looked at him, his expression a little hopeful. Okay. Harry glanced around, making sure that everybody else was busy with the Opsitops and telling Charlie how good Kibbles is normally, and then he said, quietly, I'm dating kinda. Seeing Ron's expression split into a triumphant grin, Harry added, quickly, don't tell anybody. And yes, you told me so. Just don't tell anybody, Ron. Ron was trying hard not to laugh. I don't believe you. You total liar. I want to hear all details later, and I'll be stealing some Veritaserum from Snape's office first just to make sure you're not lying again. And if I find you are, I'll tell everybody about kinda. Harry's insides squirmed. All right, come on, we'd better help out with Kibbles. Ron glanced across at Kibbles, and smirked. Yeah, I think we should. Kibbles was chasing the little herd of terrified Opsitops round and round Hagrid's cabin, all of them making very odd noises, from a clucking chicken to a grating noise that sounded like somebody sawing wood. Hagrid was chasing after the dragon, shouting, "No, Kibbles!" And Charlie was too busy laughing to do anything. Hermione was dancing by the pile of smoldering wood that was the shed, saying something that sounded like, I knew I should have brought my book on dragons, and both Harry and Ron started to laugh along with Charlie as Hagrid fell over, and the crowd of Opsitops ran to hide under his beard. Kibbles roared with fury as a deep, throaty sort of growl came from under Hagrid's beard. Only the Opsitops' legs could be seen, their little knees shaking together as they chattered in the same throaty snarl. Charlie stopped laughing, and looked curious at this, watching Kibbles toss his head back and forth, searching for the source of the noise. Hang on, I think I've realized why he's so angry. Bloody good job and all, Hagrid muttered, trying to fish the Opsitops out of his beard. The Opsitops are making the sound a male dragon does when his territory has been invaded, said Charlie. He crouched down, scooped an Opsitop out from under Hagrid's beard and studied it. It made a little, roaring noise, wriggling about in his fist. You hear that? That's the noise. He poked the Opsitop gently, and it roared at him again. It was amazing how something so cute could sound so fierce. They probably picked it up from Kibbles, maybe smelling another animal in the forest. So, the Opsitops are mimicking Kibbles, said Hermione. And Kibbles thinks that they're another male dragon trying to get his territory. Exactly, said Charlie. But how are we going to stop them roaring? Said Ron. Maybe we could get some spellotape and make little gags for them all. We can't gag all of them, said Hermione. There are about 25 here already. Plus, it's very cruel. You wouldn't like it if somebody came along and put something horrible in your mouth to stop you talking. Charlie grinned. I wouldn't mind that. Ron pushed his older brother. Charlie grabbed him and ruffled his hair again, blurring the edges of his white stripe. Ron screwed up his face. Get off me. Why does everybody keep doing that? Don't touch the do. Charlie laughed, gave him a last few flicks and then let him go. Right, little brother teasing over. Gagging the Opsitops won't work anyway. The dragon's roar doesn't come from the mouth, it's made in the throat. That's how they can breathe fire and snarl at the same time, at least, that's how Welsh Greens do it. What we need is to teach the Opsitops how to make a pleasant dragon noise. Perhaps dragon song. Dragon song? Asked Ron, still trying to sort out his hair. What's that? It's the song that dragons make to show other dragons they like them. It's like a friendship song. If we can get the Opsitops to sing to Kibbles, he should be fine with them and calm down. But we need to find a dragon for that, said Harry. One that knows the song already, so it can teach the Opsitops. And how do we make the dragon sing anyway? Dragons sing for various different reasons, Charlie explained. There's mating, obviously, when young dragons are playing, if they come back to somewhere they were happy before. Whatever we do, we'll need another dragon, and a happy dragon at that. They all thought for a moment, and then Hermione said, suddenly, I've got it. What? Everybody said, if they come back to somewhere they were happy before, said Hermione, excitedly. What about? You're not suggesting, said Ron, looking horrified. Norbert, said Harry. Hagrid's face split into a wide, hopeful grin. Oh, Norbert, whatever happened to him, Charlie? Could we get Norbert to come back to Hogwarts? Oh, I don't know, said Charlie, looking a bit worried. We've got him tagged, we know where he is, but, hang on, he's perfect. Why didn't I think of it before? He's got a mate, a Romanian longhorn, we've called her Sly. She's expecting a child pretty soon, and she'll sing to the baby. Hagrid's beetle black eyes welled with tears, and he choked, Norbert's gonna be a daddy. Then, I'm gonna be a granny. Oh, my Norbert's all grown up now, he's got his own mate, and everything, bless, I am. He wiped his eyes. I'm sorry, just so lovely, bless, is little, Art. Then we'll bring Norbert and Sly over, said Charlie, smiling. Oh, they'll need somewhere to live though. Somewhere nice and high up, with lots of space. Somewhere fairly cold, dragons don't like being that hot. Ron and Harry shrugged, and Ron suggested, a mountain somewhere. Hermione, however, smiled. I think we've got somewhere that will do. And just the person who can ask to use it. Who, where, said Ron, frowning at her. Professor Sinistra might be a little reluctant at first, you realize, said Draco, as he led Harry, Ron and Hermione all up the cold stone staircase to the astronomy tower. She's got a lot of sensitive equipment in the astronomy hall, and if she has to move all that out. I'll do my best, of course. And I dare say I have a better chance of getting her to agree. I am, after all, her favorite student. He smiled slyly, opening a trap door set into the wall of the staircase. Ron and Harry swapped identical smiles. Draco raised an eyebrow at this. Yes, you have too many hormones, said Ron, shaking his head, climbing after Hermione into the room through the trap door. Draco's face darkened in a scowl, and he glared after Ron. At least I do have them, Weasley, but don't worry, give it a few years and the freckles will turn into spots, I'm sure. Shut up, Malfoy, came Ron's voice, echoing from the other room. Harry clambered through the gap, and then Draco slid through, shutting the door carefully behind him. Harry looked around. It was a fairly small room, very cold and plain, and there was no furniture at all, just stone tiles winding their way across the floor, up the walls and over the ceiling as well. Where are we? Asked Harry, curiously. Draco was counting tiles, and answered absent-mindedly over his shoulder. Only students doing astronomy at Newt level ever get to come here. The equipment in all the Newt rooms is highly sensitive, and Professor Sinistra, very wisely in my opinion, doesn't let the lower years near such delicate objects. I expect you all to be very careful. Especially you, Weasley. Especially me, said Ron, shocked. Why, what have I ever done? Bigger people cause bigger accidents, said Draco, idly, reaching out and sliding his fingers across the gap between two tiles. Just because I'm taller than you, said Ron, waspishly. Such a childish reply, Draco mused, in a very superior tone, as he peeled the tiles down, taking out a whole section, and revealing a hidden door. Ron went for it, but Draco said, "Ah, Weasley. Ladies first," as he opened it for Hermione. She smiled and stepped through. "Thank you, Draco." Ron shot a look of pure venom at Draco, who smiled pleasantly. "Weasley, you can go through now if you wish." "I hate you," said Ron, his eyes narrowed. "Likewise. Through the door, please, try not to fall over your own feet." Ron shook his head disbelievingly and stepped through the door. As he did, he simpered, "Thank you, Draco." "It was my pleasure," said Draco, sweetly. Harry chuckled, shaking his head, and stepping through the doorway, followed by Draco. This room was almost the complete opposite to the last one. It was simply huge, far bigger than the entrance hall. The roof was made of blackened glass, and the stone walls were lavishly decorated in long velvet drapes of royal purple. Delicate silver embroidery in the luxurious material glittered in the lights of the pearlescent white candles shimmering everywhere. Magical telescopes were spread out around the hall, pointed out at the sky beyond, and in the very center of the room was a huge glass ball, bigger than all of them, and inside was a fully moving, breathtakingly beautiful model of the galaxy. "Gosh," said Hermione, excitedly. "The astronomy hall. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history, but I never thought I'd actually be here. Of course, I didn't take astronomy. I wish I had now. This is rather beautiful, isn't it? Oh, a lunarscope. I've always wanted to see one of these. I really wish I'd taken astronomy now, but Professor McGonagall said I shouldn't." "Hermione, give it a rest," Ron groaned, massaging his head. "My ears can only take so much, you know." They were distracted at that moment, as Professor Sinistra stepped out from behind the glass ball where she had apparently been standing all along, unnoticed by the four of them. She was a tall woman, very slim, tapered and elegant, with skin nearly as pale as Snape's, and dark purple and black hair, tousled around her thin shoulders, one half falling in front of her face. Her attire was usually black or purple, made of velvet, and today was no exception. Her cloak swept along the ground as she walked, and as she passed into the pool of light from a bundle of candles, the half-moon pendant around her neck gleamed with bright silver light. "Good afternoon," she said, her black-inked lips curling into a smile. "May I help you?" "Ah, Professor," said Draco. He smiled politely, his pale eyes glittering, and at times like this, it was easy to see the Malfoy blood in him. "I came to ask a favor." Her amethyst-colored eyes traveled onto the other three, one thin eyebrow arching ever so slightly. "And you brought backup in case you somehow perished during the journey?" No, said Draco, smiling courteously. "The four of us are here to ask for a favor. In truth, Harry probably knows far more about the matter than I, but we thought it best if I came to show them the way." "And what would this favor be?" she asked. "In a few days, 2 fully grown dragons will be arriving from Romania," said Draco. "One is a female, expecting a child fairly soon, and this particular breed gives birth to live young. We need to find a suitable place for them to stay, and the only place that we can think of currently is the astronomy hall." Her thin eyebrows rose a little. "Dragons in the astronomy hall? That would disrupt the classes somewhat, don't you think?" "We presumed that the equipment and classes would be moved elsewhere," said Draco. "There are a great deal of empty classrooms perfectly well suited to astronomy and the objects used for its study." Sinistra looked rather thoughtful for a moment, her soft purple eyes lingering on Draco. "If there truly is no other place in school that they can be housed, then of course, I shall move." "Thank you, Professor," said Draco, with a gracious nod of his head. "I dare say that Hagrid and Professor Lupin will come up fairly soon to arrange the moving of all the equipment." "Thank you again." "My pleasure," she replied, her eyes glittering as she smiled slowly, secretively, as though she knew things they didn't. She'd make a fair divination teacher, Harry thought as they all turned away, and Draco led them out of the hall, through the stone room, and back into the staircase. "That was easy," said Draco, smiling. "I didn't understand a word of what either of you said," Ron announced. Draco chuckled. "It's called talking properly, Weasley. Yeah, and if you say one more thing against me, I'm going to hit you so hard you won't be able to talk properly for the rest of your life." "Touché, Weasley, touché. What? Never mind." Norbert and Sly arrived fit and well a few days later, and Harry spent quite some time in the astronomy hall with Hagrid helping them settle in. Hagrid had burst into tears when he was how huge Norbert had grown, about twice the size of an elephant, and Norbert, it seemed, recognized Hagrid as well. The dragon crooned softly and attempted to nuzzle Hagrid, which only resulted in Hagrid being knocked to the ground. Harry severely hoped that Norbert wouldn't try to give him a hello nudge, because if the dragon could push the half-giant Hagrid to the ground, he dreaded to think what it would do to him. Fortunately, Norbert didn't, and Harry's ribs stayed intact. Sly was a magnificent creature, slightly smaller than Norbert, with dark green emerald scales and long, glimmering golden horns. Charlie, who was staying at Hogwarts to check on their progress, told Harry that normally the Romanian longhorn was a very quick, active species, but because Sly was so close to birth, she spent most of her time lazed out against the bottom of one of the walls on her back. Norbert was the perfect father, swooping in and out of the opening in the roof and bringing back cows and sheep for her. It wasn't nice to see two dragons tearing a dead sheep to bits, but, Harry reminded himself, at least it wasn't a first year. The start of May came, accompanied by a term holiday for the exhausted students. Hermione and her parents were going to visit Wales for the holiday, so she made Harry swear to send her lots of letters about how the dragons were getting on, and whether Sly's child had been born yet. Harry's life was becoming busier again. He was juggling kinda, homework, dragons, DA club, occlumency and Quidditch all at the same time, and they were all becoming more attention-needing. Kinda saw Harry in DA club and Quidditch anyway, but he still liked to spend time with her when there wasn't Ron grinning and giving him the thumbs up from across the pitch. His homework was as demanding as always, and though his marks were picking up in occlumency, Snape would probably sooner marry him than let him have a break. Quidditch, however, was the most important of them all. Harry got a letter a few days into the holiday that said the points of the league had been counted, and the Bright Sparks were going to be playing the Dragons a week after the end of the holiday. The Quidditch final was the first thing on Harry's mind at all times. He now realized why Wood had been so possessed about Quidditch. He was captain and seeker in the final, and he found himself sitting in lessons making up strategies and playing different scenarios across his head. He knew things were getting serious when he started dreaming about Quidditch, and woke up in a cold sweat after seeing Blaze's fingers clasp around the snitch. He even woke Ron up just to check it had actually been a dream. Though when Harry went down to see Hagrid one Saturday, he found himself suddenly grateful that he could sleep at all. The Opsitops had apparently invaded Hagrid's hut and made themselves at home. They spent all their time mimicking the noises they heard, night and day. "'Sabsolutely bloody mayhem," Hagrid told him, gruffly, pouring him some tea. "Can't do anything without them copying me." He put down the kettle, and instantly, there were about 20 echoes of the clink from the little huddle of faces watching him in the corner. "Yay, see, every time anything makes a noise they haven't heard, they have to make it. And Charlie snores, so all night long, I've got 20 bloody Opsitops snoring away in the corner as well. Yay, should have seen the chaos yesterday. I got a letter from Professor Dumbledore, and the owl, course hooted when I took the letter off it. They were all hootin' fair bloody hours, I swear, y'ave never heard anything like it." Harry laughed, and raised the cup to his lips, taking a sip, about to say something else, but he was interrupted by 20 sipping noises from the corner. He smiled. "You're right, that probably does get annoying. Can't you just put them outside?" "Nah, can't, Harry," said Hagrid, gruffly. "They won't leave now. Got comfy. Besides, Kibbles still don't like 'em, and I think he'd probably eat 'em if he could." He snapped a biscuit in half, and there was instantly a series of answering snaps from the Opsitop herd. "I'm thinking of letting him, actually." So, with everything that was going on, Harry found his holiday flittering gently past. Before he knew it, it was the end of the first week and just 2 weeks to go until their Quidditch match. When Harry woke on the bright Sunday morning, it was to the harsh ring of an alarm clock drilling into his ears. He groaned, rolling over and slapping the snooze button on the top of Ron's alarm clock. To his great surprise, the alarm clock shouted, "Up, you lazy scruff. Up, come on, the early bird gets the worm. And the second mouse gets the cheese from the trap," Harry groaned. "Up," the clock shouted, impatiently. "No, leave me alone, you're not even my clock." Harry rolled over, tucking the duvet over his head, and Ron gave a sleepy snort, pulling the blanket back. "Come on, get up. Up now, lots to do today, things to get on with. If you went to bed earlier, you wouldn't be tired, so come on, get up." The clock started to ring again, clattering up and down until Ron got so annoyed with it he seized it and flung it across the room. It hit the wall and fell to the ground, leaving a ringing silence. Ron yawned, tugging the blanket back. "Remind me to never take that clock anywhere near the Opsitops, and stop stealing the covers. If you had your own duvet, I wouldn't have to steal the covers. Kibbles burnt my duvet, yeah, and the dog ate my transfiguration homework. Seriously. You can go and see it. It's there behind Hagrid's hut with the rest of the charred stuff he tried to make a nest with. You shouldn't have volunteered it then. I didn't know it was going to get cooked. What did you think Hagrid wanted it for? I dunno. I thought he was going to smother the Opsitops with it. Harry yawned, stretching, then sitting up, tousle-haired and blurry-eyed. Ron groaned about putting the duvet back, but Harry ignored him. Come on. We've got to feed the dragons. Oh, just let them eat each other, it's cold. Ron buried his face into his pillow. Send Hedwig to Malfoy and tell him he can do their breakfast on his own for once. I'm sick of getting up early. It's 10 o'clock, said Harry, chuckling a little, yawning again and stretching his arms. Come on, I'm not going on my own. He reached out and put on his glasses, blinking as the common room gradually came into focus. Ron groaned, and with a lot of grumbling and dark muttering, he got up from under the mattress and started looking for his clothes. Are we going to go for breakfast today? Asked Harry, as he pulled on his jumper. No, there's no point. There's hardly anybody left at Hogwarts anyway, they won't notice if we're not there. Ron found his clothes, and dragged them off to the bathroom to change. When both of them were dressed, they found their dragon hide gloves, and headed off to the astronomy hall. Draco was already there when they walked in, sitting cross-legged on the straw-strewn floor, sketching Sly. She was languishing stretched out on her side, eyes shut, looking rather peaceful in her sleep. Draco looked up as they came in. Good morning. For you, maybe, Ron said, grumpily, still rubbing his sleep-ridden eyes. Draco's eyes swept up and down Sly's scaly form, then back at his drawing, sketching something gently and then saying, I've been here for hours. You both really need to get up earlier. It's much healthier. What? Throwing myself out of bed and staggering around half-blind for hours? I don't think so. Ron held up his wand, and summoned an old bathtub they had set on rails. It came grinding towards him from across the hall, clanking against the wall, and he filled it with water, then banished it back along the rails. It squeaked to a halt in front of Sly, and she opened one yellow eye to stare scornfully at it for a moment, then went straight back to sleep. There was a gentle fluttering noise from above, and Hedwig swooped in through the open ceiling, a letter tied neatly to her leg. Harry got a broom from the corner and started sweeping straw around as she glided down to him, perched on his shoulder, and nudged him with the letter. He took it off her gratefully. Thanks, girl. She hooted fondly, nipped his ear, and then took off again, back through the ceiling, heading towards the Ollery. Who's the letter from? Ron asked, as he started hauling slabs of meat into a large container on wheels. I don't know, Harry said, shrugging. He propped his broom in the corner, opening up the letter, and recognizing Hermione's neat, tidy handwriting at once. Dear Harry, hi, how are you? How are the dragons? I thought I'd write and tell you something interesting I found out a few days ago. Do you remember all that time ago before school started, and you wrote to me about the meeting at Grimmauld Place? You told me that Dumbledore was organizing another wizarding publication to sell to people. It's out now. It's called The Truth. You won't believe the article one found in this week's edition. I've photocopied it at my local library and I'm bringing as many copies back to Hogwarts as possible. Just wait until you see it. Love from Hermione. Ron, who had been peering over Harry's shoulder and reading it himself, said with a raised eyebrow, Don't you just love the way Hermione never leaves us in suspense? Yeah, said Harry. He rolled the letter up. I wonder what she's found out. Dunno. Maybe they're publishing Hogwarts, a history, with a new cover or something. Ron shrugged. Or something about how house elves should be set free. You know what Hermione's like. Harry nodded, and with that, he pushed the letter to the back of his mind, starting to sweep the floor again, as Ron went to accuse Draco of being lazy and not helping. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.